Hello, VOD view. Ah, shit. I forgot to I said I was going to update stuff, and I forgot to see if it would fix the, like, lagging out at the start of the stream. Oops. I forgot. It's because I was just so hard at work at other things. Yeah, one of these times I'll do it. Okay, today we are looking at high ground stuff. I do not have a match ID to start the day off with. Some people submitted some stuff, but none of it was related to the high ground. So I wanted to make sure we're like trying to stay true to the actual topic of high ground. So whoever's here first and brings something, we'll start with them. And in the meantime, I was going to kill time because both cats were here. I was going to show them off, but they knew they were about to be exploited and ran away.
Zuki_Big Daddy gifted
Zuki.
a tier 1 sub to Freya Sestelin.
Thank you so much, Zuki. Do you have a game? You could be the first. Actually, it doesn't even matter if you're first. If you ever want a game reviewed, I mean, it's guaranteed yours at any moment. Hef, you want to come over here? Oh, yeah. Come here, buddy. Stop licking that. He's been licking wires lately. He's gonna bolt in a second. I'm gonna shame this wire-licking cat, though. Or he wants to go. He's pissed. Absolutely pissed. Oh, other boy, come here. Grab him. Hey, Zuki. Get over here. Come here. Come here. All right, he's escaping me for now. Hey, don't fight. Punk ass cat. Okay. I was saying, for everyone just tuning in, I don't have a replay to start us off with, so if you guys got anything, whoever's first. Oh, I guess I should pop my thing up, shouldn't I? Boom. Whoever's first. We'll start with you. Hey, Donkey, Mr. Mango Hoosin'. How you guys doing? Yeah, not going high ground's pretty safe nowadays. Though you should still be doing something, right? You shouldn't just be like AFK. We'll hopefully see examples of that and talk about it. Let me pull up a page to take notes. Maybe we can make a video out of this. I haven't really been... I've been working on videos, but I haven't released anything in a bit just because it's... I've not actually finished a video. It's all like works in progress. Technically, I could cut something from these replay streams the fastest, maybe release that, but whatever. I won't feel too much pressure about publishing things just to publish them. We'll try to actually finish relevant things I want. Ooh. Come over here. Can you make a guide on Chen and play a Chen game? I get confused during team fights and just feel like an alt bot. I was working on learning Chen, but I'm going to be a long time before I feel confident enough to do a Chen guide. I would recommend, if you know Dubu, he is I guess he's still a pro, but he's like in between pro, streamer, coach. I don't know exactly where he is in his ambitions right now, but he recently did a Chen guide that I watched as part of my learning Chen. I would recommend that. I think he has far more Chen experience than I do, and I mean, I could repeat his points and like what I know about the hero, but I think, you know, he's the origin, or at least in a more useful way. My advice for Chen right now: Hellbear Convert's kind of the way to go. Use this and Penitence level 1 for your laning stage. Get your aura and early item of choice. In team fights, partly you are a heal bot, but also like whatever auras you've bought and your various buffs, you should just be like, pick who you think is strongest on your team. So carry is probably a safe bet a lot of times, and you just help them out. So like, you know, you use penitence on their target so they get some extra attack speed. You know, you build a solar crest, use it on them. You went drums, you know, be near the carry to use it. You got the saves, pipe, Greaves, whatever. I gotta save the team, but especially the carry, whoever you're trying to work with. How about SD? Conceptually know a bit about SD. Still not the greatest SD player myself. Looking at the chat, and I just realized like some of them didn't go through, but now it's loading everything in. For Shadow Demon, where the heck? Why am I blind here? You want to double stack a lot in the laning stage, or like a little after the lane. You're good to go to stack. You got to figure out like who the target you want to work with is. Like, what is the most important use of Demonic Purge? Some targets are better than others. It's a very powerful ability, but you just want to make sure you're not throwing it willy-nilly. Disruption as a save is better in a lot of cases than as a like initiation tool because it's kind of awkward. You can, but as like the game goes on, it's more a save. Like you waste BKB time or protect someone who's been jumped. Disseminate can do the same, can also use it aggressively. Shadow Demon's like very much a utility hero as the game goes on. Alive. I don't see a message. You mentioned like, oh, sorry for bad spelling. And I see a message about pushing the tower at 8 minutes. If you also had another message that like was a match ID and stuff, I actually don't see it. I don't know why. Maybe YouTube removed it, but I'm not sure why. Did your Twitch stream? So lately, the last couple streams, the channel just randomly, Twitch and YouTube, the streams just randomly kind of drop for a little bit. And then the rest of the stream is fine. I don't really know why. I keep forgetting to look a little further into it, but I don't think it's anything on my end. So I'm not sure. Like everything on my side is like, yeah, the stream is going well. Everything is okay. But you guys say like it's choppy or something. So I really don't know what's been going on. Hey, Juzzy, how you doing? Feel free to skip. How come? Hold on. I feel like several of the YouTube crowd are putting match IDs and I'm not seeing them. Is YouTube just like auto filtering stuff? Where can I... Community moderation settings. Messages in your live chat. None. That should have been fine. Blocked words. No. Based on context, I feel like people in YouTube are putting match IDs, but they're not showing up. Maybe you're not, because we've had other YouTube stuff and those are fine. So I don't really know. I'm not sure what's going on there. Usually it's like if it's just the match ID, that gets removed. But usually if you put the match ID with other stuff, then it goes through. But I'm like currently not seeing anything in the chat. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to ignore you guys. I swear. It's literally not going through. You're being scammed by big YouTube. Oh, here we go. Alive got one through. Yeah. All right, persistence has paid off. Let's hope. Oh, I said that too soon. Let's hope it paid off. Download. Okay, it's going. Oops. Whoa, what did I just do? Oh, interesting. That was weird. I misclicked. Pay no mind. Okay, the topic of today is high ground pushing. And that's what we've got here to start us off. Visage, uncommon offlaner. But you did ask, we ended the match under 30 minutes, but is there anything I could do better while pushing? So even though it's a win, we can still look to critique or to just reaffirm, hey, you did the right stuff. You know, keep doing it. I'm gonna skip us ahead. Let's... Looks like around 20-ish minutes. Explosion of noise. Where are we at? We are certainly winning. Oh, yeah, this is a good place to start. Okay, we get Roche. Let's take stock. Juzzy, yeah, that works for me. If you repost it, I do have it downloaded still, yeah. Okay. We just got Roche. Things are going very well. 20 minutes, 12k lead. So here, don't feel like you have to just bash your head on high ground right away. I was actually just giving this advice in a coaching session yesterday, but Aegis is 5 minutes. And so a very rough split of the time. 3 minutes, fairly chill Aegis. Even if like tier 2s are still up and all that. You can use that Aegis to farm and just kind of like see what opportunities come up. And if you find a kill, we take it and we try to act on that. We can force a little bit, you know, we can try for the plays, doesn't work out. Okay, no worries. Like, I'm still within that first 3 minutes of Aegis, chill. As you get to the last two, now I feel a bit more pressure to use it, and now I'm gonna like, okay, smack my head on this tower till we get it. All right, next one, smack my head on the tower till I get it, you know? And I do that for 2 minutes. A lot of people get Aegis and just go straight into the push, and it either works and they win, great, or we lost that fight, I lost Aegis within the first minute. That means 4 minutes got wasted. I didn't really get to feel strong for the 5 minutes of Aegis buff. So with your map right now, I mean, we kind of just jumped here, and I noticed it's like totally dark. Where are all the enemy heroes? I'm kind of scared. So right now, pushing out bottom could be great. You guys are nearby. Ooh, you also have a catapult. Catapults can be a great tool to have when you're pushing high ground, because it's easier because the catapult's there to help you. Let me just check if you damaged any of these. Okay, these are all pretty much full health. If one is lower, we can start with that. But like, this is a good deep ward. Actually, the exact placement I could critique, but like the location it sees is pretty good. We don't have ethers on the map. So right now, for example, come over here, push out the lane, maybe twin gate, push this out, and we're looking for the various deep wards on our map. Okay, we went top, and the enemy's like, oh, quick, go bottom, and I see them through here. Okay, great. I will smoke over, try to kill them, get the kill, and then that's what then lets me go into the high ground push, feeling safe. 5 versus 4 and an Aegis, as opposed to like the 5-on-5 straight into high ground. So let's see what your team does. Okay, I see Axe mid. Sure seems like we're running straight to the enemy base, I gotta say. It is kind of working though. We kill Axe. Rest of the team is here. You're trying to get to the Clinks. It is working out. Okay, let's see this fight settle. 3 kills. So, we did kind of just rush here straight from Roche, but it worked out. We got some kills. And then, because we got the kills, I did say we could chill for like 3 minutes. But this is our opportunity now, because we killed heroes, and I'm right here. We will poke this tower. You don't have to take this whole barracks in this push, though, right? Take this tower. If they buy back, we can back out. If they respawn, we can back out. Your team is ahead enough that you probably should be able to get at least the tower, if not more. But let's say the fight happened like over here, for example, or maybe like over here, and by the time you got to the tower, there's like 10 seconds. Okay, hit the tower, 10 seconds, back out, totally okay, go back to chilling. I think you should probably just take everything here. Don't think you need to Crimson Guard yet. It doesn't work on the creeps. Maybe you thought it did. But yeah, it doesn't work on the creeps, so unfortunately can't keep them alive. Okay, real quick, just in case, let's pretend we had to back out here. You guys got half the tower, right? So, in our first minute of Aegis, we find that kill that lets us push. We push a little bit. Okay, we didn't take it. That's okay. We back out. We have 4 minutes to find another kill. And every kill we find is, let's say, half the tower, you know? So that's why you don't have to, like, smack your head on it quite yet and, like, I've got to take it right now. It's okay if you back out. The next time you get a kill, you'll finish the tower at that point, and then you can work on the barracks. Oh, maybe we back out again. Okay, one more kill, and then we find the barracks. And this is the very safe way, in, out, find the kill, get the opportunity push, back out where it's safer, back in. Pub games, I know it's really hard to coordinate your team like that, but this is a party unranked. At least some of you are partied, so you have a little bit more likelihood of that working. You guys are pretty strong, so like I kind of do think you could like absolutely force this right now, but I feel I have to talk through it anyways, you know, just to give you the best practices possible. If you have a small window to push, you should typically focus the same barracks together, just so that, let's say you all had to back out right now. Ah, damn, didn't get a barracks. But actually I've done half of each barrack, so if I just focused one, I would have killed one of the barracks. And I don't care which one. Some people have a preference to melee versus ranged. As long as you get one, it's pretty good. The ranged racks is easier to take than the melee and does not heal. Okay, so right here, I see you guys beelining to the next one. So same deal. You guys are so strong, you probably can do this. At the same time, if we were to come up with reasons why we can't do it, hey, Crimson Guard is on cooldown. All right, this, mid Hoodwink, I see. Mid Hoodwink has everything available, I suppose. Legion, maybe this is Legion carry, has the Aegis, but actually quite low, right? I don't want to lose the Aegis for nothing, especially when I have 3.5 minutes, so maybe I'd want to heal a little bit. Over here, Skywrath has everything. Venge has everything, but also super low on Venge, you know? So, ignoring how ahead we are, it's totally fine. Even if you guys went completely home to heal and then have to push out lanes and regroup, you'd still have like 2 minutes of Aegis. So you don't have to do this, especially as this guy's respawning and they're maybe prepared to mount their strongest defense. Once more, because this game you're so ahead, it probably is fine. You don't all have to go up. Notice like all of you are right here for Axe to call every one of you at once. You're the Visage, so you're pretty strong, and I think you're partied with someone, right? You're with Skywrath. Okay, so you can share this along with Skywrath. Notice where Skywrath is. He doesn't need to be this close. Skywrath should actually be back here, just waiting for things to happen. And who your carry is usually the one hitting this, whoever is the safest to do so, often the Aegis carrier as well. It's not always like all of those things, but it frequently is. It doesn't need to be everyone. You know, like Skywrath attacking is minimal compared to like Legion with her right-click items, although this is kind of a weird one. Hoodwink is more of a spellcaster with the current build, you know, like Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, some right-clicks, but these aren't really tower-taking items. So her right-clicks also not as impactful. Yours are pretty good because you're Visage with the familiar. So like if someone were to hit this, I'd be fine with you doing it, or you just do your familiars and you stay back. Venge is in a good spot. She's staying away from this, right? Look, like, please, Axe, would you like to call all of us at once and the creep wave? Would you like to wombo combo us with all of your spells at once? Please, it's right here. You know, there's no need for all of us to stand this close together. So this is really bad. And if you guys weren't winning so badly, this is possibly where you throw the game. And even when you are winning this badly, this is sometimes where you throw the game. You guys have gone through it, right? Where, oh, it's fine, we're winning, you know, we can do whatever we want, let's just go. And then, oops, maybe we aren't as ahead as we thought. Doesn't look like this time it's gonna get you, though. Where's Legion going? She's like running in with 200 health. So I will point out here one more time. I know this is a very theoretical talk because this team is so ahead. I think Aegis got burned with over half its duration left. And we can say, yeah, you can take that risk because, like, why not? We're winning. We have, like, we can burn the Aegis and I'll just come back. But I don't have to. I have tons of time to just back out, heal up, repeat. We saw how easy the fight was here. Fights are always going to be harder in the enemy's base. So we are seeing the windows where we don't have to do this stuff. We can just step away. Which kind of looks like it's happening now. Okay, we're kind of back in. See, everyone on the high ground. We literally, they all came up here to do like a little dance together and all swivel around. Not really necessary, right? Like, why is Venge up here? She just wants to swap back here. Legion, without her Aegis, she's now looking for blink duels. She's not going to really surprise anyone running around in their base. Hoodwink, you know, waiting to react to things, also doesn't really need to be up here. Skywrath, your friend, also up here, right? Like, oh, can I react to save people? Well, no, if not, if I get caught too, and then Venge is caught too, and like, we're all up here. We don't all need to be up here. Only you would be up here and hit this, and everyone is just sitting behind you would be the best play. It does look like this one should close out pretty easily, though. If you can't find a kill on the enemy turtles, do you use that time to farm their jungle and deny gold, or push the issue on breaking high ground? So we'll see if that comes up in a later game. I'm sure it will, in a closer one. But yeah, let's say, like, in theory, you have all the tier 2s, right? If we go back in time to when the enemy... Ooh, guys, tell me what you think of this mini-map. I don't know if I like this, but now you can still see the full screen for when I forget to zoom out. But here we can look at the map. Okay, so like all the tier 2s are down in theory before we take the high ground, okay? So they should always feel scared moving out, and they should maybe feel like, you know, this camp they can maybe get to, these camps, and as a team they can maybe move out to here and here. But my team should have everything on our half and different chunks of their map, depending where we are playing as a team. And the goal is that, okay, we go top to farm, and they should be like, oh, let's move out bottom. And the goal is that you have some kind of deep ward like this one, so that, okay, I see the Drow trying to sneak out of the base, you know, especially down these edges. That's why a ward in this area or a ward up here is so good. Because this is where people try to sneak out and like, please, let me find farm, let me get out here, right? And so while you're bottom, you see the Drow trying to go through here, and you go, that's our target, guys, let's smoke, and you either run top to get her or down here. But if, like you said, they're just turtling and sitting in their base, just look at this amount of farm we should have, right? We are picking up like 3,000 gold a minute if we're effectively farming. Sometimes it's not always like that, depending how scared you are, but you should be picking up a ton of money. And okay, first Aegis, second Aegis goes by and we can't find anything. Just keep it going. 30K, 40K. Okay, at some point, someone will get impatient on the enemy team. They will step outside, and then you will kill them, and then you'll have your chance. And if not the first Aegis, they play really disciplined, they play very safe. Second Aegis, third Aegis, fourth Aegis, right? Is eventually going to go your way. Plus, then you're going to get the banners, and then you can time it with the catapult wave. Do we have an example here? Not quite. But the catapults will sit like... You know how the creeps usually are. Maybe we can see top when it happens. Catapult wave coming in. Usually people put the banner like here, right? Because it's got to protect the melee creeps, and sometimes it moves forward and people want to protect that as well. But if you're only protecting the range creep, you could put the banner like back here. But the range creep can get aggroed away and then it goes in. The catapult is an objective gamer. The catapult stays focused. So from here, the catapult hits the tower. So even if you haven't been able to find a pick off, you're waiting, when the catapult is here, you can put the banner like back here, and they have to come out to deal with the banner. And it's going to be easier to take a defensive fight here, defensive, where, you know, we're trying to win the game. But like we're postured around here as opposed to posturing around here trying to take this fight, you know? So it's just another tool you will pick up that is easier.
Top tower's getting beat down.
Okay. This game you're winning, so I'm gonna move on from here. And I think we still talk through like some improvements and slash reaffirmations of like what you've done would be good. Juzzy, where is yours? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was zoomed in that entire time. See, that's why the little screen is there, so that when I forget, you guys can still roughly see what I'm doing. Oops. Okay, Juzzy, you had a question about potentially the like game-ending dieback type stuff, which can involve high ground. So we're gonna take a look at that. I'm not gonna worry as much about. You said this is like one of your first Sand King games and all that, so we're not gonna worry as much about fine-tuning that since the focus is the high ground. And we'll just look at your mainly late game question about being the one who tanks things and itemizing around that. We'll see how it relates to the high ground push. I do try to read the comments. It's just like while I'm talking and doing stuff, I do tend to like... It's hard to do both, like maintain a train of thought and what's going on in the game while also checking in on the comments. How do you counter a Queen of Pain that is using the Moonwalker thing? The Wind Waker? Is that like this one? Like you try to jump her and then she uses this to get away? You would need some kind of instant catch to prevent her from using it. Something like late game Hex or Abyssal. Like this one. Or this one. These are pretty late game items, but so is the Wind Waker. So if you're at that point, I think someone could have these. And someone has to like jump and surprise her, and then you guys have to chain stun. If it's like, I mean, there's more to it of like, you know, can we do that, whatever. But yeah, these heroes that have a lot of escapes, like Queen of Pain with a blink and a Wind Waker, Storm Spirits, Ember Spirits, Anti-Mages, all these like very high mobility escape heroes, you need instant catch and continuous lockdown.
Everybody get set.
I'm happy to help. Make sure you're not getting reported. You know what you're up to. All right, let's come to the Sand King. Let's jump late game. Let's take stock. Looks like you had one. Let's actually go back to when you guys took that first high ground. Oh, maybe a while ago. I'll just let it play out for a second while we catch up to that point where you guys go high ground while I try to take a look at your lineup. So this is... We have Naga and PA. We have the greediest freaking lineup I've ever seen in my life, actually. Mid... Oh my god. Hard support leader. What in the hell am I looking at? Okay. The Sand King build does involve Ags, typically, for the late game scaling. You may, like, this would be a game where if you told me I didn't do it because I felt I needed to bring more utility for my team, I would understand, because, like, this is so greedy. All you have to do, you don't have to do the damage, which is what the Ags is for, is, like, more damage. I would say you can just bring utility, and it would be, I would understand. For this one, let's see. Well, let me make sure I understand who's carry. Okay, so it is a carry Slark, and it's a mid gyro, of course. Of course, it's a support Zeus and a 5 Wind Ranger. Dude, this is such a cursed draft. This is one of the most cursed drafts, Juzzy. Telodafont. I like that name. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Okay, wait, refocusing. Who's doing better, PA or Naga? They're both doing about the same. So whichever one you like more, who seems to be doing more for like team comms and coordination, I would prioritize them as a, we're saying you're going to become a more utility offlaner. Just keep them alive, provide crowd control. So you see PA jump someone, I'm going to jump with her. You see you want to play with Naga, you see her being, focused, then I'll go help her. It's up to you. And of course you can adjust on the game, but it's nice to have a default character to work with just to like be our starting point. I'm going to zoom forward again to find... It looks like we win the fight heavily and we go high ground. So this is fine. There's actually not that much to talk through when you get like a full team wipe. Yeah, you can just like A-click down. If I was going to nitpick, after we get this, can we get more? Is something someone can ask. The tower hitter probably needs to be here. But after we get this, can we get another barracks because they're still dead? Oh, wait, these tier 2s are still up. So potentially somebody could come push another lane in to open up more objectives. So like in this case, this tier 2, maybe into this tier 3. We can poke it a little bit, see what the death times look like at that point. This creep wave is in a pretty good spot, but maybe it's over here. This one, this one's over here. So the other one's over here too. And it's like, okay, after this, we won't have any creeps. So someone like who has global abilities, someone who can like cut the next wave to get things coming out, that could be something you think about at the same time as this high ground push is happening. But otherwise, like this is fine. And you don't really have to be that careful because there's 5 of us alive and none of them alive except for Wind Ranger, who then just like, I don't know, walks in and dies like that. That's a choice. All right, we finished this. We actually still have plenty of time to take another objective. And this is where you guys could just go from here to here. If somebody had pushed this in, taken this tower, and then gone here. In this case, I would say Invoker, I guess, can do it because he's got some global abilities. Even though it's support Invoker, I feel like he should be here. But like, I don't know, we got 5 cores, so someone's gonna have to do it. Someone's gonna walk over. In this case, it looks like we all just back out. So we missed that extra punish. We might still get the tier 2, but then they're all going to be up at this point. You are looking at Roche, but your cores are over here. Now, I agree with you. I do think Roche would be more important, but you certainly can't do it without your cores. And if they are going to be hitting this tower, then you can't be walking over here. You got to stay near them. Because if a fight broke out right now, right, I'm just not going to make it in time to help them. So we can say these guys are wrong and doing the wrong thing, but we're also wrong for leaving them if they're going to be over here. And I would still do it right now. Like, I would be positioned in this area. Oh, sorry, I thought Real Naga was here for some reason. If PA's here, then I guess we can be, like, backing out around this area. And then it looks like Naga's coming over, so then I'm, like, walking behind her into the Roche pit. Before we see how this plays out, you see how the Radiant had like really good control because they team wiped everybody, So they took this and then they even felt okay to be here, whether they should or not, because they split up, whatever. Notice as they leave this area to Roche, there is not any kind of vision here. I can't say I'm super surprised from a position 5 Lena, position 4 Invoker, but not to stereotype, but usually the people that pick that stuff are not as good at warding. But now is the time to have the deep wards in these areas so that as their team goes top and like, okay, there's one more tier 2 to get. We're going to get Roche, push this tier 2,
Who's that?
You want to see them moving out down through here, the area you have left. So after you finish this stuff, oh, they think we're pushing tier 2. Boom, we smoke through the Twin Gate. We come gank someone because we know they're over here through our deep ward. And we're just not going to have that possibility if we're leaving the area and it's pitch black. And that's part of breaking the high ground is that we saw when we get kills and we go, it's easy. So far, we have yet to see the like brute force, everyone's alive and we feed. But don't worry, the day is young. I'm sure we will still see that. But that's what the high ground throw usually looks like. And the way to prevent that is to get these pickoffs. This fight you guys don't want to do because PA has abandoned you guys. I mentioned pick who you think is best. I'm leaning away from the PA who teleports away from the whole team during like these major objective moments. Even though Roche is moving top And I think she's not fully wrong to say like, oh, let's go top. I'll TP here, push us out, and we'll do this. But I do think, I don't know, it's very risky in a pub game. With that said, you guys are ultimately making the mistake of sticking around anyways. So I would just try to get out of here in this situation. I think it looks like you're trying to save the Naga. Maybe you have to pop Epi to like dissuade them, but then you chase further. And I mentioned earlier, figure out who the damage dealer you want to play around with is. Naga, PA. PA's not here. Naga's backing out. So my job is not to chase and get kills. It is to enable these people, and they're getting out. So I too will get out. They end up following after you, but we see that as not the play.
Double kill.
You know the drill.
We're getting a tower, though. Just to show that point we were talking about earlier, here's where the catapults sit, right? Well, a little further. They're distracted by creeps right now. I guess we're not going to see it. We'll see it in a replay at some point. Okay, let's speed forward. Let's find the next moment. At this point, still getting Roche, either finding a pick off first and then Roche. It kind of depends exactly what's happening. We can say this is our deep ward, even though it's in a super basic spot versus Zeus. Mid's always going to push in our favor, so we should get vision over time. They are probably stealing Roche from you guys right now, if I had to guess. Why would we do Roche, guys? Let's push towers. God. They should be doing Roche right now. That just means you'll get another shot at doing Roche. Ah! The Gale Force got him. All right, so once you see this happening, we're not defending this till PA is up. I might have to defend high ground, so don't TP, but I don't want to fight here until these guys are up. So there's no real point in standing here unless you are the one who delays the push. Sand King is not bad at that, actually. So if it has to be you, it could be you. Lena is actually a great hero for this, though, because Dragon Slave is so long range. So she would just sit here and wait, and she's a support this game. So she would sit here and shove out waves, and even though it's inefficient for her, she's the support, and she's good at doing it safely. So then you can push another lane, bottom or mid. I know Naga's kind of doing it, but then, okay, then I'll just farm this area, you know? We're trying to bait them to come back instead of pushing this while we're dead. One of them goes home like Zeus, another goes home because Naga pushed this in, and now it's actually a 3-on-3 down here, even though we have 2 heroes dead. And the only reason that happens is if we push out the other lanes. If we end up just sitting here waiting, it could be a 4-on-3. Let's say Naga comes home, but I don't want to fight in a 4-on-3. Lena, where are you guys going? You too, where are you going? We don't defend out here. We defend here. You use it from like here. We are too far. We're a full blink dagger further than we should be. They shouldn't even be able to get to Lena. I guess high ground, the topic of the video is high ground, and I guess I phrased it how to go high ground, but we'll also look at high ground defenses because it's like the same deal. It's inverse, so totally connected.
Thank you. We make a kill, we look at the time.
Hell yeah. That is right, Chungo Bopper. Get a kill, look at the time, look at the mini-map. Oh, okay, that worked out. I didn't mean to skip that far forward, but we'll just take it. Same deal. I have Roche. I don't always have to just go brute force it, but actually I see you guys got 2 kills. I'm guessing that's what led to this Roche. So maybe we could, you know? Someone could come back, push this out. Whoever is safe to do so, and then they could reconnect through Twin Gate, or maybe they're a super fast hero, they just run back over. Maybe they have Boots of Travels. If not, you guys are probably going to capture this outpost. So someone could just walk back, a support, for example, push this out, and then TP to rejoin. A lot of different options, depending on the game. The others need to go get this bottom wave, right? Can't have Slark pushing this out. I see it being pinged, so you guys come down here, push it out. That's when someone then reconnects back in, and then we could siege. I think at that point, they'll be close to respawning, so we don't actually have to siege. but we can see. Because especially like Centaur never came back. Maybe you see another hero on a deep ward. Maybe you can just do this. This is exactly the type of warding I would expect from Invoker Lina. Okay, so this kind of thing, you have to not do this. Even if you say, I should do this, like we shouldn't let this get to our high ground, I agree. You won't lose because this tower falls. You won't lose because you lose this barracks to creeps. I know it sucks, but like you won't lose the game to this. You will lose the game to these guys all dying without you. So, in these kind of situations, support players are also pretty bad about this in general, because you guys like, oh, I'm told to always split push and like never let farm go to waste and all that. And you'll just like ditch your team in the late game. This doesn't matter. The amount of gold here doesn't matter at this point. This tower, losing a bit of health doesn't matter. I'm doing the extreme case, like you lose the whole thing. Maybe you do. Unless I can see a hero here though, I will not come back to this until I know these guys are backing out. So we are teleporting away and they are moving in. We can, once again, I know we can say this is their mistake. Like you shouldn't do this. The Aegis, there's still so much time on the Aegis, but that's just pub games. This is just what's gonna happen and we have to adjust to it. The enemy should be trying to fight you coming up here in a moment. Like, they're really close to respawning, and then they should immediately take this fight. I can't save her. I am not there. If you can make the call and you can see your cores backing up, I would agree with you, for the record. Like, I would say we need to deal with lanes before we push. And we had over 4 minutes on the Aegis before it just disappeared suddenly. Where'd it go? I don't know. So your team should have had time to back out. But listen, guys, you know it's the carries. It's the damages. You can't go back until they go back. You have to verify with your own eyes and see them leave. You can't just say it and be like, oh, I know it's going to happen now. You have to tell them, hey, PA, why don't you go get that farm bottom when I push there? That gets the carry players, guys. Get like, oh yeah, money back there? Okay, I'll go, right? You got to tell them to do that. And if they say, no, I think we should push, you to yourself, you're like, you're wrong, but here I am because I have to be here with you. Their play can work out. Like this did work out. Tactically, it is a terrible decision, but I believe it's better to go with bad decisions as a team rather than scatter and only some people do the right thing, because you're more likely to lose that way. At this point, 15k down, but 42 minutes in the game, if they killed 3 of your heroes in their base, they would make it to your base and take barracks. Like, that's just how long death timers are at this point. So that's why I said, like, I could lose this barracks and I won't lose because it's just the barracks. But Slark, who picks up 40 Agi stacks in the fight, comes down here, goes, you know, he'll destroy the buildings, and then he'll go for multiple barracks or like for the throne. So we gotta stop him, or we gotta be with the team. It does look like this is a case where, fortunately, we are ahead enough, and the enemy is also making some mistakes, so looks like it should still work out. I say that, there's quite a lot of game time left, so this is all kind of okay, but your team feels like they're starting to go for kills more than actually objectives. I'm gonna like zoom through this a bit. I was gonna say, I think you can stun there because your Naga's ready to go. I mean, if it's happening, it's happening. See, like this? I don't know. Naga doesn't know how to play Naga. It's just, it is what it is. It's how pub games go. This guy's also just walking with his Forge Spear, so like, you know, that's pub games. We can easily see what our teammates are doing wrong, but they're doing stuff wrong too. I mean, they're losing those games, so. All right, so this kind of move you don't really need to do. See how you're having to use Burrow Strike to get away, and we're like thinking about this stuff? Where are these two? They're over here already. So you can just stay out the base the entire time. Blink Burrow Strike is a really long range. You don't even need to step into the base. You can be like back here and still affect people over here. So you just stay out of the base, watch them do stuff, and then Epi Burrow Strike when it's time. Like this part is much better. You see how like you're with the Naga, even though this particular instance maybe didn't work out, but that positioning is a lot better because we're next to, we're using spells near the relevant heroes. Jingle some keys in front of him, exactly. Over here, over here. Get him, creeps. Objective creeps, do it for me. Do it for me. I mean, really, at some point, it should just be go as a group, end the game. Let's just see it and verify. By the way, instead of Eternal Shroud, I would do Pipe. Eternal Shroud's not that popular right now. Auras tend to be better, and this is a game where your team could really use the aura against this amount of magic damage. Okay, here... who took it? PA took it. So you let PA hit this. Actually, the correct choice is just to send Naga illusions at this and like whittle this down. Send Naga illusions till they finish the range barracks, and then eventually commit a little harder for the melee. No one should even risk their life. It should just be illusions going in. Ignoring Naga, whoever's the core, whoever can hit this the safest, they hit it. And you're like out here, possibly smoked up, maybe over here. Depends where you guys want to position what you have set up. I'd say top is probably a little safer in general. But we don't cross this staircase. None of us cross that staircase except the person hitting the barracks. So like this kind of initiation, you wouldn't do. You would just sit in the back and watch things. They didn't even have to commit onto the Aegis yet, right? They committed on you because you jumped in first, but we don't have to jump in first. This buyback, I don't strictly mind. The bigger issue is us initiating in, is what I would want to highlight. You mentioned like some of your friends looked at this and said, oh, that's too risky. I don't hate it to try to end the game, but I think the situation we are in is the part that is like, we didn't need to get to this situation where we felt we had to buy back. Since we are, I'm kind of up for it. But this is the downside, high ground to low ground, right? Sand King buyback, Gyro buyback. Sand King's got a TP, run in. Gyro is already in the fight, killing the PA. Like, these things are doing it. They're getting through this, you know? I think this is another situation. How much time did we have on Aegis? Right? This is another case of get Aegis, immediately go high ground. But you guys, well, if they're going, I am going as well. Whether I'm playing support, core, whatever, if these guys go in, then I will go in. But the correct choice for you guys to know, the carry players here who are the ones picking up the Aegis and you have the most control over this, you don't go yet. You got time. Just chill, farm the map, grow the gold lead, look for a pickoff, get the pickoff out of the base. For example, if the buyback fight had happened here, now it's much easier for Sand King to buy back, teleport, rejoin, and then on the other side, their gyro's like doing the same, but he's got to run out here, you know? Anywhere outside their base is better for us. And I have 3 to 4 minutes to bait them. I don't even have to do anything to bait them, guys. They will bait themselves. They are bored in the base. It's not fun to sit in the base. Someone will step out of the base if you give it enough time. And even a very common mistake is this area for both teams. You know, like, oh, we're trying to trap them in the base and a creep wave spawns right here. And like any of these heroes are like, oh, let me go clear it. They'll stand here to clear the creep wave. Why? Just clear it out here, further away from the base where it's safer, right? When you clear it in this area, you're within the blink ranges, the stuns to kill you. It's too close to their base and their high ground. Same deal with the enemy team, right? Sometimes the tier 3s are up and people will stand here to clear it, or God forbid, they will walk down to go clear the creep wave. And a fight over here is infinitely easier than, you know, the fight we saw with Sand King actually jumping a target over here. So it was deeper into the base, right? So you just have to wait a little bit, and you can look through your own games and you can look through your own gameplay. You know, you guys have done this too. You're like, oh, I've done exactly what Zach has said. I have stepped out here. Oh, I've stepped up here, you know? Like, people will just do it if you just wait long enough. And I know the hard part is getting your team to also wait for it, but the important thing that we're getting from this is at least you guys know to be waiting for it, to not do it. I think when we lost this Aegis, yeah, we still had like tons of time, right? But this is all that would happen. She would walk in, hit this a couple times, back out. Walk in, hit it a couple times, back out. Repeat. I felt like I can kill them even if I die again. Yeah, it is like a... I feel like the play you are making, it is unfortunate you like went in as Song came out. I think you lost like half your damage. It is kind of true, and I see your vision here where you are winning, right? You are doing it, and that's why I said for the given situation, I don't mind if you do it. Either way, you're like doing it for the win. I don't think you had to, like if we go back to the initial initiation, that would have been fine. Also, buying back to like, I have to end the game here is like, ah, man, we're losing. This is our one chance. I think from the lead you have, I know you're saying I felt if we didn't win here, it might go to like 80 plus minutes. That's kind of true. At the same time, we're the team in the lead, so I feel a lot less pressure to try to end it. And I might have saved my buyback regardless. Like, even if I hadn't been the one to initially make the mistake, they just picked me off, I might be willing to buy back. But I'd also say it's like, yeah, it's fine, you know, just wait it out.
It's Mark.
Okay. ALB in the sky. Today we are focused on going high ground or defending high ground, but essentially the late game situation stuff. So if you bring that game, like the laning stage stuff, to the Monday reviews, which are more open topic, or a future Wednesday where that is the topic, we can do that. If you have one today for the late game, then we can do that one. But today we're trying to stay on the high ground stuff. Not just you, like anyone, but just sharing it. Okay, this one is a pretty specific question. I like that. Let's try to take this out. I see some other good replays being submitted as well. All offlaners so far. All Crusader offlanes, actually. What are the odds of that? I guess it's not really an odds-based thing because I'm kind of the one picking them. But I don't really pay attention to the role and the rank. I'm not thinking about it actively when I grab it. It just so happened. Hey! It should be fine. I will just restart Dota. That often works. This replay is within the time frame, so it should download. Let's try again. I think you said around 40-something minutes. It was close, but it felt really hard to defend high ground. And it looks like we did lose a big chunk there. We can take a look at that fight once this downloads. Thoughts on double raindrops for mana? I wouldn't do it because you burn both raindrops at the same time. It doesn't do like one, then the other. At least last time I checked. I'm pretty sure it burns both raindrops at the same time. So it's like, feels bad. What I would recommend is one raindrop and probably just leave it at that and then just buy clarities as needed. But if you really wanted like that chunk of regen, I'd probably say like raindrops and then a casual Sage's Mask would be better. And then you just sell it. Like the Sage's Mask is a very similar amount of regen to the raindrops, and then it won't burn both at the same time because there's nothing to burn on the Sage's Mask. It is just there. And the Sage's Mask builds into quite a few different things, so you might be able to find something in the build for it. Or just sell it in the end if you decide, you don't need it. You don't burn through both? I guess that's a little better, but I'd probably still do what I said, which is that the Sage's Mask is only 0.1 less regen and might build into something you need. And even if not, you can just sell it. I think I would recommend that over 2 raindrops. Okay, Dawnbreaker, and then jump to like... let's start around here, maybe.
You know the drill. Them dire builders are tough as nails for now.
Super early rage. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that Jakira there. Never mind, maybe it's an acceptable rage. Okay, let's actually go back to where did this fight happen. Why are we even in this fight? So it's a pretty close game, and in fact, we actually have a 5k lead right now. Looks like they just took Aegis. Shall we go back to when Aegis happened, actually? There's only so far I want to go back, but how about from here? We just got Aegis, or they got Aegis. Okay, so in the same way I am telling you guys, stop taking Aegis and going straight high ground, it does happen a lot. And so you too can prepare for it when the enemy gets it. I think they just took Aegis and it was bottom. So pick the nearest lane, and I would guess bottom or mid. There's a very high chance they will just go straight to that objective. So avoid those areas, and in fact, get ready to push out other stuff. Of course, with the Twin Gate, it is a little scary, so if you're going top, be very careful. Consider scanning if you don't have like observers and stuff. But you don't want to be like heading bottom, because that's where they're likely to go with the Aegis, unless you feel really strong. But if you feel really strong, you probably shouldn't have lost the Aegis. So it is probably not that situation. You're probably in a close game or a losing game, and so we should be moving away from them. No problem, Juzzy. Happy to help out. They are all missing, and actually, I am noticing, one, Lifestealer right here farming where they just took Roche, but two, it's been a moment since they did Roche, and they didn't push mid, and Drow was here bottom for a little bit, but actually she left already. She's not clearing out this creep wave. So to me, that tells me they're trying to do something. I know there's a chance they're not, but we're thinking in worst case situations. If they didn't, like, from this proximity, They didn't go mid to push us out. And Drow was here, but didn't want to stay long enough to actually push us out further. I know this is pushing, but like, you're telling me a carry player looked at this creep wave and is like, no, not for me. I don't think so. If she is here and she is farming, she's definitely picking up this creep wave. So she felt she had to go somewhere else rather than stick around here. That's the feeling I have right now. And if it's not mid and it's not bottom, they went back this way urgently? I don't think so. So I am thinking a twin gate play or a teleport up top to then like go in here is likely to happen. And I see Slardar top. Of all the places that we just talked about, someone is showing top. So I would be really careful of all of you. I would be getting out of here. And then Drow even showed on this like watcher bug. So you guys should all know to be getting out of top. And with that information, the supports should shove mid really hard. Probably one rather than risk both. Like one pushes mid really hard and Lifestealer should be pushing bottom. Now that you know Drow is top. And Drow is the Aegis carrier, so wherever she goes, the rest of the team should also be going. There is a chance she's on her own. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's how it goes. But if I was a gambling man and I see Drow top, I'm going to assume the rest of the team is also heading top. Uh-oh, here they are top. And Shadow Fiend actually did try to help us. I actually don't want him to help us, though. I wish we had just died. Now he's also going to die. Wyvern's Curse kind of saving it. Oh. Well, you probably would have died to the storm anyways. Lifestealer's TPing in. He should actually just keep pushing bottom rather than join this. What? Date. Strange build. All right, we should not be fighting this tier 2. Just wait. After you guys lost Shadow Fiend and Dawnbreaker, so everyone would ditch. Lifestealer would stay bottom. Supports, you would be backing out this way. Take a berth around so that if you try to go straight over, they might have intercepted you this way. So you have to like back out this way, go around, and we're gonna plan to TP back to defend this as if we have buybacks. Maybe we do, maybe we don't, but we gotta be ready. And we walk away. Now that Lifestealer TP'd in, he also has to like stay nearby because he can't, like if he runs back here, he can't TP back. So he has to stay in the area now. But the supports, rather than try to fight a tier 2, which we see is very easy to die, very easy to kill, the real danger is over here. Just like we saw in that Sand King came before. Oh, I forgot to press the timestamp. Okay. I'll fix that time later. And then when you lose out here, it's much easier for them to then take high ground, which I would imagine is what they do. Guys, this kind of thing, be careful of. All right, this is support. All right. We're talking about winning the game. We are 30 to 40. 30-minute mark should start to flip this switch in your head, guys. You should be weighing every decision as the end of the game, because it can be, depending on the heroes and the situations, I know, but we're getting into that late game situation, end of the game kind of stuff. 4 heroes are dead. My team has a whole creep wave here. I'm talking about game-ending damage. Or a creep wave. Oh, creep wave, money, 200 gold, or end the game, 200 gold. I know, Lifestealer's here. And maybe Lifestealer will try to take our buildings. I have 4 heroes hitting the same building compared to Lifestealer. So who will finish the building first? It is me, my team. My team will finish the building first because I'm motherfucking hero with liquid fire. I should be here in the building, you know? So don't go back yet. Stay, push this, and see if Lifestealer even does it. Lifestealer might have backed already. You want to stay because now your team's going to go, and then if they suddenly bought back to defend, your team is going to die. They're going to look at you, and then they're going to ping you like, why are you back here? And it's like, yeah, why am I back there? Why am I back there? Now, I know I've been saying if you have a lot of Aegis time, you don't have to like bang your head on stuff. And so if the team, for whatever reason, let's say they were really low and they're worried about enemy buybacks, and maybe they didn't kill as many heroes. If they wanted to back out, then that would be okay. You know, someone can TP here, other people can like farm backwards, and that would be okay. But the team is relatively healthy. They did kill 4 heroes. So even though it's pretty early on the Aegis time, like this is the opportunity we're casually waiting with the Aegis for is these kind of like team fights at the tier 2s rather than like in the base. So we should come and punish this. And if I'm the Dire, then I'm looking at this this Jakiro who showed himself here and thinking about like, can we now defend? Like if we buy back, can we like get a really big fight? In this particular case, it doesn't seem like it. So it's like kind of okay. But it's not really necessary. Like, even if Lifestealer took half this tower, whatever, it's half a tower. You can then, right, like around here, you finish the job, and then you TP out together. And worst case, like, let's say he did take your tower. All right, I got the full barracks. He got my mid tier 3. I'm worried about them now coming mid again and taking the mid barracks. Oh, wait, I still have Aegis, and I'm still ready to push. Why don't we push the mid lane? And if we're pushing the mid lane, they can't get the barracks because I'm in the mid lane. I'm pushing it out. So it's okay if you actually give up that tower. Do I want to? No. Holy shit. Lifestealer, I take it all back. What a gamer. Lifestealer's doing it. I don't want to, and it would be better to like properly push out lanes before going, but it's a pub game. Sacrifices must be made. Wait, refocus. Back on the Dawnbreaker. Forgot. Who are we looking at this for? For you guys, the bigger mistake was not identifying they came top. Lost that. Still not the end of the world. 2k down, lost 1 barracks. Really isn't anything nowadays. We can definitely still bounce back from this. Game plan for now. We got to wait out the rest of the Aegis timer if things are even. If you do manage to find a kill, like let's say Lifestealer had killed Storm and gotten out alive, then we could look to do something. It's a really good window for us. But right now, nah, missing my carry. You know, they're missing their mid, so we can do a little bit, but like I would still be careful, especially seeing as we are split as 4 and we don't really have any deep wards down helping to let us know where they are. Okay, I take that back. Drow's pushing bottom, so it's kind of okay. And without the Drow, see, we're not really at a huge risk of dying. Maybe your team could have joined this, because Drow cannot be here, right? So your team could have joined and fought. They didn't really come over. Okay, that's fine. We'll wait for the next opportunity. Shadow Fiend seeing this, 2 heroes mid, 1 here, Storm dead, should be pushing out top. The same way Jakiro got baited to come back by Lifestealer, and I harped on how bad that is, right? Like, just give it up. That's what we want if we're the defensive team. I want to bait them to go back because they're like, I can't lose 200 gold, and they go home, right? I, as Shadow Fiend, want to shove this out to send this creep wave in, and when they're like about to end the game right here, I want the Drow to go, oh man, money, and TV home, the Storm, the Jakiro, the Tusk, whoever, right? It doesn't matter to me. Someone goes home, and then we can take a 5-on-4 on the high ground. But if you don't push out the lanes because you're too scared, I understand being scared, but that's the part about improving in Dota, is learning when to take those risks or when it's actually not as scary as you think. Like, why is this still moving into us? I know they're all bottom. Like, even now, I am being reaffirmed they are bottom. They are taking this. Now Storm is up. Now I'm getting a little scared to push out lanes, but this guy's still here jungling. This is getting into my base. They're all bottom. They're all bottom. They're all bottom and mid. Here I go. With like 3 raises. I guess not 3 raises, but I feel like he missed more than he landed there. And it's still not pushing. It's still coming to my base. Now one of these guys is going to be baited to come up here. And then that's when the enemy should push this and dive potentially. They're doing it now. From the enemy's perspective, if they actually waited like 30 more seconds, someone here someone would get baited on the dire, right? You'd see a big wave and a catapult coming up top, hitting this, and instead of all postured around here, someone like Shadowfiend's like, oh, walk over here, gotta get these farmed. And then that's when like Slardar would dive at this point, because now to go from here to here takes time. You can kill the target before Shadowfiend gets close. So Slardar, a bit too ambitious. And actually, it's very much like the last game where we saw the Sand King initiate, and I said, you don't actually have to do that. Same deal. Slardar doesn't have to do this. Drow has Aegis. She will just stand here and hit the tower, and she has what? Okay, she actually does not have a lot of time left, so I guess we don't have as much, like, freedom to do this. I would actually say that's all the more reason not to force a fight with 13 seconds left on Aegis. There's not enough time. If she had more time on Aegis, you just sit here and hit this, and they have to initiate on Drow. And look at their lineup. Who is doing that? How do you initiate on Drow with this lineup? It's actually super hard. You know what's a lot easier? Is when the enemy clumps up and then you Winter's Curse someone next to the Drow. That's how you get a kill. If Drow is the one here hitting the tower, you can't Winter's Curse the Drow. Like, that's not going to do much for you. Well, I mean, I guess you could to set up the rest, but like, you know, it doesn't feel very good. It's very difficult for them to initiate, so make them do it. Tell them to initiate with their shit-ass initiation lineup, and then you respond to it. That's what should happen here for the Radiant, but they're overcommitting. Maybe this will give something to our team. I don't know why Wyvern's so close. Actually, I shouldn't just say that. Let's come back to this. Okay, so I am the Dire, and I know, they just took my tier 2. I believe they're going to push for my tier 3. Ringmaster is more of a save than anything this game. You're going to save people with Escape Act. They don't have a Nullifier or other kind of Dispel. So Escape Act is a very good save. He stays back. Winter's Curse is our big counter initiation play. When they clump up a little bit too much, boom, kill them with Winter's Curse. Well, what if I'm in the front? I'm going to die. So Wyvern also in the back. Who can be in the front? Lifestealer, fairly tanky. Has the BKB, Radiance Evasion. His data is a little funny, but like, you know, whatever. Dawnbreaker wants to respond to people mostly with Solar Guardian. For example, you could be the one pushing out top as they're all bottom and still show up to the fight. You also are relatively tanky, so if you had to be the one in the front, I'd say it's... I don't love it, but for a bad draft, maybe someone's got to do it. Maybe it's got to be me. Shadowfiend wants to be in the back. Response with the Requiem. Too squishy on his own, right? He does not want a front line. So it's got to be you or Lifestealer. But when I say front line, I don't mean like Lifestealer fights here and they get to fight here. Why do that? When the creep wave gets here, aggro it back, clear things out so that when Slardar initiates, it's not right here, it's back here. That's what we want. And then when I say they're behind, this is not behind. This is like next to Lifestealer. Wyvern's like over here. Ringmaster's like over here. And then Lifestealer's like here. And then Shadowfiend can be like nearby for the blink. Dawnbreaker can be out pushing a different lane. This is all fake safety right here. By the time a team is strong enough to go high ground, again, 30 minutes plus is like the mental time to switch. This is not safe. It's safer than here, I admit, but it's still not that safe. As we see the Slardar jump, right? He's willing to do it, whether he should or not. This safe standing is like behind the tier 3, near the tier 4 sometimes. None of this is safe. Yeah, this position, you want to be much further back. Because, like, look what's happening when he initiates. Storm can jump in pretty quickly, and Drow can reach from outside the base. If they go on us, I want them to all have to be under the tier 3, and then I want to fortify. So the tier 3 is doing 170 damage to all 5 heroes. For 5 shots, the tower will do 1,000 damage to everybody, right? Just rough maths, right? And for that to happen, he needs to be jumping back here, so all the supports have to run into the base. Hopefully we can compare and contrast this later with a game where there is a good/bad dive. But this is, although I don't think they should dive, this is a relatively acceptable location to dive rather than like further back. See now, like Wyvern's Curse has a hard time catching people because Drow is still out here. I want them to all funnel into this area. That's the easy Winter's Curse right there. Now Drow's hitting from here, one guy's here, one guy's like going through here. It's very awkward. And then we're like outside the base trying to fight, right? Rather than inside the base. Finish the Drow, she has no ages. Oh. Not the worst. In the end, you guys didn't lose anything. How many buybacks was that? Just Wyverns. Wyverns for Tusks. With a little better execution, you guys go more even, and then you probably don't even lose any buildings here. In this case, it looks like you'll lose bottom. And I guess because no one else has buyback. What are we saving for? BKB? It's kind of understandable. You should swap swap it with the bracer. Can you tell me how to hack gold in Dota 2? Only in custom mode lobbies. There's no way to do it in a real game outside of efficient farming. For that though, if it is custom lobbies, you just type gold and then the amount you want. You can just do like 99999 and it'll give you a bunch of money. I want to break down this fight. This isn't going high ground fight though. This is a separate late game situation issue. I'm not gonna go into that one. Oh, we got Aegis. Brother, perhaps a nullifier instead of Daedalus could have solved this. Itemization wins games, guys. It is important to buy the right items. I think Lifestealer would have like 5 more kills with a nullifier. You guys can still win this. We're down 2 barracks, but it doesn't matter that much. You have an SF. All that matters is finding a good fight anywhere on the map, and then you can make it to their base. Half the tower from earlier. Yeah, so at this point, you just need a good fight. This goes back to pushing out waves, getting good vision on the map, have the smokes ready. I'm just gonna speed through. For you, as the Dawnbreaker, your job is to push out lanes as safely as possible. If you see stuff happening, you immediately go to the wave. If it's too scary, then you do fall back to the jungle. Though, for example, if you're falling back in the jungle, you should be over here. This is the safer jungle. The outer jungles are safer than the inner jungles. And then if he's clearing, you don't also show. Think about what information, like, let me ask you, did you really need to help Shadow Fiend? Like, do you think a level 27 Shadow Fiend can't clear this creep wave on his own? No, right? You're just kind of there, so you're like, okay, I'll go clear it too. It's like a very, like, you're literally not thinking about it, right? But you should. You want to actively think about it, like, do I need to show in this wave? Do I really need to help Shadow Fiend push this a little faster? Probably not. I'm saving like half a second on, you know, Shadow Fiend clearing it. Sometimes that does matter, but it's usually after you kill the enemy and you're trying to like push super quickly. In these kind of situations where you're looking for that initial fight, as much as possible, only show the minimum amount of heroes in a given situation. I will say during the game, I was ragging on the lifestealer in my head, but looking back, he was the one kind of holding it together. I love that, actually. One, I'm glad you're keeping it in your head. Like, even if you're annoyed at someone, you know, don't flame them. Just like in your head, you can be like, man, this guy's bad. But it's why we got to stay humble in Dota, because sometimes from our own perspective, things look bad, but maybe we don't know better, or maybe we look back on it later and we're like, oh, wait, they were right. Okay, I saw enough heroes bottom. I saw 3 heroes. Yeah. Wait, did I go back far enough? No, not enough. One more time. One more time. Okay, they did Tormentor, so I'm a little scared. They could come through the Twin Gate. I don't know what side lane they're going, right? So maybe I stay in the jungle right now. Storm is bottom. Tusk captures the Watcher. Bottom as well, though, suggesting they're not going further. Storm still bottom. Just W the top wave and get out. Stand in the trees when you do this. Don't stand in the middle. W, back out, and then hide like in a tree line. And then be careful of showing here, because actually not enough heroes are showing again. Still not enough heroes are showing. Can't walk in like this. This is really dangerous. You can throw the hammer from afar, and then you got to stay out of sight. Also, we got to see what's happening to Storm. A little bit of map awareness there. I understand it's hard, though. Just highlighting the opportunity. Okay, I think they're just having an easier time initiating. Their lineup is better than you guys. They have a more robust draft, and it's paying off in this mid to late game. You're having a hard time taking fights, but that's not strictly... It's not like strictly on you, because, you know, it's like, that's not my job to initiate as Dawnbreaker. I might have to adjust into it, but it's not my job. Does this still work on, Maybe I'll have to, like, reset the hotkeys here. Okay, guys, you can submit new match IDs. I think we're about wrapping up on this one. I didn't think my hotkey would only work on this one. I have to be, like, in this scene for this hotkey to work. I'll have to, like, look at that again later. Ooh, let me ask you guys. Let me ask you. While people are submitting stuff. Let me hide this. We were joking about it, but does this enhance your stream experience, you think? Oh, maybe he's a little too large. Maybe I gotta shrink him a bit. I don't have the Minecraft hopping around kind of footage, or like the what's the Zoomer game, the like hop between train stuff. Does this Waddle Dee provide extra value when we're on the mini-map screen? This is a goated streaming experience. All right, all right. Does it increase if we add more? Is this a superior experience to what you were just experiencing? Provides aura. This is a better experience. We could probably even fit a fourth one, actually. Maybe they should be... Should these two... Should these be faced this way? What do we think? What's better? All right, let you guys type up your thoughts on Waddle Dees while I let me see what you guys submitted. Counting heroes while defending high ground and knowing when I can show is definitely something I can work on. Yeah, those are good. Those are good working points. I think 3 towards the mini map was best. We can take out that last one. I can also add. We can also find something different. I had. Well, they're used in like the notification, so I didn't want to overlap the same things too often. I don't think I used this Waddle Dee. I just had them saved from previously when I was picking stuff. Just joined. Is this frozen? Oh, we're just paused. Picking the next one. Maybe that's what the Waddle Dees are good for. They let you know that we're not frozen on a given screen. They're jamming out. The stream is still going. Okay, let's try this one. I think this one's funny because, well, hold on. Let me not go into it and then have to repeat it again once the timestamp actually goes. Just make sure we can download. I don't think you guys can hear it. And I mostly zone it out, especially when we're doing reviews and like sound comes through my headphones. Lately, one of my computer fans has started to tick. And it's not always. It's like random for the day when I turn it on. You know, like sometimes it's fairly quiet. Sometimes there's like a really click heavy day. It's been getting worse. I even took it out and tried to clean it and everything. It's been getting worse. I ordered a new fan. It's supposed to arrive today, but it's going crazy in the background. Fortunately, I think it's not loud enough for you guys to hear. It's just loud enough for me to hear. Did I try Mugenics? I saw it came out. I didn't know much about it. I actually never tried Binding of Isaac. Even though it seems like the kind of game I would like, I just never. There's so many games, right? I've just never gotten around to it. And I saw this one came out, and it definitely seemed interesting. And I almost did it because it's not that expensive. It seems like the kind of game I would enjoy. I almost did it, and then I had to be an adult. I had to look at myself and be like, Zach, you have other games. You're in the middle of trying to beat and get through. You cannot add a new game. And I'm like, but I want to try it. No, Zach, focus. Finish what you're doing. Oh, sorry, guys. I hear someone knocking my door. Let me check who it is real quick. Good thing we didn't do the timestamp. Okay.
Dire pig.
Stop calling me out. Okay, so this one... Okay, the reason I picked this is because I think you answered your own question, and I'm just going to show you. I'm just going to show you this. I think it'll be relatively fast. So you mentioned... how do you go high ground versus this draft? We're the Winter Wyvern looking at the, the opponent team. It felt like we threw 3 times before we managed to get enough pickoffs outside their base. Thank God their Necro kept feeding. So that's it. You answered it yourself, and I'm just going to show you right there. Some drafts are very hard to go high ground versus. And I'm looking at this one now that we've loaded in, and it's like Gyrocopter with flat cannon is very tough. Rubik has really good wave clear, especially if he steals any AoE spell. Necro is a really tanky hero to stick in the front. The duels are very scary. Techies, enough said. Techies is very hard to push into, right? And then on our lineup, our building damage is not the greatest, especially when you look at the carry we have. We have a Spectre. Spectre's really good at certain stuff. She's a great late game hero, but taking towers in a high ground siege is not her strength. Her strength is what you mentioned. Eventually, we found pickoffs outside the base, and then we could go. And that's actually what you would want to do. So let's go find some of these high ground throws so I can show you why they're hard, and then I think we'll see the natural pickoffs over time that let you end the game. So it looks like 36 minute. Let's start there and just start zooming through. So we have the Aegis. We have most of the towers, but you see it actually is still a close game, which goes back to the idea that, yes, we have Aegis. Yes, the next objective is maybe high ground, but that doesn't mean it's easy. And so your job in this as Winter Wyvern, you're near the team. We still have the save. We have the counter initiation with Winter's Curse. Your biggest role in this game is probably the Cold Embrace save on the duel, and then setting up good deep wards so that your team knows where to go to try to get a quick kill. You've got Marana Invis, Invoker Invis, you got Blink Stun Crush through BKBs, you got Spectre Haunt, right? So that's like your dual purpose this game. I need wards that survive, and I need to not be the one getting caught so that I can save my team with these abilities. That's my job. We have decent vision in this area, but they're all pretty common. Like, this is a very common warding spot. This area is pretty common. This area is pretty common. I want shit like in this tree line, just like rando spots, something like right here that sees this wisdom shrine. I see someone walking out. Instead of putting it on this cliff, maybe I stick it out here. Maybe I feel this is too close to their base. Okay, so maybe after I take this tower, I stick it here. I'm putting these weird spots. I'm just looking for a quick catch on someone so I know where to go, and that's what I want to do. And your team's moving bot. It looks like we're going to go try to siege the base head first. The tier 2 is okay, because if a fight breaks out at a tier 2, it is just easier than the tier 3s. So I don't mind if your team bangs your head on a tier 2, because we're farmed enough to do this quickly. But the high ground is where I'd say it's pretty tough. And with 3 minutes, we don't have to do that. Slardar, guys, positioning-wise, Slardar should not be here. Whoever's pushing, let's say it is Spectre. Spectre is doing it alone, and everyone is standing behind, waiting to go in. So kind of a mistake from the Slardar. Your positioning is great so far on this Winter Wyvern. This is really good. I would maybe critique. In the tree line would be even better, but you're at least behind a tree line and really close to the trees, so that's really good. Notice I'm in this area because I feel good about my team being here. Drop that observer ward right here. Back here, there's a spot that looks like it's on low ground, but it's actually high ground, and might be far enough to get away from people like putting sentries here. You could do that. You could also put it like anywhere in this area. There's a ton of spots along here that let you see this area, right? I want to see a deep ward before we get out of here. If it's not here, in the lane. And if it's not in the lane, it better be like, I don't know, somewhere like back here maybe. Let's see where you end up placing a ward. We have 2. I see a cliff ward from Marana. This is okay if we're banging our head on this. But as I said, I don't want to bang my head on it. I want the pick off, and then I want to go. You can maybe pick them off as they come to D-ward your high ground ward, but we have to be here. Like, we have some global heroes, but the rest have to sit here for that opportunity, which is annoying. Maybe. Where are you? We're back here. Can you Winter's Curse right away if they show up? Might be a little far back. In this tree line, could be pretty good. Close enough to, like, both sides of your team. Here's our creep wave going in. There it is. That's the creep wave. It's gone. That I see what you're saying, right? It's a very hard high ground push. And the answer is, don't do it. Don't go. Look at the map right now. Wait. Look at the map right now. Do you see how much access to farm your team has? Spectre does not need to be doing this. Spectre can farm 1,000 gold a minute down here. 1,000 gold a minute. Invoker, did he have Boots of Travel this game? He does. He can also get 1,000 gold a minute in this area. And the other 3 of you are doing something safer. You're like pushing out a lane together, moving towards the Spectre, farming a little here. Okay, play in this area together, whatever, right? And with the various deep wards we're hoping to set up, we know when to get in or get out and all that stuff. The reason you guys aren't building a significant gold lead, it might be too small to see on the screen right now because it's shrunk down. It's a 1k difference this game. It is very close despite the kills. And I have to assume the enemy is farming more efficiently than you. And this one snapshot would have me believe that because this, let me do free cam. This is the map, right? And now with our map hacks, we know Legion's being sneaky in the back. Maybe she would have been our pickoff. If I had put a deep ward in this area, maybe I would have seen the Legion and we could have killed her. Otherwise, everyone else is just sitting in their base. They're really good at defending their high ground. That means there's 4,000 gold on the map every minute for me to take. 4,000's a little high, but between, maybe it's not actually with the scaling of the gold. Between all the camps, all the creep waves, tormentors, Roshans, I know they're not always up all at the same time, power runes, there's a whole bunch on the map my team can farm while we wait for that pickoff. And it doesn't have to be 3 minutes hitting our head here. It can be 2 minutes of farming the like 4,000 gold a minute, and they'll probably farm like 1,000 to 2,000. So we're going from a 1k gold lead to a 5k gold lead at least in those 2 minutes. And then the last minute, we whack this tower a little. Or we find a pickoff in that time, and then we're good. But instead, we force a very difficult high ground, and we actually lose a hero. Funny enough, after we lose a hero, our team's going to back out and now do the correct thing. Right? Now we have a hero pushing out further back. We are trying to like fight around this, but guess what? We lost Slardar. It's no longer time to do this. This is where you now lose this observer. Because we put it in such a common spot, not you, Marana, but like, because it's in such a common spot, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it's gone. I want the deep wards where whether the play works or not, we can leave and come back. Now you guys feel pressured to defend this, but you're not in a position to defend it because we've lost Slardar. So your team should be in full retreat mode. Looks like you do. Like, what is she doing? Get out of here. Leave. This whole map. Whole place to go and farm. Is there a deep New Yorker accent for the TTS? Maybe. I'd have to dig through it. We'd have to pull it up and look. I don't recall off the top of my head. I looked away, so I didn't quite see what happened. We should go back. This is all mini-map time, guys, so we're gonna be on this screen. Boom, boom, boom. 3. A little too close together. That's okay. What I'm really looking at is top. When does someone go top? Can we all twin gate rush that? This guy's going. That's my pickoff guy. Let's go. Smoke over there if we had Slardar. Slardar's now respawning. This is my guy. Necro's on his own up top. Look, Gyro's here. They can't get together. There's no TP up here. Boom. Go top. Go find him. Oh, okay. Now Legion's here. Oh, getting a little scared. Legion, Necro. Oh, but Techie's here. Can Techies join? No. Go top. Go top. Oh, Zach, can we get Techies? Yeah, you could try. Can they respond? Oh, yeah. Their base is right here, guys. So the Necro, the Legion, they'll just TP right here, and it'll be a 5-on-5 in front of their base. So when picking your pickoff target, if you can do this fast enough, you can get the Techies. But otherwise, this is what the deep wards are for, is to see them leaving the base where it's easier to fight on our side. It's harder for them, easier for us. The reason they need to do it is to get gold, though. And so if they're staying in their base, they're not getting gold. As long as we are actually getting gold and not also 5 in front of their base, then it's fine for them. You have a smoke in your backpack. Is this a misclick? You just like full healed yourself from full health. See, is this that crazy, guys? Like Spectre's going in. Like I may have Aegis. 20 seconds is kind of dicey. But like, look how quickly the Spectre illusions are dying if they're set up. This is, for all our time sitting here, this tower is full health. We have not touched this tower. I know this is a hard high ground. Zeus, Coddles, these types of heroes, very hard to go high ground, but they have to leave their base. Or you build a much greater gold lead than 1K. You guys are taking a very hard fight, and the solution is to not do it. I believe that's your most farmed carry, your most farmed hero. Delete it. Even out here is a little better, but still pretty difficult. Leaps and bounds. He stepped out, he died. In here, he never dies. Part of that, though, is Legion's like over here. So funny enough, you guys are now smoked looking for more, but whether it should have worked or not, Necro died. This is the 5v4. Now, you don't need another kill. Now you just go to the tower. Unless you think you do, because it's like a tough game, you think he's gonna buy back. Like, it's kind of fair. But it's really funny. You, like, the whole time we've been watching, Spectre has been with the team. The whole point of Spectre is that she is not with the team. So that's why the game feels hard, because you're like not taking advantage of her ability. And that's why there's like no gold lead for a late game Spectre team, because she is always with the team. Moments before potential disaster. So I'm kind of open to this, because like, okay, we get the Winter's Curse, we do it. But taking stock of the situation, 5-4, can't you just let Spectre hit this tower a little bit? Like, what will happen? Oh, well, what if they duel Spectre, right? I'm really worried about that. You will just save her with Cold Embrace. And if like, oh, well, what if there's magic damage for the other heroes? Then I will Winter's Curse the other heroes who all rush in to try to help the duel. Okay, well, what if they don't do that? Then Spectre will take the tower. So they have to do it. When you come in to get them, it could work. Don't get me wrong, it could work. Could also backfire pretty heavily, right? Because now you're dead. Now your save is being used. And once this is done, now she could duel and kill someone. Whereas before, with you alive, it'll almost never work, because how can it work? Physical immune and everyone else gets caught in Winter's Curse. But now I am dead. And then Techies. Okay, Techies does die. We trade for Techies. We both buy back. Who joins the fight first? Techies or me? It's Techies, because this is his base. So it's like, it kind of works, but it's also kind of dangerous, especially if my team overcommits to the fight. Can't save her.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Spoiler, it doesn't work. Okay, I think we've seen enough cases of this not working out. You said you eventually found the pick off and win, so let's zoom through to find that. Or let me just play it super fast. Maybe we'll see the other instances of us throwing. But that's pretty much all you do. And notice on the minimap right now, getting a lot of value out of this screen, guys. Notice on the minimap, I don't see those deep wards. Notice, actually, this one, Mirana plays this. And this one, also Mirana. I am not allowing Mirana to buy any more observers, by the way, if I see this shit. Why are you finding a pick off over here? Or here? You can have one defensive observer, but like, this is their base. There's no tier 1s, there's no tier 2s. If they're coming out this far, they're smoked. This won't do anything at that point, you know? You need to see them leave the base so you know Gyro slipped out this way. Let's all regroup and smoke there, you know? Oh, they're moving out through here. Let's go get them. I need to see that. This doesn't help me play where I want to play at all. One can be fine for like Roche coming back up. So like Roche is going to respawn, or it has respawned, but it's actually about to move top. So this one's useless. This one is okay. But we also have better map control. So like, why isn't it on this side rather than here? Now it's actually a pretty close gold game. So in that sense, I understand a defensive like on our half. But again, in terms of like finding these pickoffs to close out the game, I need wards on their half. You can't, Mirana can't be doing it. She's not doing it. However, you're also not doing it. So I don't know who to give the observer wards to. Let's cheat. On this screen, let's just do this. This part actually looks good. Invoker coming top. Spectre doing Roche. I don't know why Mirana's jumping in front of the base. That's the kind of risk I talk about where it's like, it's kind of wild. You guys have trapped them in their base and they have better wards than you guys. How does that make sense? The team that is stuck in the base the entire time, how do they have a better spread of vision than you guys? That means we failed in the warding. Got Roche. Looks like we're immediately headed into their base. Look at Legion. Easy pick off. She's moving out on the map. If you know she's doing that.
You know the drill.
All right, we're going to go beeline it so they all shrink in. So do we need to do this? No. Look at all this space. Look at all that space we can just wait in. Instead, we do another bang our head on the high ground. I'm not even going to look at it. We're going to stay on this screen. There's nothing to see there. It's not important.
Dire's top tower's gone.
All this space. Oh, you guys finally got a kill. It was further out. We can look at that. I will allow us to look at that one. Illusions and the Forge Spirits and all that did this, right? You just take your time. You don't risk the main heroes. You send that kind of stuff in. But anyways, off of that, what happened? Necro went too far, thinking he's got the safety of his team. Jumps in and just dies, I guess. Team. All right, kind of on Necro, kind of on them. I don't know why they didn't go in sooner to save him. Gyro also backed out, though. This is our window. Now we go. You counter Legion. She has 7,000 more gold than you. 6,000, I guess. And you hard counter her. So if you're not doing anything, she's not doing anything. And that's okay. Probably could have walked in too far. She's found you. She is now doing things because no one can save you the way you can save them. In any kind of team fight, when you can identify that kind of stuff, and it's save heroes most often who are like this. Identify who you are saving from, and you have to know where that hero is and position accordingly. They actually did a hold without the Necro, but the only reason it worked is because your team all came in. It starts with the Invoker. Like, why is Invoker running in to get this gyro? It actually just did not matter. All you guys had to do was watch Spectre hit the building. But instead, you all, like, ran in, and that's what allows Gyrocopter to win this. It was pretty close. If you guys had finished the job, I mean, you probably do end the game. But this is also the risk. When you don't finish the job, you don't end the game. In fact, the game goes way longer. And all we had to do here, 5v4 plus Aegis, is just watch Spectre hit the building a little bit and back out. Next creep wave, hit the building a little bit, back out. She has 30,000 net worth. Even though she is not a very good building taking hero usually, she will take this building. All right, back to the other screen. I'm giving you the cheat here because we can see it, but this is your current vision. So you don't know Gyro's all the way over there on his own, easy pick off. Because this is our ward. Now we know, because he's dealing with the creep wave. So that's the other thing. If you don't have deep wards, creeps can be the way to do it. So you always shove in lanes. Where are they? Scattered. Once we we're all dead right now, so yes, we can't do anything. But let's speed forward so you guys are up. All right, we're back up. We're looking for pickoffs. 3 kind of close together. Although this is actually far enough you could finish a kill before he could get close, right? So sort of close together, but not that close together. He's on his own. He's on his own, but this is his own base, so he's not like really a great target. Now, how much of that do I see? None. No deep wards, nothing. Nothing alive. And where are we going to put it? Right here again. And this observer will help me see this guy on his own. This guy on his own. This guy away, out of the base. He is leaving the base. He is out of the base. And I see all of that with this. Oh, wait. No, I don't. I don't see any of that. I don't see any of that. I don't know where to go. That should help. Is that Necro alone? Oh shit, I do, because of that Watcher bug. The Watcher bug should be fixed already. But, Watcher bug. Legion, Necro, smoke on one. I don't even care where you go. They're both far away from teleport locations. So whichever is closer, you just immediately go. There's no way they can be together unless they have boots of travel. I wasn't actually paying that much attention. No boots of travels. So it doesn't matter where, we just go. Are they scattered? Oh, they're so scattered. Look at that. Look at that, guys. They're so scattered. And we've stumbled upon it. But actually, I'd like to go back in time and tell you guys, this is one of those coin flip moments. I really don't know what we're doing here. Right? If we start speeding through again, Necro, Legion, it got pinged, and I guess you guys headed up there. The amount of time it took, though, like, Necro, if he had beelined it to the Twin Gate, he could be coming over. It was pretty risky for you guys to just, like, send it right off. Maybe not that risky. I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking too hard here. Maybe it's okay. It's kind of hard when we're, like, zooming around to get the feel of timing. Maybe this one's okay. All right, we killed him. Go, go, go. Son of a... I hate this replay bug. I pressed back 10 seconds 3 times. I go back 5 minutes. Guys. Boy, high ground has been tough. Fortunately, we found Legion, and we've killed Rubik. It is 5-on-3. Way to go, guys. This high ground that has been extremely difficult, and we've thrown multiple times. This could be it. How about we all go home, guys? Guys, fuck this tier 2 tower. Who gives a shit? Let it die. Go take the buildings. Ah! Who cares? Let it go. Take this building. I don't care if Necro gets to this tier 3. He's gonna chip a tier 3. It's a Necrophos. Who cares? Take the buildings, guys. Get in there. Now, if any here to go back, at least it's Invoker, because he does have Boots of Travel. So it's like, it's kind of okay. But like, this really doesn't matter, guys. It's so painful to see when you're like right in front of the base and a core or a support TP's out. Just take these buildings and then go home. It's totally fine. What if they had buyback, right? That's the risk. You can say like, well, 2 are dead. It's still 4v3. We saw us lose a 5v4 fight earlier with Aegis. So like, we should be respecting the enemy somewhat. And then secondly, they could have buyback. So they could just come back into the fight now that they see Invoker down here. And if Necro does not interact with Invoker, currently he is. But like, let's say Necrophos was jungling and he sees the Invoker TP here. Necro could just come home. When you guys step up, you guys buy back, and Invoker can't be here. He can Cataclysm, but like, that's it. You're going to miss all his spells. I know you're not doing it. We're here for the Wyvern. It's not the Invoker, but like, it's still the same mistake. Like, we saw supports do it earlier. We see cores do it. It happens to everyone. Don't. Hey, Ricky, what's up? Is Immortal Draft solo queue only? No, that's the problem, actually. Immortal Draft, you can end up in there in party queue and then not play with your party members, which is frustrating, but you can still do it if you're honorable party members. But when you're dishonorable party members, you end up on opposite teams and then someone throws the game for you. That's where the whole win trading problem arises. I don't mind that they tried it. Like this whole Immortal Draft idea. I am all for trying this stuff. I wish it was like being adjusted as time went though, and that's part of the problem. Okay, I think we've seen the case of going high ground versus not, and the heroes will change, but we can summarize their lineup as being very good at defending high ground, and like Gyro and Techies are the two I would mainly pick out of that. And our team is much better at pickoffs, Spectre being like the #1 reason that we are a good pickoff team. You can shift things around. Some heroes, some lineups are better at just brute forcing high grounds. Some are better at pickoffs. Some are really weak at defending. So even though you're not a brute force team, you can do it because they're like terrible at it. For example, your lineup, if you took Wyvern out of the picture, this lineup is actually not very good at defending high ground outside of Invoker, and he only has so many cooldowns. So if it wasn't for Wyvern and this team was winning, even if they didn't have a pickoff, they probably could just bash their head on this because like, what, Spectre's going to throw Spectral Dagger to defend the wave? I don't think so, right? It's not very good.
Only the wary might find us.
Canceling Necro's TP could be fine. If you saw him, yes. But the downside is that if you're TPing, well, one, if you're going to do that, you have to TP out of sight. So like, where was that? Was that here? A little further back. So notice Invoker 1 TPs straight into vision, and 2 doesn't actually see Necro right now. So Necro could literally be going home at this exact moment and you just wouldn't know and you wouldn't make it. Necro now also has all the information to work with because he sees Invoker and he should know like, okay, I will just be careful and I'm actually looking for an opportunity top right now. If these guys had buybacks, let's say. He actually knows they don't have buyback, so actually the opportunity is down here. Gyro, run out, kill this Invoker, and then we TP home. We maybe get them to come back. They take our high ground, but they're going to take our high ground anyways, and we get an Invoker kill. It's actually better. The question, I guess, is like, is the hero I am stopping the TP of more important than me? So like a support going back, like a Bane going back and stopping a Gyrocopter from teleporting home is super value because it's like a 10,000, 14,000 support canceling out a 30,000 carry, right? That's worth it. Invoker is more farmed than Necrophos, and I would argue does more in these fights then Necro. So I'd rather have both of them in the fight than have neither of them in the fight if I'm the Radiant. You also just have to know that you're gonna like be able to get the guy. So for example, if you do have a deep ward down here and you know Necrophos is here, then this kind of teleport works a lot better because I can see the Necrophos. I am defending. I will not be killed because I can see him, and I can maybe kill him or cancel his TP like we just pitched because I see him. Totally in the dark here. Okay, let's hope he's here. You know, let's hope I can cancel his TP down here. Oh shit, he's top. You know, it's like you just don't have enough information to do this. What I do know is that this tower is here and this tower cannot move, so I can head in. Okay. If you guys want to submit games again, is current watcher behavior confirmed to be a bug? Oh, I'm not really sure if I've seen them admit it's a bug or not. I don't think it doesn't really make tactical sense, I would say, to show while capturing the watcher. Like, I don't know why you would intentionally put that in game design. Should we resubmit if it's up top already? Yeah, feel free to resubmit. It's one, it's easier to not have to like scroll back up, so it's easier for me. But two, some of the value of like resubmitting is that, not that it matters that much, like people can just check the VODs, but if people are here when it's happening, they can pitch questions for me to ignore while I don't read the chat. But sometimes I see and sometimes I can answer. Sometimes people, like if in the past, I would take an old replay and then the person's already left. Understandable, like I don't expect people to be here the entire time, but then they can't really chat. I don't know if they ever even like come back to see it. So I think I usually tend to pick from people who like when we call for it, the resubmissions, just in case, like we're guaranteed to get someone who is still here, which I think is a little nicer. I've been throwing high grounds lately like it's my job. Well, welcome. Hopefully just a little bit of time in this stream will help solve the problem. Let's see. Maybe I need... How hard is it to get like a... Is this more fun? I would need a way to optimize this though, so I don't have to like... Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've had a thought. Oh, it'd be easiest for me to share this, but well, actually, I could just check before. No, what if I didn't? We're going to do this spur of the moment on the fly. Maybe we will do this in the future. Maybe we will not. This is definitely not the optimal way to do this right now, but I'm just going to do it. Oops. Keeping you all in suspense. What could it be? Do you watch Immortal games? Yeah, that's fine with me. I'm down to watch anything. I am not... Sometimes people come in with ranks higher than me. I'm still fine to look as long as we all recognize, like, I'll pitch what I think. Easy way to do this. Okay, I recognize this is a janky way to do this. But... Oh, where's my thing? Here. Like, I'll share what I think, and even you guys, whether you're above or below my rank, you're free to like disagree with what I say. This is not a dictator rulership here. You guys are, you know, free to disagree, but I will share my thoughts, and you can take it or leave it. All right, guys. Truly random. Are we ready? Wait, I don't think I added turtle wins. Spin. I think I can, this is the very first site that popped up when I looked this up. Maybe I could just share it to you guys so you submit your own games here and we go, we do that. My worry is people will put inappropriate things here, but I guess before I show it on screen, I could just look through and delete anything bad. I'm sure there's ways to do that, but, downside is I only put match IDs in here, so I don't even know whose game just got selected, and I'm gonna have to like scroll back to the search to match what we're looking at. There are some flaws with our method here. Who the hell was this, guys? Who submitted this game? What match ID was this? Dinky Rudy, this is you? Okay, great. Thank you. Let me scroll back up. This was Archon carry. Okay. If Bat wasn't owning, I don't know how to get. Don't know how we would have pushed through this. Are you the Juggernaut then on his team? Because there's not a way, there used to be a way to do raffles for Twitch. Now that we've been multi-streaming, there isn't a clean way for me to do it. Maybe a third-party thing like that wheel is how we ultimately go about it. I think it's kind of funny. Maybe I should also do the marbles game. I think we pitched that before, and I never did it. We spinning? Oh, dude, I love Joel. Maybe we could do the marble stuff. Gotta have the mods do it. Could be. I don't have enough like consistent mods. There are people who are modded in the channel, but it's not really consistent enough that I expect anyone to like consistently help out with that kind of stuff. Marbles game would be hilarious. It would take so long. Wait, guys. Maybe that's our Zoomer ADHD thing. Like the marbles game is going on while we review. Can I set the time on marbles? Can I have a marbles game for 10 minutes and that's the timer and it's playing in the side to select the next game and we're going through and people can either watch the replay or watch their marbles. Then as soon as the marbles collected, whatever's been reviewed has been reviewed and we move on. Well, we can hold it there until we finish thinking and then we do it. Oh, that could be kind of funny. Maybe we're cooking here, guys. Peak content. Where does it go? It goes like above my camera right here. Marbles is playing right now. Let's think about that. What's the marbles game? It's like a Steam game that I set up and then you guys are able to join just by like typing in a code and then like all the marbles drop down through a race course and whichever one wins. I'll see if I have it downloaded. Maybe we can test it live. Okay, I will start the timestamp. We don't have that stuff set up yet, so maybe that'll be down the line. For this game, If Bat wasn't owning, I feel like I would not push it through. What could I do more to push and do pickoffs? 40 minutes. Is that the moment you're talking about? Let's see. Woo, wee, 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 wee. Up and down a little bit here. All right, so let's first jump to 30 minutes, see us throw. I don't know if there's a high ground throw, but it kind of looks like it. See if that's the throw, and then potentially that pickoff you were talking about, thanks to Bat Rider, maybe brings us back. Okay. Earlier, just the last replay we were looking at, I mentioned, you know, some lineups are good at defending, some are good at pickoffs, some are brute force lineups. You are actually, you can do pickoffs off of the Bat Rider. You can also brute force this. Their high ground defense is not that great. There's some annoying long range spells, like these guys especially, but you have spin. Juggernaut is a really good walk up to the tower, hit it a couple times, back off type hero. Then you have the shield ready to protect you. You could have the bloodlust, you know, as you go in and do it faster, get out. Underlord is a great wall hero to just be there. Like, oh, they try to chase you, drop the pit, drop the firestorm. They want to wait for that to expire before they go in, and before it expires, you get out. You know, so you just in, whack, 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 get out. In, whack, 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 get out. And Juggernaut, this game, you're decently rich, right? So it's not like a one and done type thing, but you go in there and attack, whack, 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 back out. Just gotta do that a couple more times, and the tower will fall. It doesn't have to be in one go. That's like the biggest bait of high ground pushes, is people think once we start, we gotta get the whole set, you know, tower and barracks. If we don't finish it, it's Jover. It's actually not a high ground throw. It's actually just a, looks like overcommitment on this tier 2. Man, my team garbage. They all fed. What's up with that? Weird. Yeah, you went a little hard there for the Bat Rider. I thought we could see like a high ground throw, but it looks like it wasn't there. So let's jump ahead. You gave me the time frame of 40 minutes. I thought we were just gonna, I thought I could sneak in a little bit extra. All right, find some kills. Ogre dies, but it's still pretty good. 4 versus 3. We got Aegis for 3 minutes, 40 seconds. So here's a case where you just like go down. I think you took a quick look. Unfortunately, these are catapults. Someone's got to deal with that. It's gonna take forever to get your stuff out. Oh my God, Wraith King! Ah! They tried to get a pick off. This is the value of Underlord. If Bat Rider had gone here a little sooner, this could have been cleaner for you guys. Sort of okay. Damn, if we could have gotten that Weaver, it would have been... Oh, that was close. Damn, almost. If you had bashed him, amazing. All right, I don't feel great about this because it's 3-on-3. You can maybe take this tower, but I'm not looking to be overly aggressive, especially because Omni Slash was down. It's now back up, but that's close. Yeah, I think you were feeling a little too strong there. Otherwise, I was hoping that would lead to like could potentially just be the clean push into the end. Anyways, now we're getting to the original time you gave me. I should have just believed you. Should have just believed you. Your team should take this tier 2 to set things up. Weaver's dead. You can spawn, teleport here, go into the high ground. It looks like that might... Ah, damn, you started just a little too soon. All right, you'll get here. Uh-oh. Before Juggernaut got here, though, the team tried to go high ground and got caught. So in this case, the Underlord should just sit behind Bat Rider. Bat Rider with Sticky Napalm can just keep casting Napalm from back here and damage the tower. They don't all have to be hitting this. But more than that, they can also just wait for Juggernaut. Unfortunately, TP to this one, but you can imagine with a little bit, like he waits a little longer, TP to this, then they're all here. Maybe Hoodwink respawns, but it's still 5 versus 4. And then Juggernaut hits this building. Like, we're going to have time to take the tier 3 before Weaver is up, or force him to buy back. Said these guys get a little impatient, and it looks like we lose some heroes before Juggernaut rejoins the team. Bristle overcommits, though. Okay, okay. Bring this back around. They've left their base. These fights are easier. I know these moments are tough, but I would challenge you on this. You start spinning, but there's no crowd control coming towards you. Spin does 170 magic damage per second. This is amazing in the early game. It's now 40 minutes. You're very farmed. You do 170 base damage and then 100 bonus damage on top of that. And then you're on hit effects of like, when this thing activates, bashes. So your right click is probably 2 times more than Blade Fury. When you use Blade Fury, the main thing you're getting out of it is the immunity, the debuff immunity, and then movement. So like, I was attacking someone. They're now getting away from me because I have to stand still to attack. So I spin to catch up to them again. I do damage in that time. I catch back up, and then I start hitting them again. Spin does hit multiple targets, so that part's kind of true. But it's still not usually worth it. Like, it's usually better to just, like, actually auto attack. I know not to spin usually, but I got scared of something. Can't remember really what at this moment. Yeah, no worries. I didn't really mean to, like, flame you too hard on it, but it is a common mistake of Juggernauts that'll, like, get super rich, jump in, and then spin. And it's actually way better to just auto attack. And look how quickly you shredded this guy. Oh, you also have the crit. I forgot to mention that, right? So there's a lot going for us. Damn, that rider is in. This ended up being a really messy fight that did work out. I would say what you guys really wanted was to wait for either a clean Bat Rider pickoff, or everyone goes together and you do the jug thing. You walk up, you spin, you hit it, or you walk up, you hit it, they react, you spin, you hit a little bit more, you get out. Manta as necessary, blink as necessary, right? You make them come to you, and then you take that fight. Lasso one guy further out. Underlord pit, prevent the rest, right? They all run in, Lich ult bounces. That's the kind of fight we want. This ended up being a really chaotic fight that did kind of work out in your favor at the very end of it. We did just get a barracks, so we'll take it. But yeah, I'd say like neither team really got what they, like the clean fight they would want there. Even now, I would just reset. Wraith King buyback is pretty good for you guys, so everyone just chill, everyone reset, wait for the next Roche by that point. It's getting close, 90 seconds, 99 for the Bat Rider. So just full reset. And it looks like that's happening. Okay, let's see how this game closes out, because we're like right at the end. This kind of stuff running forward. Wraith King's here, but what if the others are near here? You can still die on your own, right? When these guys are far away. So be really careful of this. Just send your Manta illusions out. Or let the creeps go first. Let it show if there's heroes nearby. You're like getting all the information at the same time. You still don't know if any enemy heroes are in the area, but they certainly know you are in the area, and they know they have 4 versus 3. So even if they don't see Lich and Underlord, they know that if all of their heroes jump you, they have the numbers advantage. Now, maybe Wraith King was recently top, so we can say like, oh, well, let's not have him, right? It's Weaver, Rubik, Hoodwink. Those 3 heroes can still kill Juggernaut. And if it does end up those 3 versus these 3, could still be a pretty close fight. Maybe depends on like whether stuns land or not. But it just feels like a lot of risk when I should feel pretty good. right? I know we didn't get the full barracks, but we got one. So mid should always push in our favor. It's a pretty close game, so we don't have a huge gold lead, but I don't know. The fact that we have the barracks gives me the comfort that, like, I don't have to feel pressured to take crazy risks. And so I just want the full reset, everyone respawn, and then we're good to go. Now, this is pretty risky. Just send the Manta in and then, like, stay in the jungle, especially near your team. Ah! Turns out they were kind of close. Bit scary. Yeah, okay. Also, be very careful of blinking into danger in these late game situations, because I can't blink away if I blink into danger like this and I go, oh shit, I didn't think Weaver was here. Now, you're clearly not scared. You're still running in, and I think you should have a little bit more fear in you. I just want a clean reset. You should be doing the safest stuff possible.
All right, carry on.
Until everybody is up. And now that they're together, now we can start moving a bit more aggressively. Notice the map, very dark. You're the carry, so I don't really expect you to ward too often, but it's quite tough. Supports, like Ogre puts this one, it doesn't really, you know, not helping me with Roche, not helping me find the Bat Rider pickoff. We can say it's our one defensive observer, and the others are going to be aggressive. Sure. It's on the most common spot, so probably going to lose it pretty quickly. What's happening here? You guys end up with the quick kill onto... Who is it? These guys try to jump. Like, they also don't have the best information, and they just blindly jump an Underlord. Is kind of wild. Let's see what information they did have, actually. I'm curious. This is their info. I guess they see Underlord, or sorry, Ogre's on his own. Ogre and Underlord. Ogre's the easier kill support. Underlord has the ult, so actually it makes sense to, like, try to jump him. But they don't have enough information because there's still the other heroes. Like, if all 5 were here, you can blindly jump the Underlord knowing Ogre's not here. And knowing Underlord's not there and takes time to teleport, I think these 3 can jump Ogre. These guys, wait, Roche. This is not Roche. He may look similar, but this is in fact Underlord. So this time they slip up. They actually had the information to work with and then just didn't act on it. And then off this fight, you guys are just cleaning things up. Big fan from Peru. Keep it up. Oh, thank you. Thank you for dropping by. And sharing some kind words. I appreciate it. I was going to see if I had the marbles on stream thing installed. It's 9 gigabytes. Holy shit.
Have fun trying to bust down Radiant structures.
All right, I don't have it installed. We'll do it another time.
Radiant's mid-rags.
And then off that, you guys just win. Right, this was a very chaotic fight that worked out, but you see the end result, which is we win a fight, we then go take the buildings. And in this case, it was kind of like a preparation for Roche fight that then ends the game. But it doesn't change if I have Roche, I can also just look for this type of fight somewhere outside the base, get that fight, and then come high ground. That's hopefully the lesson you guys are taking away from this stuff. Oh, I can change the color theme of this wheel. Show the title to people who use your shared link. Anyone can spin the wheel. No, that doesn't make any sense. Anyone with the link can spin and copy the wheel. I don't want you guys to. I just want you to submit things in without me having to type it all. Is there a way to do that? We can manipulate odds on this wheel. It's rigged once again, guys. It's all rigged. It's always been rigged. Okay, we're gonna try this just to see what this looks like. Oh, actually, before I can just do it this way. Hold on. Create your own. Oh no, this isn't what I wanted. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I was hoping you guys could just submit your stuff straight into the wheel, and then I wouldn't have to type it all, like copy and type it, and then go backwards and find out who did it. Whatever, we'll do it that way for now. Okay, submit games, guys, and I'll set this wheel up again for laughs. Dota's only about 6 to 7 sets of marbles. Is it possible to gain MMR during placement if you lose but play well? Not really. Now, there's no proof of this because, like, Valve doesn't share. They can't, even if they did this, they can't share it. Because if you knew, oh, if you place more observers, you get more MMR, everyone's just going to buy observers and place it. You know, they're going to manipulate it. Which is why I don't believe Valve has anything of the sort as far as we know. I don't know how it determines your initial placement exactly, like if it uses any metrics, but I'm pretty sure once your metrics, like once you have an initial rank, whether that's through unranked or something, there's a hidden MMR. When you do the placement matches are just like multipliers. So like every game, instead of being 25 MMR, is like 100, for example. Again, no one's really like 100% sure how much it works and if they use any metrics, but it doesn't seem like they do as far as anyone knows. Rig in my favor, please. Shh. Can't. Maybe I'll consider it. Maybe if I put a name by, this might be easier. Is that easier? Then I have to type more. Nah, I'm not going to. You guys can just own up when whoever wins, I download it, and then you guys can just say that's my game once you see it in. We're only taking from people who are submitting here, so you should all be here for it. And that should be fine. Is Position 5 Witch Doctor Blade Mail a thing or not? Nah, I wouldn't really recommend that. There was a time there was like a Healer of Death type build. It was one of his facets, and I think that one you could do Blade Mail, but currently it's not really a thing. The issue with this site is there's ads that occasionally pop up. I'll just close them as they pop up. All right, let's pick from these. Go, spin the wheel. Congratulations, whoever this is, because I still don't know, just based off the ID numbers. Okay, whose is this? Divine Immortal Game. Who put this one in? Oh, actually, I could have known that because you're in here as the. It's on anonymous mode, but for people who are in the guild, you guys are not allowed to be anonymous, I guess. This is a feature I wish they would change. My name, people on the friends, people in the guild. If I use anonymous mode, it still goes through, which I wish it wouldn't. No rigging, guys. I know there's a joke about it. This was not rigged. You guys saw it. The wheels were all equally sized. It was an honorable wheel spin. All right. Coming back to rank after a few months break. Messed up the lane. Oh, wait. We're not doing the laning stage. We're doing the late game. Do you have a late game question related to this one? I didn't actually read your question when I stuck it in. We're skipping over the laning stages and stuff. This is high ground only. I can save this match till next. Wait, where's my calendar? Every game has high ground, so I mean, we could just jump ahead. But if you don't have questions on it, then it doesn't make sense. Yes, there will be a stream on Monday. And that one will be open again. That'll be open to anything. New. We got to go back to the wheel. I just want laning. All right, let me should we hold on, what was your question? What was your question? I'm seeing how quickly it would take us to answer the laning question. Okay, put the ward here, you walk through, you block, you block. Do you also preemptively? I wouldn't do this one yet. Hold that one. You do the block. They kind of fix it, but it's still kind of pushing. Okay, you're kind of goofing here. You just get in the lane once you've already blocked, you know? Once you've done this, I'll keep this short because we are doing high ground only. This is all high ground, guys. This is the lead up to high ground. The 40-minute prep for high ground begins here. This is all done. Get in the lane. You're good to go here. This is blocked. This is the guy who will unblock. Click him. He has no sentry. He can't unblock. So now we're just in the lane. And then if he does pick up a sentry or anything, you'll come back over here. You're legit 1v2 right now because we're goofing here. Get over here. Get over here. Whack this PL or at least tank 3 of these auto attacks for the brew. This is like this creep, you know, hit it. Now we are playing the game because Lich walked over here. If Lich just stayed in the lane, we would just not have done anything this entire time. Right? Come over here, whack this stuff. Help him pull it back. Now, by the time it's getting here, they're close to hitting their level 2 timing because we were out of the lane too long. I was trying to give Panda solo XP. Don't bother. It's not really worth it. Right now there's very few matchups where like the core hitting level 2 way ahead of time of the support is worth it for what it costs, because to give solo XP you have to be out of range, right? Like this far. So unless you are actively creep dragging and blocking camps, there's like nothing you can do this early, this far away from the creeps, and they'll just deny, right? If you're not in the lane and 2 of them focus on denying, he will get the same XP as if you were in the lane and they were not getting denies, which is the proper response. Like, if you're not here, they should heavily do denies and harass him. So it's not really worth it. It's better to be in the lane, doing some harass, doing whatever. And he hits a level 2 a little later, but, like, it's fine, is what I'd recommend. Okay, back to the wheel, guys. Back to the wheel of high ground. The very quick answer for the Spirit Breaker. I know that's not like a full dive into the laning, but since it's like divine to immortal, even that like 30-second to a minute window is enough to skew the lane one way or the other, and you want to be there faster. Wheel number 2. Who is this? Who has their ID memorized? I'll download marbles for next time, and we'll give it a go. Which could work out, because replay streams are the hardest on me in terms of talking, because it's literally nonstop talking. When we play games, I get sucked in and I stop talking for good chunks of time. But the replays are nonstop talking, which is pretty tiring. I would probably talk during marbles as well, so maybe it's fake. But at least there is theoretical downtime where we are watching marbles spin on screen, and I can chill. That's me on the PL. Nice. Okay, so yeah, scroll back up to you. There's a late game question, right? Yes. Okay. Next time I'll properly read what you guys are putting in as questions before I just copy them into the wheel. Okay, so this one, PL, carry, playing with some teammates. There's a relatively quick game where we win in 30 minutes, but I don't understand why we didn't finish in less than 30 minutes. I had the Aegis, but my team was baiting me 2 times. We had to trade 2 cores for the 4 enemies afterwards. Was it really my fault? Okay, let me take a look. It's honestly pretty hard to end the game. 30 minutes is pretty good. Games can end sooner. Like, I'd say 20 minutes is about the soonest you'll see end games end usually. But it's pretty tough. Huskar is a hero who can actually do it, so I guess we can take a look. But it would be more on what Huskar does over what you would do as the PL. If you said you fed 2 times after Roche, that could slow it down. We can take a look at that. Let's jump to like, well, actually, let me look at the graph to find a good spot. Because this area is not like usually late game, but kind of is when you're like got the Huskar and it's getting this close this quickly. Okay. Let's jump to the 20-minute mark, because we have a pretty meaningful gold lead at that point. Ooh, Huskar died though. Sag. So honestly, even though your team has Huskar, well, it depends on the pick order. You two have different timings, right? The Phantom Lancer and the Huskar. So if the Huskar gets picked after you to like cheese the mid lane, then you are late game insurance / he's making space for you to hit the timing and end the game on that timing. So for example, triple items. You get your eggs, you get your manta, and maybe that's it. Maybe you get one more after that. You join there. Or they win, honestly, without you. Like, it can happen where the carry literally does nothing. You push in lanes for your team, stuff like that. Late game insurance, but they win the game before you're really needed. And that's fine. So you would just mostly focus on farming and pushing in lanes for where your team is not. Because we could say, oh, they're grouping, should PL join? But, like, this is not where PL really joins stuff, you know? Alternatively, if Huskar got picked earlier and you knew it was a good Huskar game, you would go for someone who joins sooner, something like a Dragon Knight, for example, whose timing lines up better with Huskar. Either approach is viable, so we'll just go with the current PL pick, but just pitching that. Don't go up this far. As long as the lane is moving to the enemy, you're good to go. You don't actually need to be in front of their base 20 minutes. I know a couple of them are dead, but actually they're all missing. So, like, what if you got killed here? Why, though? Like, look at the space behind you. There's so much money back here. And as either way we're thinking about it, the late game insurance, I'm going to hit my timings and then join to end the game, right? You are just speeding to that late game more than anything. And so you should just maximize your farm safely here rather than like risk your life in front of their base at 20 minutes. It's not really worth your time. Especially when Huskar's over here. And the other heroes are showing under the tower right now. And if they have any wards, like especially one over here, they'll see Huskar, they'll see just the Primal Beast, because at least these supports are staying out of sight, so that's good. And then you're here. Like, I know for sure we can jump one of these points as people respawn. I'm glad you get out, though, before they respawn. But you don't really need to be there. This kind of walk back and forth is inefficient for your farming. I've been working on a money video. It's taken me a while to accumulate all the data and times and stick it on in a way that is not absolutely atrocious, like you're reading a textbook. So this will come up later. But currently what you're doing is a whole lot of walking, and walking is actually one of the least efficient parts of farming. So that's why, like, when you stay in this area, it's way more efficient, right? Like, doot, 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 doot. All that's good. Over here, it's like zoop, 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 which is okay, but not the best. I don't mind you joining for Tormentor, though. That's fine. So are we not that compatible in the sense that I'm in the weak early game? Yeah. It's an awkward thing, because honestly, if a Huskar... Old Huskar, which is the easiest to play with, is that Huskar is actually the carry. You are trying to win while Huskar is ridiculously strong. That's actually not the case here. The net worth is actually quite spread this game. That style is still viable, especially if Huskar has a really good matchup in the mid game. It doesn't end as soon as it used to. In the past, it was like Huskar wins with the first Aegis. Now, the first Aegis happens later. There's more farming. But Huskar takes control early and then wins a little later. The new age Huskar is being picked super early just to be very annoying and be more of a space maker. And he's not expected to win the game early because he actually has better scaling as the game goes on than he used to. That's why the fact that you're a late game hero, it works. Huskar is just the space maker for you to win, but maybe Huskar wins. If you want Huskar to be like the game winner, then you should pick something that is stronger early.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged.
I felt like lane creeps were too important to miss out on. That's my bad for disregarding safety. So that's not a bad idea, but let me just reframe it for you. I don't want you to miss too many lane creeps. Those lane creeps right here, they're gonna be worth the same over here, and they're gonna be worth the same over here. But which spot is safer for you? This one, right? Well, Zach, some of the creeps are going to die as they make their way out. So that's true. We're going to lose a little bit of efficiency in that time while I wait for these creeps to get here. But there's a trade-off. What I'm going to gain in that time is jungle farming speed. So let's say I miss a full creep wave. They die as they're coming out here. A full creep wave is like, what, 200 gold? So if you farm 2 jungle camps, that's break even. And you can probably farm more than 2 jungle camps for the stage of the game, right? You're pretty fast at this point. And you just let those creeps go from here all the way here. And in the meantime, you went like this, right? You like farmed this area, things respawned, it's still being slow, you do a little more, and then eventually you catch it here. This is way safer for you. You don't really miss that much because of how fast you jungle at this point. Like, if we're talking early game, 5 minutes in the game, yeah, I don't want to see you in the jungle rather than the lane because it's way easier to do this than to do this. But now, at this point, it's fine. You're actually faster in the jungle than in the lane. Maybe I'll try to pop it up. I should. Give me a second. This is the video I'm working on. It's not done, but it will help explain the point I'm trying to make here. Okay, guys, I used an initial version of this in the offlane video guide, and then as I started to work on it more, I was looking at it and I was like, holy shit, my math is so wrong. How did no one call me out on this? Maybe someone did and I just didn't see that comment, but I had some wrong values in there, and then the math just didn't add up on some points. I feel really bad. I feel like I should cut that part out of the offlane guide. But the concepts of it are still correct, just the actual math is wrong. So I don't know if I should actually do anything about it. Let's see, what's the best way to show you this? Okay, let's try this one. Can I do this actually? Sorry. I wasn't expecting to share this, so I don't have it set up. Give me 1 second. We're almost there. Why is this cut off like this? Okay, this is in the works, the PowerPoint. These values are from the start of the game. So actually they scale up a little bit, but you'll get the idea. So every minute, this is like the gold available in the jungle at the start of the game before things ramp up. The lane creeps will go up in value, and more creeps will spawn mid over time. So this number goes up, but so too does the jungle, not only because the amphibian creeps level up over the course of the game, but they also have... Do they still have scaling, actually? I haven't gone to that part to double check and relearn that. Anyways, the point is, this is actually 2 creep waves worth of gold. I combined them here in this value. Somewhere else earlier in this... where is it? Here. This is actually, it's like one creep wave, and then the next one with the banner creep wave is like back there. All the old stuff. Hold on. Where is it? Here, this one. So even if you miss like 1 or 2 creeps, maybe full waves are dying in the lane. As long as you're jungling multiple camps, there's more gold in the jungle than there is in the lane. That doesn't mean just like totally ignore lanes. It's still important to get both. But that's why you then also factor in like the amount of risk versus safety, which is like, if I die, then I'm not farming. And they're getting money from killing me. And they're getting more space on the map because I'm dead and my team can't fight without me, potentially. So that's why there are moments where it's fine to let creeps die. And actually, if your job... Like, even though I just said you do want to push lanes as a carry, there is risk to that. And technically, if you can jungle really well, ignoring the lane to some degree will probably get you more gold as long as you're a really fast jungler. So, in this case, like Huskar and PL, Huskar is making me 20 minutes of time until I'm needed. In that 20 minutes... I will farm as fast as possible, even if I sacrifice some lane pressure and I ignore lane creeps. I only focus on my own farm. You're probably doing a lot of defensive jungling. And there's like pros and cons to that, but you'll probably hit a later item timing faster than if you focus on pushing lanes a lot for your team, with the risk that comes. And sometimes you have to be careful. Sometimes people will chase you down, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that slide actually helped convey our point, but there you go. If I only manta the lanes, do I lose out on XP or not? Yeah, you would lose XP. You would still get gold. If your hero's nearby, so for example, manta here, and then you're jungling here, you probably are getting some XP while staying out of sight. So that could be okay. But other times, you know, you like manta in and you back up, you do lose the XP. But that can be okay. You don't always have to get all the XP. It's why you'll often see Naga not be as high level as you would think, because the illusions kill off a lot. But doesn't Huskar fall off if the game goes on for too long? He also has the cauterized facet. So old Huskar did drop off a lot harder. Old Huskar did not have a silence on Inner Fire, did not have a built-in Dispel, and did not have an Ags that had like the taunt. So new Huskar has a lot better scaling than old Huskar. So you don't have to be too worried about not ending the game fast enough. But also, you are winning. Huskar has achieved what he needs to, which is this right here. This massive gold difference is what you need from Huskar. You don't actually need to end the game in 20 minutes. You need to be in a game-winning position by 20 minutes or whenever you think Huskar drops off. There is a difference where a lot of people think they need to end the game, which means I got to be taking this stuff right now. This is quite difficult. The whole point of the stream is how hard the high ground can be, right? But if this is where we're at 20 minutes into the game, 14k ahead, even though there's a lot of outer towers left and I haven't broken the high ground, aren't I in like an amazing position? You know, like even if this game goes to 30 minutes, what does that mean? I have a 25k gold lead, you know, like it just took me a little longer to take the buildings. That's okay too. As long as you don't throw it back to the enemy, like you let the game go far longer than it needs to, or they have natural counters to you that you need to win before those counters come online. This game, that is not strictly the case, but you do have the most relative power right now compared to later if you do drag it on. However, you have time for that. You have like 5 to 10 minutes more. If you guys did the first Roche pretty soon, you could farm through that first Roche, open up the whole map, and then wait for the second Roche. And with that second Roche, you'd probably be pushing with Aegis Banner and 25k gold lead. That's a really strong timing, as opposed to doing it earlier, just the Aegis, 14k gold lead. Could be enough, but it depends a little bit on the game, right? Like, this is where it's getting kind of like nitty gritty into the details, but what's a good way, what's a good analogy for this?
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
Do you play old school RuneScape? That's actually the only analogy that's coming to mind right now.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Modern RuneScape RS3 would also work. What's another comparison?
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
I mean, let me think if I can come up with a comparison by the end, like an analogy to explain this before the end.
Pretty sight right now.
So you guys come back after taking the tier 2. I don't mind that too much.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Yippee! Get a kill. With that kill, I'd say Roche is pretty good. You maybe have to like be careful of Monkey King stealing, but besides that, should be fine. Get Aegis onto the Huskar.
Radiant's top tower is taken.
Okay, get the Nyx. Now, I think you mentioned you had Roche, but I would actually give Aegis to Huskar here. I would give it to your friend on the Huskar, because who's the one who's going to take buildings? It's the Huskar, actually. Let me put it another way. If I took Huskar out of this game, would you try to push with this Aegis? as PL. You had a different mid. You have a Storm Spirit. You have a Leshrac, whatever, right? And your team wants to go high ground. Would you be like, yeah, give it to me. I'm going to hit the buildings? Probably not, right? Like, you're not, this isn't your usual timing. You're being a little thrown off because the Huskar's in the game. But actually, all you have to do is, like, just let Huskar take it. In the same way, the Storm Spirit and Leshrac and Beastmasters, they often take the first Aegis because they're going to go do things. And the carry is probably still going to farm if you're that type of carry. Medusas, PLs, right? You guys are aiming for a later timing. And so that's after this. Like, after the Ags, you actually want another item and a half. Manta, and then your tank item, like Heart or something, for example. That's your true timing. So this whole Aegis, you're mostly going to farm. So this guy can take it and go chase people around and die and respawn and kill them. And if you do try to go high ground, you would just let Huskar hit this, because Huskar is so hard to kill, and then they got to do it twice, and you just, like, watch him. Like, even if you're here not farming, you just back him up. And when they go for the fight, when you think it's good, you can come in at a time that is, like, smart. But you don't actually want to be the one doing this, because you're easier to kill than Huskar. So your 2 lives are actually worth less than his 2 lives. And once you hit a certain item timing, it does swap. You would take it, but I actually think you don't need this Aegis. You keep farming, and Huskar takes it and makes the plays. Yeah, like later in the game, you will be at your peak form, and he's kind of in his peak form right now. There's also an argument where it's like, oh, we just didn't think Huskar could ever die, so he didn't need the Aegis, which is fair. But I think usually whoever hits the Roche, or sorry, who hits the buildings should be the one who takes Aegis. So for example, right here, let's come back, a little sidetracked on multiple topics here. Yeah, so to finish the thought, Huskar can take the Aegis, and he can be the one pushing this stuff. He will have insane attack speed with his passive, and you're an illusion hero. Like, illusion heroes are notoriously bad at taking buildings outside of, like, Terrorblade. You guys just take a long time because you're much better at killing heroes and creeps than buildings. You will get there eventually, like, you chip them down, but in terms of, like, doing it quickly, other heroes are often better than illusion heroes. So this first Aegis makes more sense on the Huskar. Okay, ignoring all that, maybe you needed to take Aegis. Maybe Huskar's not in the game, right? Let's proceed with that in mind, taking a look at the minimap. In this state of the game, with a fairly good lead, we still want to, like, wrap up the towers, find smart fights, because you've probably experienced throws, 16k gold lead, throw that, right? It is possible, so let's not take that massive risk and, like, dive high grounds. Still go about it in the right way. Look for pickoffs, try to clean up the outer towers, and if you get a good opportunity and you get a good fight, then you can go for high ground, but you don't have to take the whole thing at once. You can just chip it and back out and repeat, and it's okay if you wait for the second Aegis, which comes with the banner, which makes it a lot easier to end the game. So for you, going back to this specific game, with or without the Aegis, I'd actually say you want Huskar to still be doing things with the team, and you want to be farming up to your next item. Whatever you decide that is. Manta. Scotty doesn't sound too bad, but I think you could just do Heart as well. Right, I'm interested in you getting that item, and then you can show up to the fights. So right here, bottom is pushed out, and if you just jungled, I'd be okay with that. I don't actually feel you need to push this. If you want to do this creep wave, I guess I don't mind, and then you go back to farming. And then these guys do, like, whatever they think is best. But, like, this move in here, you can do it because your team is, like, coming in. So, like, if we're planning to fight, you could. But it's also okay if after you push this, or maybe you never did, you're just jungling here, because I'm waiting for you to get the next item. And we've got 4 minutes on Aegis, so I'm not in a rush to make a play right now anyhow. Does look like we're getting involved in the fight, though. This is pretty good. Helps to have such a huge lead. So for all I said, we actually do get a good fight. Okay, so we can push. You know, if we're going to get this kind of opportunity, then we'll take the opportunity. So let's take this creep wave and then take this tier 2 tower with my team and then farm aggressively on their half of the map and hope our supports set up vision in this area.
Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower?
Your team is backing, though. I guess the supports did. You were up here. Your cores were kind of here. Okay, we take it. And then you'll notice these guys are up, so it's a little scary. We get out of here, but look at that. Even though you only walked up and hit it a little bit, you did 350 damage. That was like very quick, very in and out, right? If that happens a couple more times, you will take this tower very easily. If you get another kill and instead of having to go to tier 2, you're able to go straight to the high ground tower, you'll get half of it in one kill. So now with the remainder of this Aegis, if we are thinking about trying to end the game, like we feel that pressure, okay, we back out. We have 3 minutes. Because my team has moved up so far, we should be able to set up various deep wards, right? I don't think did we just place these? These were from earlier. Oh, this one looks very recent, but maybe it happened before the fight and I didn't notice. We'll accept it for now. Now that we're all the way up here, Witch Doctor doesn't have an observer, but observers, I guess I should move this alert to like over here. Anyways, now that we're up here, there should be some kind of deep wards in this area to see the enemy leave the base. And we back out as a team, right? We go this way and we farm everything on our way out and back to our half of the map. Or we go this way. I don't really care all that much, right? But we just go, we go as a group. So we don't try to do all of it, because if they have vision, they'll come kill us and we're scattered. But if they see us, even in a ward we don't see, we all go top. What are they going to do? Come fight 5 of us with a 20k gold lead out here? No, they're going to avoid us. They're going to go somewhere else. So as long as we are together, it's okay that we're in vision. But if we're scattered, it is a problem if we're in vision, because that's how they come back. So we all go together, back out, and with the deep wards we would have set up, you would see them sneak out of their base, and after you guys make it here, you smoke, and you try to go get one of them. Right, so we're going to cheat a little now. I'm going to give us free cam vision. This is what we actually see. Okay, I'll switch once we actually back out, because it looks like you guys are still pushing. But I would say we don't need to push. Going back to that idea, I got 3 minutes of Aegis. Here we are still forcing this into the enemy. All right, I guess we're doing it, so I'll switch cameras. We are doing it. Isn't it? Look how long we've been in their base. Earlier, we walked it with 3 seconds. Whack, whack, whack. Got out. We've been in here much longer now, and yet suspiciously, strangely, this tower's not lost a lot of health. Isn't that kind of strange? Why is that? Where are we? Right? Everyone's looking for kills. But actually, even if your team doesn't want to play the way I just mentioned, what should happen here? You or Huskar, whoever has the Aegis, hits the buildings. Everyone else watches. So what does the enemy team do? If we don't stop whoever is hitting our building, we're going to lose the building. Huskar or PL. So we have to stop that hero. So they all try to initiate on you. And then in the back, now Disruptor can Static Storm. Right? Now Primal Beast charges through, pulverizes the right target. Witch Doctor, Maledict, Death Ward. Very easy as they all funnel in. Uh-oh, Zach, what if they silence first and then they do it? Then I respawn because I have the Aegis, right? This is why the Aegis is so good. They have to use spells to kill you, but you respawn so quickly that they don't have those spells to kill you again, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Refreshers change it as the game goes late, and sometimes they don't commit big spells. Well, that's a different problem. But like, look at this. How can Disruptor save you when he is in here being stunned? How can this guy charge in and save you? How can this guy help you, right? When everyone's doing different things. And really, like, you're now going to hit this building with a catapult helping you, and everyone should just be behind you. Now we're leaving too, but like, look at just our illusions chip this tower down. Has now done the same damage here. Suddenly, look at his health go down on this tower, now that you're actually hitting the building. Let me go back to that real quick. Okay. You kill Wind Ranger. The tower has 1,700 health. It's 15 right now. So we hit this tower for 6-7-ish seconds, and we do that much damage, right? What that means is all you have to do is hit this for 7 more seconds, and you've taken the tower. So now imagine that. Instead of this whole chaotic fight, you guys walk up here, the heroes are behind, you start hitting this tower, and I tell you, the enemy has 15 seconds to stop you, or you take that. They have so much pressure to do something about it. It's not you guys. You don't have to feel pressure. We're going to take this in 15 seconds. But so many teams pushing high ground go, oh shit, we got to get that guy. Like, jump him, kill him. Why? We don't need to do any of that. I'm taking the tower. It's being done. 15 seconds is all we need to do, and then the job is done. Why would you back all the way to your end of the map? You don't have to go that far. Like when I was saying like, oh, farm back this way, come over here. You don't have to. You could, like you said, farm up this stuff and then come back in. But it's okay if you come back to your side, like to some degree, because there is an ebb and flow to Dota where like if they're staying in their base, I can't get them without risk, like we're seeing. You know, if I back all the way up, they will exit the base because they feel they're being given space, and then you smoke back in. If you don't want to do that and you want to just like hold this area, that's okay with me as well. It kind of depends exactly what's happening. Like sometimes tormentors are coming up. Sometimes people want to go home to spend their money, and I'd rather the whole team back up as a group and then like do that stuff, the reset, rather than like some people stay here, some guy goes home, because who knows what wards they have, right? We have some sentries down, but what if they do have wards surviving? And actually they do. Right? There's one here. Maybe there could have been more in the jungle. So then if the whole team doesn't back and you actually see a couple people here and there's like, oh shit, one guy's actually going home through this ward, they might have a play to make. And that's why I think it's okay to like back out as a group, come back in. But if you can coordinate and just like hold up front, then I do think that's fine. So we got kited basically instead of focusing on the objective. Yeah, if we go back to this push like one more time. Right here. I got some like bugged animations. But right here, we're pushing multiple lanes. So we're 20k up. And then Primal Beast is actually over here. So we're only 8k up. Because he's not close enough to join the fight instantly. Like within a second, he is not here. Also, Disruptor's over here, and he is trying to TP in, I guess, to the outpost, but he's not here, and he's like another 5,000. So actually, it's pretty much an even game as we are pushing the most dangerous part of the map. And we are down in numbers. So that's like the first issue. We didn't wait for everyone to actually get here before doing some really dangerous stuff. But we do back up. They don't actually capitalize on it. We're eventually getting here. And then here is where, yes, we just send you or Huskar, whoever has the Aegis, to hit this, and everyone watches. And then it'll be fine. Like, as they step out, this is where the fights are easier. Okay, we try. They backed out. Okay, we also back out. Primal Beast turns around. You guys just wait, and you start hitting the tower right here. Instead, we're, like, diving for kills. This isn't too far. This is, like, okay if we want to try. But while we do this, this is where Monkey King could actually be channeling Wukongs if he had it. And you see your supports. They were safe back here. They haven't been touched yet, right? Because you guys were the wall in front of them. Now that these kills are happening back here, they are running in because they're like, oh shit, I can't reach. You know, like I have to go in. So now they are also walking up the high ground. You have Aegis. You have a bunch of money. You're very tanky. You're very healthy. Supports are not. Right? Like, even when you're winning, they're down here. They can be killed. They don't want to be running under the tower, which if they fortify, the tower in the, like, split shot moments will kill the support. It will do half this health while the Disruptor, like, tries to walk in and help. He never would have been touched out here. But now he is potentially, like, if we imagine a different game, he's under Wukongs, taking fortify split shots. He's being global. This is why you don't want to chase, you know, like we're chasing all this. I mentioned like you needed 15 seconds to kill this tower. We've currently spent almost 15 seconds in their base, but not hitting the tower because we're chasing heroes. We sold our supports. Yeah, kind of. That's a good way to put it, right? Because in the end, where did they get killed? I moved forward, right? So like Disruptor ends up getting caught here by the Nyx under tower, but he would have been fine back. Okay, he actually needs his own sentry down as well, but like he should have been fine back here. Witch Doctor's playing it safe, so he's living, but he's not contributing to this fight at all, right? Because he's like, I'm choosing to stay alive, but it means I can't really help these guys until you come back closer, right? Then he's okay to use his spells. But he didn't want to go here, which is, I think, reasonable, right? He doesn't want to go back there. But he would have been happy to help you out here. He would have been happy to help you. Like, if you're here and the Monkey King is jumping you, right? He would have been happy to Witch Doctor ult right here instantly, but not when it, like, goes so far back. You guys do end up winning, though. Yeah, you had a pretty big lead, so I think you eventually just win a fight. We'll speed forward to see if that, Okay, so let me... Closing point. I went through a little quickly. You saw how even with a 20k gold lead, we attempt this fight under the base, and we see it ends up being pretty close. I'm going to get back to that point in a moment. You end up dying, right? They end up moving out. And then, because they try to move out, you guys take this fight, partly amplify damage on a Huskar, helps a lot. But now that the fight happens out of their base, it's way easier. And then you guys just end the game off of that. Oh, they're dead? Now we do this. So, that's the thing. If you are forcing high ground, even with that huge lead, right? A lot of times you don't want to dive. You want to just hit the buildings and force them to fight you at the edge of their base rather than like well into the base. But if you don't have to do that, you just set up these wards that see them leave and take the fights outside the base. Death timers are reaching the point where if you win a fight here, you can still make it here to like hit the building. We're still early enough that like, yeah, if the fight happens here, they're probably going to respawn by the time you get here. But the later the game goes, eventually that changes, and you can win a fight right here and have time to walk your way all the way down and still have 50 seconds of death timer. So as the game goes on, the most important thing is to win the fight and then push, or if you are forced to push, then to do it in a very safe manner without excessive dives. Because the point I want to wrap back around to, despite having like a 20k gold lead at this phase, the very first video I made as part of the support guide, when I started to be like a content creator, talked about gold. And one of the concepts I put forward is a dynamic gold difference and then a static gold. Not really difference, just like a static power levels versus dynamic power levels. Buildings are static. There is no scaling of a tier 3 tower, a tier 2 tower, none of that, right? They are the same power level the entire game. The heroes are what change. If you've ever done the speed run, you can take this stuff, but it is quite slow because you are very underfarmed. But because the heroes are not there to stop you, you can eventually do it. Even though, let's pretend it's a 10-minute game and you are destroying the enemy, for example, by 20k. Actually, we'll just use the current time. We're destroying the enemy by 22,000. It's 27 minutes in the game. What does 22,000 look like? 14,000 is your highest net worth hero. I'm going to go pull up a different game real quick. What's like an old game? Or maybe I can just come to one of mine. Was this a long game? 50 minutes? Yeah, let's go to this. So you were winning by 20,000, but your highest net worth was 14,000. I'm going to jump pretty late here. 37 minutes into the game. Even though this is a very close game, dynamically, because the heroes are scaling up, our net worth on our heroes, 24,000, right? Even some of these poorer heroes, 16, 18, 19. When it comes to actually taking these tier 3 towers, this team with a 4k gold lead will have an easier time killing this static building than your team would with that 22k gold lead, because it is so early in the game. 27 isn't that early, but like it is early enough in the game that you can only have so much gold and items, which will help you kill the building. You will kill the heroes outside the building with the 22k gold difference, but the buildings itself will prove difficult to you, or more difficult to you, because this is a static power and you only had like 14,000 net worth. The poor heroes in this game have 14,000 now. So they will take the buildings the same way you guys did, even though it's a much closer game. But the fights outside the base in this game are going to be much harder because it's a very close game. But once they actually get here, it's very fast to kill the tier 3. I don't know if I'm explaining that the best, if that makes sense. But that's the danger of trying to end the game too early, is that you are much stronger than the enemy. But I think a lot of people forget that there is a static amount of power in the towers that is very hard to break through. The towers plus high ground plus creeps. So we're weaker than the buildings. Essentially, you're weaker than the buildings, but stronger than the heroes. But when you combine it, they're stronger than you. So that's why you have to take one out first. Like you have to take the heroes and then you can take the buildings. And if there are no heroes, you can do it actually at a very low net worth. That's why in the speed run, it's like Huskar ending the game at 7 minutes. Because like he's floating at 10 health, but there's no hero that's going to kill him. And the building is like, you know, it attacks statically. You can armlet toggle it. And you could do that in a real game, but it's these pesky enemy players that they're not letting me end the game. What the heck? Why won't they? They keep saying GG end, report mid, but yet they keep defending. Why are they doing that, right? That's what makes it difficult to end the game. It's like it's the combination of the dynamic power level of enemy heroes and then the static power of the base and high ground positioning and all that stuff. So buy 5 meteor hammers. Got it. Yes. Meteor hammers are one way you can try to end certain games, though currently it's not the best item. Okay, let's do another one. If you guys would submit your games, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna refill my water. So I'm gonna run the ads real quick on Twitch, get them out of the way. Feel free to submit the games right now. We'll add them to the wheel, and I'll be right back. Hey, we go hard. I am doing well. We had some fun. We were spinning a wheel to pick replays, which actually no one put in a new replay. I guess we can go to one of the old ones. But if anyone has anyone currently here can resubmit one, we can do one of yours. If we don't have a lot, then we don't have to spin the wheel. Wait, my water. Oh. You can still do it, Adel. Do it. Yeah, bring them, guys. Bring them. Oh, sorry. Feels good, man. The link is blocked because it's just in case like bots show up. I know some of you guys have, like, most of you are gonna put legitimate links, but they're blocked because of that. If you can just put the match ID, I'll copy that in. I'll make sure I stick it in the wheel. Wait, I went out of order. Hold on. Whose match ID did I just copy? I'm going to put someone's in twice. They're going to have better odds. I should submit a good match? I mean, you can, but it's also... We can learn from good or bad games. It's okay either way. I guess as long... A game that is ultra griefed is maybe not so useful to learn from. Can't really change like two people disconnecting. But otherwise, even if it's like, oh, it was a disaster of a game, bad playing, like we can do that. Haven't been playing much Dota. Friends gone to Overwatch. I mean, you got to play whatever the friends are playing, right? I understand that. I have a couple friends who are pretty into Overwatch, but I'm not too into hero shooters. Or just shooters in general. I'm so bad at it. I guess at this point, should I be playing Deadlock more than Overwatch if I were to pick one? Loyalty based? You got one? Yeah, bring it in. Bring it in. Do you have the match ID? I didn't see it pop in. KCK. If you've got it, I will add it in and then we'll do the wheel spin unless anyone else wants to like last second submit. Actually, I guess I could just put your name in here and then as you post the match ID, I just copy it. Hey, let's do that. Oh, I see it now, KCK. Sometimes if it's just the numbers on its own on YouTube moderation sometimes just like takes it out because it thinks it's like bot spamming. Wheel spin! I didn't set up I didn't turn... Wow. Whoever's blue got screwed. I didn't, since this was so spur of the moment, I didn't really set it up to capture audio, but there is like a wheel spinning noise and then a slight applause for whoever wins. I think you guys will live without hearing that audio captured. Okay, whose match actually is this one? It's mine. I'm the Drow. Okay. Drow Ranger. And stick it here as well. The wheel's fun. Okay, I'm glad people are liking the wheel. We can do that. We lost the ability to raffle it when we started multi-streaming, but I can just copy things into the wheel. It's not that bad, actually. Well, I say it now because it's our first day of doing it. Maybe down the line I'd get sick of doing it. But I'll look into something where maybe people can submit straight into the wheel and we just spin and grab it. Or, like we said, maybe I'll download marbles and we'll try that next time too, and we'll see if that's too much of a hassle or if it's funny and worth it. I think the wheel's nice because then you can, it's like full transparency, you know, no bias, no nothing. Okay, so you were asking... actually, I don't know if you had a specific question. Just about the Drow, okay. Laying in early feedback would be most helpful, I suppose, but anything you see, of course. Today's focus is the high ground, so how does that sound? Sorry, Mondays is open to anything. Wednesdays, we're trying to have a topic sometimes. And today happens to be high ground. So how about some high ground considerations, either for you defending or you winning? It looks like this is a loss. Earlier I gave a quick tip on Noise's extra dopamine. Okay, maybe I'll set it in then. I can give you some quick laning tips and then we'll go into the late game. We couldn't do anything high ground after 15 minutes. We got steamrolled. But then we'll need the defensive high ground. So I think we can still take a look. But I'll check for a couple quick laning things for you. For this rank, there's often a couple, like, sometimes just like a major mistake that sets you back. I think you, of course, know to practice your last hitting, so I'm not going to, like, especially today when it's not the focus, I'm not going to bother going over that. For you, okay, I see you TP to lane, so we're good so far. You take a peek up. Be a little careful. Okay, I was going to make sure you didn't grief your own equilibrium right off the bat. I'm not going to worry about the timing of things. Ooh, careful about that. Maybe you don't want to use the mana, but do you know about orb walking, where you manually cast frost arrows? If you do that when you attack, and I would say the mana cost is, you have enough. You can be careful as you get lower, but you don't draw creep aggro. If you manually cast frost arrows on your opponent, so you press Q, click on Omni Knight, you won't draw creep aggro. And that's what lets you stand in the wave and harass a lot easier than any other ranged hero, unless they have something equivalent. So like Clinks can do it, OD can do it, Omni can actually do it with Hammer of Purity. That's a new one. But I see you drawing creep aggro a little bit once or twice, which will affect your creep equilibrium. For example, we're now actually pushing a creep forward when we shouldn't be. You can still fix this if you turn around and kill your own range creep right now. Cool. But try not to attack this too soon, because you see it literally just died sooner. So you can attack your range creep a little sooner, but you got the deny. That's the most important thing. You did one extra auto attack there, and then you got the last hit. So you got the last hit. That's the most important. But actually, if you hadn't done that extra auto attack, we're here for an extra second or two, and that means the equilibrium that meets here is actually meeting here. Now, that's kind of minor in this case. It's actually not that bad, but sometimes it's worse. Your one auto attack kept it minimal, but sometimes I see people do like 2, 3, 4 auto attacks, and then we go from like here to like here, and that is a problem. Courier. Don't worry about this stuff. I know he's low, but like this is still more important. Just try to stick in the lane.
Amateur.
Yeah, you got the kill. Actually, I didn't see you had this. I should have. You were level 2. So you know what? We'll say that's okay. That was a better choice than I would have made. But I see you. Yeah, see you're like drawing aggro. Try the manually casting frost arrows. It'll help you. Your lane will be a little better for it. And then here, you might have to do your own pull. I don't know if this guy's going to do it. It actually looks like he is, but don't be afraid to go do your own. We'll go a little further, and then we'll come back to our high ground.
Not so. The Radiant's courier's a goner.
Yeah, here's where things get scary if you get pressured. So you have some choices. The next pull is at 317. Sometimes your supports don't do it. If I have to get these, it usually takes about 30 seconds for creep waves to work themselves out. 30 seconds, I'm going to miss this. So let's speed it up. Now is when you do attack. Earlier I said like, oh, let's not attack this one. Now we're pushing, and I don't think I can fix it, let's say. So let's just push. Just commit to it, attack the creeps as much as possible while still getting the last hit, and then that'll finish it fast enough for you to run over and do your own pull. If not this one, maybe you can do the hard camp. And that can be a way to fix your own equilibrium. See how, like, right now, I'd already have to be walking over to make it, and there's still a creep left. So if I attack a little bit more, I will be done with this, and I can go do my own pull. Instead, I get involved in fighting, so then here's the next creep wave, here's the next one, and now I'm in that cycle. I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to leave now. Now I'm going to miss this creep wave, right? So now I got to wait longer. And that's just going to keep happening, and I'm just going to lane up here. In this case, it's okay. You guys are doing all right. But sometimes, frequently, carries are weaker, and this is where you get run down. Missed on timing, but right idea. And then don't forget to spend your money. I recommend you shift queue up your items so that you don't have to think too hard on it. You know, whatever you want to buy. This game, by the way, usually you only finish the Wraith Band if they're going to hit you back. The Wraith Band, I know the basic stats are useful, but you can get the basic stats from like any of this stuff that you're going to buy. So the defining choice on Wraith Band is the armor. Is this going to reduce physical damage against me? And in this case, you're versus 2 melee heroes, so they actually shouldn't be hitting you very often. And if you got boots, no stats, but you just outrun them like every time. They try to walk up, you back up, right? They literally never touch you, so you don't even need armor. And even without the boots, as a ranged hero, it's hard for these guys to get close, so you can probably skip this. It's kind of advanced, but... Okay, anyways, I'm going to jump forward. Your laning stage actually doesn't look that bad to me. And yeah, you're in a decent spot. So let's see. By 15 minutes, you said things were getting bad. Though, actually, this still looks okay to me. Might be a little later than 15 minutes. Okay, I do see them starting to build up a 5k lead as we jump ahead. As the carry, we may still need to get to a certain item timing, which Drow can come online sooner than others. Like, I'd say you already hit decently hard, but I still want more as a carry. So avoiding the enemy and pushing things out is a great habit to build. All right, that one was overall pretty close. I understand trying, and it's hard to know like how the game is going, but you potentially don't need to do any of this and just completely avoid them, push other things. Going back to the idea, so they're building a 6k lead. This is a similar idea to what we just talked about in the last game. They're stronger than us. Fighting outside the base, let's say it's an even fight, like all of our heroes, even numbered and everything. They're going to have an edge because they're starting to build a lead. Their richest hero is 11,000. And we mentioned earlier, an 11,000 hero will take a long time to kill a tier 3 compared to a later game, 30, 40, 50 minutes, right? We're talking 40,000 net worth on the top net worth heroes, whether the game is close or not. Now they can kill these buildings quickly. So as we start falling behind, and I know you don't see the gold value, so it's hard to know exactly how far. But if you get this feeling like, I think we're losing every fight, right? All of these towers are sacrifices. And the time it takes for them to kill this tower, you are farming more efficiently somewhere else, trying to get the best odds for when it happens here. When they come to the tier 3, this is my best shot. High ground to low ground, the tier 3 is stronger than the tier 2. The positioning is a lot better for me because of the base, right? I want to be as powerful at this moment. And so all of these, where it's more dangerous and not as useful to me, I sacrifice them to farm elsewhere. All right, so your team keeps fighting, but we're losing. And even though it's a tier 2, they're winning because tier 2s are not as safe as tier 3s, which are also not perfect safety, but it's better than the tier 2. You want to walk here? What if they show up here? And we go, uh-oh, too dangerous for me. I got to go somewhere else. I got to walk. I can walk here, but then I'm going to be right back here. So I'm going to have to walk this way, well, if they're pushing this, they might actually have vision here, so they might see me go through this way. I gotta like walk all the way around, right? With our idea that I'm gonna sacrifice tier 2 towers, I wanna save the teleport so that I come here, I start pushing, and I see 3 heroes, and I go, oh, I don't wanna be here. I TP over here and start pushing immediately. This is okay if you think, oh, they're all bottom, so I want to go push top right away. That's okay. I think when you were respawning, though, I didn't really get that feeling. Maybe I missed it. Let's see if it comes up. Let's see if it matters here. Little positioning thing for you. Don't lead the creeps. Okay, there's one situation to lead creeps. Lead the creeps when you are on a time crunch to end the game. I just want to fight. I must make it to the enemy base as quickly as possible. My creeps cannot stop moving. I have to go in front and kill all the creeps. That is the kind of feeling you should have. There are exceptions, but like, let's just use that as our rule of thumb. Most other situations, let the creeps lead in front of you so that you get vision from the creeps and the enemies don't see you. So when we go like this, the enemies see you and you don't know, like if they're here, you have no idea. But they know you're here, so they can choose to kill you or not. If you're back here, you can let the creeps walk up, and you see, is there an enemy hero? Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm willing to do it. Oh, there is an enemy hero. Okay, never mind. I'm going to go jungle, right? I get that choice. You then use multi-shot to clear this creep wave, which I agree. Let's do it safely and get out. You're doing it point blank on this creep wave. But look how long this ability reaches, all the way over here, right? So you can actually be like over here, multi-shotting this creep wave down. And if you miss a couple creeps because you're not as close, it's okay. As long as you're pushing out the wave and getting some of them, that's more important. You're also closer to the farm. And it'll keep you out of sight. The enemy sees you on the minimap right now. If you multi-shot from out of sight, they won't see your icon on the map. If they look, they'll see the multi-shot, but they have to actually look to see it. Now we're gonna speed forward because this is actually not the high ground yet. It's kind of like setting the stage for talking about high ground. Okay, now we're kind of at the high ground. Looks like they threw a little. Okay, so they're top, push out mid. That sounds good to me. You have your teleport. I'm sacrificing this tier 2 tower, and when they come here, I'm gonna fight this. So in the meantime, I'm gonna push out the other lanes as much as possible. See your team's like moving to engage at this tier 2? No, not that. This one. Let's cheat. Free cam. When the enemy is pushing and grouping up, this is what happens. There's 4 heroes up here. 5 heroes. Where's the last one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I blind? Who am I missing? Where's Pudge? Oh, here he is. He was under the illusions. So Pudge is over here, but the other 4 heroes are here. So what's that mean? This area near them is kind of scary. Sorry, mini-map, zoom in, right? This area is kind of scary because they're all here. This area is not as scary. Now, maybe you didn't know where Pudge was, so like that could be scary. But if I know there's multiple heroes here, naturally the rest of the map becomes safer. And the hard part in Dota is that we don't have the free cam vision, so like we're playing like this. But you have to learn to infer it. The fact that I see this many heroes here tells me the rest is safe, which is why you guys earlier I've been saying like don't show so many heroes on the tower so that the enemy team doesn't feel the comfort to move into the other lanes.
Dire's got one last top tower.
Undying and Tidehunter should not be here, right? And then Undying would not be caught right now. And then you guys wouldn't be running to fight outside your base. Like this is where we want to fight. Sorry. This is where we want to fight, not out here. And you would TP back. So you're farming this whole time, like moving this way, and then we TP back here when it's time.
Radiant's bottom towers.
And this is when it would be time. He actually just TP'd out in front of our face. How many heroes are up here? Even if I can't see all of them. 4. Ain't no way there's more than that. 12k down. 11k Ursa, who just left. It's actually an even game. Right here in front of our base. Really strong position for us. So these are the moments we want to now jump on and try to fight. At the least you want to push them off. Now, it looks like he was TPing back to kill Storm, perhaps. So now the math changes again. Okay, my Storm's out. I'm back to being 10k down. That's why Storm wants to push bottom, but not get killed, obviously, because it baits people to come home, and then Storm sees them come home, he comes back, and then you take that, like, 5-on-4 type fight. It still kind of works, though. You still kill the Omni, and this is a good trade. 1 for 1, but we're down 12k. Storm actually was worth more than Omni. I'm actually kind of amazed by that. I guess when you factor in the assist gold, it wasn't, so it did work out. I was hoping that'd be like a clearer example. Sniper's not here, so if you guys want to fight this, you can. But also, they just retreated from top. You killed Omni, you saw Ursa TP out, and now Sniper's here, so I also know he TP'd out. So actually, top is pretty empty for you to push out and farm, and then TP back when, where? Again, tier 3s. I don't really care about tier 2s unless I know it's really safe. So like this kind of stuff I actually wouldn't really want to fight.
Do something about that bottom tower. Somebody
Push, push, push. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Push, push, push. Go, go, go. See how you like walked in to do that though? You can do it from like behind the trees, the whole multi-shot. Never show. Let me show you what that looks like from their perspective. Is the enemy launching their mini-map. Figuring out where they want to go, where they want to kill people.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Fighting around here a little bit.
Do something about that bottom tower.
Okay, Drow's pushing in top. But we're fighting here, so whatever. Now, is Drow coming over to the fight, or is she still pushing? Well, they actually have a ward, so they did know you were up here. Ignoring that ward giving you flashes of vision, now you are showing in the creep wave because you are walking into the creep wave. But if you stay in the fog of war while you do this multi-shot, you would just stay out of sight and they wouldn't know that you're up here. I mean, the creeps are dying, so they kind of know you're up here. But a lot of times if you don't see it, you just kind of forget. So let's see if you show in the next creep wave from their perspective. Is Drow coming home to fight? Oh, no. Here she is. She's straight in the creep wave, right? So I know there's still no Drow in these fights. We actually can be quite aggressive down here. The more you do this out of sight, the more they have to second guess themselves, and they may not commit to what they were doing. Now, why did this fight go so badly, actually? Let's come back. It's because you guys were fighting outside the base, I'm pretty sure. Right? You were saying, I want to fight tier 3. Is this the tier 3 high ground? No, this is the low ground. Because they came to the enemy in this area. They're feeling like they need to defend too soon. A lot of pubs will not listen to you. But it is worth saying, hey guys, just avoid the enemy until they come to the tier 3. Sometimes people just need that clear direction. They need to be freed of the guilt. Because so many people ping and flame and scream, you didn't defend, you didn't fight, you didn't join this, you didn't do this. And so everyone feels this guilt of like, I don't want to be yelled at, so I better go. Someone needs to set them free and tell them, hey guys, it's okay to AFK right now. Hey guys, we're going to give that up. And then they feel, oh, it's okay. I was thinking that too, but I didn't want to get yelled at. So I'm also going to give it up, right? It really helps to have someone say it. They might not listen. They might still go and feed. They might be one of those people who yell at you for not going. But it really helps to say it. If people are going to listen, they're going to listen, and you have a shot at winning. If they weren't going to listen, they weren't going to listen anyways. Your odds of winning were not that great anyhow that game. But that's kind of why this high ground fight doesn't work out then, right? Because now Drow is not that far behind Ursa. Drow could win if she had some help. But the people are dead because they died outside the base. And now there's no grave from behind. Ursa overcommits, has already used Enrage. Drow has grave, pushes him away at the end, maybe kills him, right? Or he overcommits, Tombstone comes down, Ravage. But Ravage got used too early because he was trying to get out from a bad position. So now there is no counter-initiate Ravage. So all the tools that could have been used to win the high ground fight got blown outside the high ground. And even though these guys are taking a little bit of a messy fight, it started outside the base. It ends in the base, but now they're dead, and now they can easily take buildings. And look how quickly this falls, right? You just need the one good fight, and then boom, this tower dies super quickly. And then this guy just needs to give it up. Losing one barracks is not the end of the world. You can fight the others. You just need the rest of the heroes alive, right? So you just have to give this up. Storm's actually doing the right thing. He's like pushing other lanes, waiting for these guys to respawn. Undying has TP. So Undying should be trying to... What's next? You're the Radiant. You finish this tower. Oh, this one, right? Creeps here. They're just going to move here. So Undying actually needs to push this one. Oh, well, Zach, if Undying shows here, they're going to walk over and kill him. I agree. So actually, you go around. You ignore this first creep wave, because what's killing this first creep wave? The tower. Where's the next creep wave, though? That needs to be dealt with. So rather than walk in here and die, you were never going to win 1v5. Even if Storm came over, never going to win 2v5. Storm pushes top. Undying sneaks around the edge. The tower is killing this creep wave. Undying re-enters the lane around here to kill this creep wave. And if the enemy goes, hey, I want to kill that Undying, what do they have to do? They TP backwards. They walk backwards. They leave your base and they don't take all the other buildings because they want to kill an Undying out here. And by the time they kill Undying and go down here, we're still early enough in the game that Undying might respawn for the next defense, and so then you're still here. If you die here, like the other heroes, it died here, straight into the towers. The more you can bait people to come back, that's how you make them lose sight of this high ground. I actually want to see. Let's see if anyone TP's home to, like, stop Storm. They're objective gamers. They're focused. If they stay focused and none of them go back, Storm is taking a tower. And he's farming in the meantime. Kill the Daedalus. Nice. And now Storm would think about coming back. As everyone respawns, Undying, unfortunately still dead and now disconnected. He's lost his hope. But if he hadn't died earlier, right, this is the time they would think about coming back. And you're hoping one of these guys got baited to come back to the towers you were pushing out. No problem. I'm glad that was helpful. Sometimes you do get stomped and you will just lose games like this. I'm not going to lie. What we talked about will sometimes help. And that's what matters to improve. But you'll definitely still lose games to stuff like this. All right. Resubmit your games, guys. I'm going to get the wheel open. Oh, and let me reiterate, the focus is high ground. It can be defense, it can be prep, but it's all high ground related. So for example, Toto, those are great questions. I can answer them on Monday where we don't have a topic, and it's just like open review. If you have a question related to high ground, I can take that game, or a different game if you have one like high ground focused. But it seems like your question is more about the early game movement, which is very important for Largo. But not the focus of today. I gotta say, adding things to the wheel, great time for snacks. What are some good high ground defensive wards? It's actually like outside the high ground. Once we load into the game, I can show you. But usually you see them coming, like they seem to be pushing bottom. So walk out of your base before they get there and put it further out, because people will walk through that and then put the sentry like in front of your base, you know? So you need your observer behind that sentry. Is in front of the tower worth it? You can do that one. But if they're putting that sentry, especially if you have any invis heroes or glimmers, you'll tend to lose it really quickly. If you've lost the tower, an observer in that area can be good, but I'm a big fan of beyond that point, if you know it's coming. Sometimes you get surprised, like, a smoke comes in really quickly or whatever. Then you do kind of have to put something in your base, and you can't really do much about it. But if you can, I like further out. Let me do the wheel, and then we can spin. Oh, I forgot to add the sound. I'm sorry. Oh, it didn't do it. Woo! That's what it sounds like. Woo! Clap, clap, clap. It's like a real golf clap type thing. Okay, let's see whose this is. It's like a second surprise, guys. The wheel is the surprise, and then what game we actually get is also a surprise. Whose is this? Lydia, okay. You have you've only got about 60 hours. Oh, very new. Wait, did you have a different username? Wait, where did I didn't see this from earlier. Did I take yours from Twitch? Am I crazy? I'm messaging on Twitch too. Okay, I was like, wait, I don't remember copying a match ID from this username. Okay, that's totally fine. It's totally fine. I just got confused for a moment there. Who are you playing in this one? Which Twitch one was you? Wait, maybe I can tell. Oh, I see. Sven. Okay. I'll type new player. How about that for the timestamp? Carry new player. Because I think there is a little bit of a difference from like Herald versus new player, even if it's like in that same bracket. Okay. Pretty long game. That's how some new player stuff goes. I want to learn how to team fight better. Okay, so we'll jump to the late game and look for those team fight considerations into the high ground. Let's see. For Sven, some things we can talk about without even like knowing how the game's going. Sven, ooh, good build. Okay, you're doing your research for new players to like have it be right, or maybe Dota Plus, I don't know. But anyways, this is pretty good. Sven likes to burst people, right? With God Strength, you want to find someone, God Strength, pop your stuff, blink BKB, stun, hopefully delete them with a little bit of luck. You like team fights like that. So you don't always want to be the one going in first. Now, your team's draft is not amazing. That's how new player and Herald and Guardian games tend to go. There's like very chaotic drafting. So usually you would like someone else to go in first. Maybe Dragonite could do it for you. He goes in first, so they react. And because of that, they kind of clump together. And then you get to jump in and like cleave everybody with the great sword. If you go in first, and it's often like isolated targets, which can still be okay. But you'll just have to kind of like consider that in the game. Do I want to be the one going in first, setting up, say, like the Drow? Like I stun for her, and I still do damage myself, but I also keep in mind that I'm helping her. Or I'm going to wait a little bit, see a couple of them stand together, and then stun cleave. It can depend on the moment, so we'll just like play from here and see what we see. But I would say that's the basic rule of thumb for Sven. You're looking for something like that. Okay, it looks like we still have 2 tier 2s. The enemy has this one. So any winning fight could lead to the high ground at this point, where you guys win a fight, and so you're able to go to the mid lane. So we'll go from here, even though this isn't like strictly high ground pushing right now. This is like the setup to it. Okay, they're fighting here. As a new player, I don't know like how you're feeling about mechanics and all that stuff. I think actually pushing out this lane was pretty good, and I'm glad you're falling back to be careful. And then the skill you want to practice here is the mini-map awareness to see like, am I TPing to this fight? Am I still pushing this? And to know which one you got to do is the map awareness part. Let's come to your perspective. Well, I can't really tell if you're looking here or not, but that's what you would want to do. So for example, I see a couple heroes in this area, and we're moving in. Careful about using blinks as you get close to the enemies, because I want to use it to like run away or to fight perhaps. Okay, and this is why we split push lanes, guys. Boom. Sven push this lane out. And then Techies, let's actually see what Techies' perspective was. All right, Techies was in this area and could have joined the team, but instead sees creeps being pushed into them and is like, ooh, I want those, right? And walks over. And now we know where Techies is. Before he was in the jungle, he wasn't actually with his team, but I didn't know that, you know? By pushing in this lane, boom. Now I see Techies. And based off of vision, observers that have been set up, I actually see Sniper too. So this is now a fairly viable target, right? It would take Sniper time to come over and join. And then Techies has no way to join until they capture this Watcher, but it's still ours for now. So there's no way for Techies to get here. It's a 5-on-5 game. I just realized the kill score looks pretty bad, but at this rank, the kill score can be quite distracting. You're getting some good guidance. You're doing pretty well. This is like really good farming. Did you come from another MOBA or something? Or just getting help from the boyfriend? Because you're doing great in this bracket, and that's keeping the gold in your favor, actually, as the kills are like heavily into the enemy. But the point I was going to make is no matter what the gold is, Techies is not here. So you just like take out his money. It's 3K, pretty much even at this stage. Oh, we're actually up 10K because Techies is not here. Oh, Sniper is not ready to join the fight right away, and he's like 15. He's the top net worth hero. So we actually have a good window to jump the Pudge right here. Now let's see if your team actually does that. And if we take too long, they might rejoin. And so they're actually coming to us first. Team's on the way. Ah! No! Almost lived. All right, let's come back to this. So for you, seeing the people like this, Earthshaker here, Pudge here, Sniper here, and maybe you didn't see, because I realized, you know, being new to the game, we look away from the mini-map. So maybe you just didn't realize it. Be careful about this stuff. Good, best, what's it called? Best manufacturers practice, right? The GMPs and all that. As the game gets scary and kills can happen, be careful about blinking into creep waves. So you were here, you blinked in. What does that mean? When they come to me, I can't blink away. Or maybe someone shows and I want to kill them. I want to go blink over. Oh, I can't because I used it to jump to the farm. So try to walk in and then blink away. It'll generally lead you right. There are times you do need to push fast and you have to blink there and then run away, but there are more cases it's the other way around, that you have to walk in and save the blink to either react and get out, or a guy like walks in and you surprise him. You like go blink stun this Pudge, for example. And I think here with Pudge coming in like this, you just have to be a little bit more careful about running in here. The team's getting close, but they're not here yet. So you'd actually want to back out a bit with the Shadow Shaman for these guys to show up and then go in. And it's just a matter of whether you saw all this happening. I think in the power of hindsight, it's easier now to tell, but in the moment, if you're not like looking at the minimap enough, it's easy to like, oh, I think I can run in and do this. I think once you get here, so you God Strength, I think you held the BKB for a little bit, but you use it now. If you think you can get out, you just keep running. And actually, going back to the blink, you know, maybe it would come up and then you'd get it out. But I think you're taking damage anyway, so it would have been affected. If you think you're going to die, sometimes you can just do the damage you can before you go and hope your team cleans up. So, for example, Treant or Pudge. On the Pudge, he's blade mailed, but you have the BKB going, so you're okay. Just go for it, and maybe you die, but maybe you get like 3 hits in and crit, you know? You chunk off half his health for your team, and they finish it up. If you know you're going to die, I would just do what damage you can. If you think you might live, and it was pretty close, you almost did live, then you can run. I think there was some indecision, so I guess you would have lived if you had committed one way or the other. In the end, though, this fight does work out for your team. You were the unfortunate casualty. But part of the reason this worked is because Techies was not here, right? He spent that whole fight running over to join. And although Sniper was doing this like Ags Conda build, right? He was able to assassinate a couple times. Didn't actually attack because he wasn't close enough because they jumped pretty far forward. And fortunately, your team was on the way. Now, what do you guys do about this, having won this fight? Roche would actually be the best play. Going for high ground is okay. We've mentioned, like, when you win the fight from wherever, you can make it to the enemy base. So you guys win the fight here. You make it out here. These are kind of low, so it's a little scary. And Dragonite seems to be on the farming page.
Technical difficulties.
Speed up till you're back up. Try to walk here. A lot of what we're going to talk about in these late game situations, in the same way, actually, I mentioned, okay, we baited techies to respond. I want to capitalize on that. I want to look for a fight. If you TP, though, like as you respawn and you TP here, I might push out bottom and bait someone to come here, and I go, hey guys, top's a great fight. Hang on, though. I got to walk over there. I don't have my teleport. And now I got to run all the way across the map. I got to, like, through the Twin Gate. I got to, like, go all the way back this way to my team. And it'll take a really long time. So, try to walk out to farm and then save the teleport to come back. Especially if you're losing. This is... Well, there are times to teleport and push due to time measures. But in general, when you are trying to take a defensive fight in your high ground, the value of the defensive positioning is that we can always teleport home, and that's how we get the numbers advantage. We split push, we teleport back. So if we teleport out to push, I cannot teleport back, unless I think a fight's not going to happen for 80 seconds, and that's okay. But that's pretty much what you have to say, is like, don't worry, Zach, a fight will not happen for 80 seconds. I know that I'm just going to AFK farm, and then I will have it again. If you can say that for whatever reason, then that's okay. Otherwise, walking out first. There's a trend, right? Walk out, TP home. Walk in, blink out. The walking is the first step, and then you save the tools to capitalize. We don't want to use the tools early just to, like, farm a little faster. I mean, kinda, but...
I'll take that.
It's like the weight of it, you know? If I do use my utility to farm faster, I do farm faster. That only matters after a long time, though, of efficient farming, right? Getting one creep wave 3 seconds faster is not that big of a deal. But if I have done this for like 10 minutes and I've gotten like 10 different farming sources 3 seconds faster, that does add up. But in a given instance, a little sooner does not make a big deal. But killing someone in the late game, getting away from a kill attempt, TPing home to take a big team fight, like those are really big payoffs that are more worth it, especially now that we're in the late game. In the early game, I'd say it's probably more okay to do. But now we're at the stage where we are going to do this kind of like big fights. General positioning thing here. I know this is another really vague concept that a new player wouldn't really have to focus on, but it's a good practice for you. So minimap. Let's imagine where the enemies are. I don't know. We don't have too many deep wards. We have one though, which is actually not too bad. And I don't see them. So they're like anywhere in this area. Where exactly? I don't know. So as you run to your team, notice you like come through here. You're like in this area. This is your blink range. And the enemies also can have some blinks, like Earthshaker. I think Pudge has one. Yeah, Pudge also has Hook. Now actually they're over here, so doesn't matter in this particular situation. But see how you run through here. I'm gonna slow down a little bit. If they see you, and we don't know, we never know where their observers are guaranteed, right? We put a sentry here, but there could be like an observer right outside. Unlucky. But if they see me, I am in range, and I may not see them. You do have creeps going through here, so maybe you would have seen them. But maybe they're smoked. Who knows? So good practice is to avoid like this edge or this edge, depending what team you're on, if you don't know where they are. So you would be like further in this way. And that way, even if they see you, they may literally just not be able to reach you without being over here. But then we're hoping like the observer would see them at that point. So just be a little further out, especially versus Pudge with the hook. He can often like grab you from afar, and now we got like real problems. And then same deal, if you're like running to this camp, running like this way as opposed to this way, just in case there's anything here. Hook's out from this way. Can't reach me from over here. Actual Roche, amazing. Roche attempt going on, let's go. If you want a God Strength for Roche, it's okay, by the way. This Roche was actually pretty dangerous because I had no idea where the enemy team was. We have like decent vision, but if they were smoked, they could have just like blink echoed. So kind of dangerous, but if the team is doing it, I might like, I don't know, I might do it too. It's okay to God Strength because one of the themes of today is that with the Aegis, you don't have to beeline it to the buildings, right? And we're like, oh, well, if I use God Strength, now it's not ready to push. That's okay, I got 5 minutes, you know? And I'm going to wait like 3 minutes of farming, looking for a good fight. And in the last minute or two, I'm going to push a lot harder with that. And then I'm going to save God Strength at that window. So this is a really dangerous thing to do. So if you want a God Strength to like do it faster, that's fine. Sven is not actually that good of an Aegis hero because you have to use God Strength for a lot of your damage. So if you God Strength and then die and respawn, you don't have God Strength anymore. I would actually give this Aegis over to your Drow, who she was, I think, not there, unfortunately. But if she was, I would give it to her because she doesn't care, right? Like, she can use her abilities, and then if she dies, she respawns, she's fine.
Thank you.
She's a better Aegis carrier than you. Until you get a refresher, and then you can die, respawn, refresh, and have God Strength again. But that's usually quite late into the game. I agree, but no one would take it? Okay, then that's fine. I'd rather you have it than, like, nobody else, of course, so... They recently did Tormentor. While you guys were doing Roche, they did Tormentor. So I don't know where they went after that. They can go through the Twin Gates. They can go like any number of ways. You and Drow are actually both showing at the same time. So even if they weren't still hanging around the edges, I would go kill one of you because you two cannot be next to each other, right? There's no way you can help each other out quickly enough. The nearest teleport is here, but that takes time to like run in. So be very careful. Fortunately, she gets out. Right here, by the way, when everyone is missing like this, I would actually just sit near your team. This is actually really scary. If you're like crushing it, it's okay, but this is a pretty close game. So I would just hug near your team. This is, okay, these are coin flip moments in Dota where this is what a lot of like pub games end up being, especially Archon and lower. Like, neither team has information, and they do random stuff, and then someone wins from that, right? It's like, oh, I lucked out into them, or like, oh, they stumbled into me and they had more heroes. Ah, nuts, right? These are like the coin flip moments where it's like, I have no idea how it's going to go, and it's just going to be random, but I want to limit that. And so for you, maybe you run into a stray sniper and you kill him, great. Maybe 3 heroes kill you, and then we're losing the Aegis for free. Ah, no good. I would rather just like sit near Drow and make it so that more situations work out in my favor. You know, like, oh, they jump us, but we're all together. We're ready to go. Until they show, and someone will show eventually. Like, Dota's full of impatient people. Someone is going to show, and then you're going to know to like step out again. Like, is he alone and can I jump? I don't know. I don't see anything else. Actually, I'm really suspicious because this is going in, this is going in, this is going in. Where are they? I really think they're doing something right now, or just sitting in their base, which can happen at this rank, but I really don't have the information. If I look at the minimap and a fight breaks out, can I be helped in 1 second? I'm too far. So I gotta fall back more. Actually, perfect example, right? Could not be helped in 1 second. Though they found someone else, so maybe this fight will still work out. Okay, a little messy. I'm not gonna worry about it for now, but a lot of people like to backpack BKB when they have the Aegis, because you're not gonna BKB before Aegis in most situations. And then when you're dead, you like swap it back in. That's just like a muscle memory thing to work on in the future. So I'm not really that worried about it. Oh no! This goes back to the positioning of like, can I be hooked or not? Should I be here versus here? Pretty good high ground defense from them, actually. I know we're here for the Sven, but just to talk through that, like the way this team should high ground defense is pretty much what they just did there. They will wait for Pudge to land a hook. They will focus that target down. And if the Radiant overcommits to like help the hook, then the Blink Echo, the Overgrowths will come in. You rush into Techie's mines, right? Like this team wants a very defensive strategy around Sniper and Pudge, although this is like a funny sniper build for carrying. But whatever. I think it's actually Pudge carry, but like then it should be sniper carry actually. But whatever. The point is, they don't like dive into stuff willy-nilly. They force you to like deal with Pudge hooks and sniper either aggressively, like sniper's hitting this and everyone protects sniper, or, okay, I want to take this, but I got to keep dodging hooks and sniper pot shots, and I can't actually jump lest I get, well, this. Oh, he actually missed. Woo! Lucky. And then when they leave the base and get scattered, the fights become a lot easier. Getting high ground hooked, very scary. Outside, not so scary. Now your team should push. Although you're a little low, it's a little scary. Especially into a sniper who keeps using Assassinate like this. Maybe we can't do it. In that case, supports and maybe core players who have to do it yourselves if you don't have good supports. Notice we were really deep on the enemy's territory. And so that's a really good time to put some kind of observer to see them leave the base, if that helps to give people direction. Oh, Boodles, thank you for the Prime sub. I totally missed that. I'm sorry, I zoned out. Thank you. I want to know when they step out of their base so I can go kill them. Because in the base is hard, out of the base is easy. I don't really know until they make it pretty far out of their base with this observer, right? They got to like all the way over here. By the time they get here, they might be done doing what they're doing, right? Pushing the lane, farming the jungle, and then go home. By the time I see them in that observer and I try to get my team out, they could be gone. I want to see them step out of the base to immediately know to like, let's go. And as they think like, oh, I got some time, you know, I want to clear a couple creeps, then boom, I'm jumping them before they can finish and get home. Not really the core job. It's more the support job. But sometimes in your pub games, you got to do it yourselves. You got to just like backpack an observer sentry. And then when you're in this far, do it yourself. I don't know where to ward. I haven't learned support. Yeah, don't worry too much about it. Here's a real basic primer for you. All these cliffs, imagine the sentry range like this, and put your observer anywhere outside that sentry. You're good to go. You're already like 2,000 MMR above your peers. Don't use a single cliff ward. All the observers. The cliff has a little bit of space, so don't put it like right at this edge because they could put their sentry a little on the high side, low side, whatever. So a little further out than that, you know? Anywhere, like here, things out here, although be careful they don't just see you from the base. You know, like things over here, amazing. You don't even need to know more than that. That is like a very good rule of thumb just for now. And then as you play more, you can learn more spots. Let's do a quick cheat. And then common spots like this are very, because it's so open, they're the most common spots. So let's look at the enemy vision too. On the cliff. This is actually, I didn't expect to see a lane ward. There's not too many observers alive right now. They have one out here. These are all like the really common spots. They're not strictly bad, but they're just very common. In the late game, when we're talking about ending the game and I need a pick off, I need the observer to live. That's the most important thing. I need to see the enemy somewhere, and I can't lose the observer. So it can't be in these common spots if I think they're going to check it. And ideally, I see them as they leave the base. That's the best. But if they're frequently checking this area, like you've lost a couple observers, then it's fine to put it further out. But number one, it has to live. Number two, it sees what I want it to see. Here your team is super scattered. Who you want to point the finger at, it doesn't really matter, but we're like, doot, 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 doot. So, of course, they're going to find something, right? Like, how could they not? Anywhere they go, they're going to find one of you on your own. Now you guys are clumped up, but they have more heroes than us because this guy's dead. 13k lead, actually, fake. 2k lead, which is pretty much an even game. Actually, even at this stage, 13k doesn't mean that much. This, so scary. Go ahead and like let it push in. Just back out of here. This creep wave is worth the same, whether it's here or whether it's here. And so this is far safer. If we've lost heroes, we're just waiting for everyone to respawn.
Guess what's happening?
Just saw 3 heroes here though, so if I see a hero anywhere here, it is okay to just jump in and go for it. Shadow Shaman just respawned, so if we want to fight, now we could, but it will take him a couple seconds to get here. So stay out of sight a little longer, and actually right now, so here's the thing with Sven. God Strength, Stun, Cleave, amazing. But if they see it coming, they're not going to do it. Let me switch again. Sniper perspective. Look at that, right? They just always do. It is so common. Until you get to Immortal Plus, the passive positioning is not a habit yet. I've already pointed out some for you, and I promise your peers, the teammates, opponents, they're all doing it. So that's what we want to capitalize on, especially for a hero like Sven. People will just at some point clump, and if you happen to have an observer, great, boom, do it. If it happens to be while they're pushing tower, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we saw a lot of replays earlier where it's like, why are we all showing under the tower? Why are we showing under the tower, right? That's where the big AoE spells come in from. So they're pushing up. They should be scared of you as the Sven, right? They should be staying away from each other. So you fast forward, boom, boom, boom. Sniper comes in to hit. Still pretty clumped, right? So this is where you want to stay out of sight, waiting for this kind of moment where you catch sight of them as they come up to the tower to initiate and jump cleave. But then if you show, right? And unfortunately, day to nighttime, they happen to see you and you don't like have the greatest vision to see all of them. But now they know like, oh shit, Sven, you know, like scatter, right? And they'll step away. They will no longer be together. But if I stay out of sight as Sven, like I'm somewhere in here, they won't think about it. They'll still be clumping like this. And that's what's going to give you the opportunity to get... See, like, they immediately like, try to run away, but they're still, like, bump into each other. And now they know to initiate on you if they want. I don't know if they should be, actually, but, you know, if they want to, they can go on you. And now I am not going to get the Dream, Stormhammer, God Strength, surprise initiation because I show first. So a lot of times, this is where you have to let farm go. And if you're trying carry, I know it's like, it's an easy guiding principle of like, I just get farm. As you get to the late game, actually giving up farm is pretty big brain for like the trade-off of a good fight. So like, I lose this creep wave, but maybe I get a triple kill. You know, it's kind of worth it. So you stay out of sight, and even if it wasn't like Drow Ranger, it was like a support. You're like, oh, supports aren't supposed to get the CS as much as I am. Generally true, but in moments like this, let them do it. Let them take the risk of being the one showing. Let the enemy jump them, right? They jumped you earlier. What if it's Drow? You let Drow do it, they jump Drow. Oh yeah, God Strength, BKB, jump in, get them, you know? You have to let them forget about you and initiate, and then you get the dream fight. Like an assassin. Yeah, I know Sven's character trope is that he's like some big bulky warrior guy, but he actually is kind of an assassin because you have so much physical burst. You want to surprise them. Ursa is another one. He doesn't seem like an assassin, but anyone who kills quickly is essentially an assassin in Dota because of the blink dagger, right? It's different from a game like League of Legends. Anyone can itemize to suddenly appear and do a bunch of damage. And so once you're at that point, you all got to think like an assassin. This is a good example of wherever the fight happens, it's okay. When we get to the late game, the death timers are so long. Okay, boom, we're here. Right, even though this fight was all the way over here, zoop, 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 speed up a little. Here we are in front of their base, still 40 seconds out before any of them respawn. Pudge is here. Just don't like overcommit. You can kill him if he steps up too far, but don't get baited and like chase him too far. People buy back. That shouldn't really be a consideration for new players right now, but for like the higher ranks, be careful of being baited into like buybacks and stuff. Probably overcommitment for the Serpent Wards, whatever. We're not gonna worry about it. At this stage, I know the creeps are here and you have no creeps here, but you can just tank the back door or tank the tower. Like, you're strong enough at this point. The tower will take forever to kill you. So you can just come here and kill this. And the back door, these creeps, the back door for the base goes down altogether. So if the creeps are mid, even top loses back door. Bottom doesn't count because the bottom tier 2 is up. So you can't get bottom, but this tier 3, because it's open, you can do it. You can try to end the game, but it's just tough. As you can see, like, this thing is, it's got the bonus armor because these barracks are still alive. It's just harder to do these than it is to do this. So usually doing the barracks is the safer. What is backdoor? Okay, it'll come up in just a second here. Hang on. Hang on. Just a moment. That was a little longer than I think it is. Oh, sorry, they're still here. Sorry. Okay, let's go back in time to see backdoor. This... I guess we can't see... Wait, can I not see it from... Maybe we'll see the icon in a little bit. Backdoor here is the ability description. The buildings have... you can kill them, but they're much harder to be killed. Backdoor protection means the towers are a lot stronger and will heal back up to whatever they were at when you started, unless they die. Backdoor protection goes down when a creep gets close. So this tier 2, you can see it. It's this little like shield icon right now. The towers have individual backdoor. Tier 1s don't have it. Tier 1 towers don't have it. Tier 2 towers onwards have it. The tier 2s have their own individual backdoor protection that is related to the tower. The base has a giant circle that goes like this. Essentially, these icons, it's about where these icons are. It's a giant circle around like this. And when your creeps enter that circle, the back door for the entire base goes down, and then the towers become easier to kill. Backdoor protection lasts for, I think, 15 seconds. Does it say on here? No. It lasts for 15 seconds. So, like, let's say all your creeps here die. 15 seconds, backdoor protection will come back up. So you have that window to kill the buildings, and let's say you backed out right now. This tower would stay at 561 because, like, I did the damage, so it stays there. If backdoor protection were up this whole time, let's say, you guys are doing the damage, it drops to 561, you guys back out, it'll heal straight back up to full. Does it come up at all? No, your creeps are all alive, so it's still up. Let's zoom until, like, one of these creeps die.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
So, like, now there should be a timer, because Pudge killed that one, so now there's backdoor protection in a moment. I don't know if we'll see it in the replay, but this is why you need to, like, push in lanes before you go for a fight. Because, like, you could win the fight, but then if they have backdoor protection up, it's really hard to actually take the building. Backdoor protection is essentially what prevents you from, like, you're all in the base defending, and then, like, some guy just comes here and kills a random building. And it's not fair, because it's like, what the heck? The Dire's winning, they have all the lanes pushed in. How can a guy just show up and kill this building? So backdoor protection exists. It is possible to go through backdoor protection, but it is really, really hard. There's only a few hero combinations that can do it. Ah, 270 DPS. Is that the number? I didn't know the exact amount.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
I think it's okay. I don't think backdoor protection needs to last, like, through the whole game. Because, like, let's say you get into the late game and you can do more than 270. I think that's okay. Because that's just the nature of the game getting really late. This is a situation your team should just back out, give up stuff until you're all up. We're doing the reverse now of what they're doing. Like, we're currently fighting 2v5. This is kind of wild. Let's see if it works. Damn. Didn't win 2v5. These are the moments we just back out of here and we let them take this stuff. We push out the other lanes, and then as the heroes respawn, we TP back and fight together. Clinks and Batrider say hi. Can Clink still do it after he got nerfed? I think it's hard for him now. Now the Skelly boys don't do it. Okay, we'll go a little further on this one, but if you guys want to start submitting games, go ahead, and then we'll stick them in the wheel. Actually, what time is it? 6. Oh, but we've only been going for 4.5 hours. I guess I started a lot later today than I realized. I was thinking it didn't seem that late for how long we've been going. Okay, we'll still do another... We'll keep reevaluating. We'll do at least one more and reevaluate after that one. Should I resubmit? Yes, please. Be careful of this because of that right there, actually. If your team finds an observer like this, let one guy do it. Preferably someone ranged and or very survivable, or just know it exists. Just know this observer is here, and what they're looking is to hook people in this area or echo you guys if you're all together like this. So just play on the top side, for example, and ignore the fact that this is here. Or really surprise them, smoke through this observer. But if you all go to do it, you'll potentially get hooked out like this. This is a matter of just playing, and you'll know in the future. I think you actually kill all of these guys if you stand and attack, because they all clumped up on you. Your Satanic will, like, full heal you. The Satanic is really powerful, but I recognize it's really scary as a new player. You're like, oh shit, they're all on top of me. I gotta get out of here. But actually, Sven with God Strength BKB and like the Satanic going, I think you can actually take this fight, even though I wouldn't usually recommend it. And I'd be like, yeah, they're missing, you should not. And that's maybe still true, but I actually think you can do this. Let me look one more time. Right, they do everything, they don't kill you. You can kind of see it there. Look at this one auto attack you did. You're healing like a fourth of your health in one go. I know it's like hard to see because of all the junk on the screen, but you also have like the Echo Saber double hit into the rest. Maybe this is the double hit actually. And then here, you want to like attack until Satanic is done, I would say. And then after that, if you feel you need to run, like Satanic BKB. And then after that, if you run, I think it's okay. That's what I get scared about. Yeah, it's just a matter of doing it over time. Like, you'll learn. I don't expect anyone new to like easily tell that stuff. Follow the guides, but still understanding what all the items do. Yeah, no worries. That's the part of the learning curve. Don't be afraid. Well, I know people will flame a little bit, and that's definitely annoying. Don't be afraid to mute. But I actually think it's really good for new players and any existing players. If you haven't pushed the limits in a while, it's good to revisit this, right? You just do it. You're just like, can I go in with this? Like, let's find out. You know, an intentional test. I'm a man of science, you know, you create the hypothesis. I think I can blink into 5 heroes and kill them if I have Satanic available. Test hypothesis, right? Making it a conscious effort, a choice to try something, and then you see how it goes. I think that helps you learn faster than like you kind of stumble into it, but it wasn't intentional. You can still learn from that, but I think it's harder. I think it's harder too. Limit testing, yeah, that's another good way to put it. I think there's a couple different phrases for it. Whatever you want to call it. Oh no! This is the reverse, actually, right? I mentioned you staying out of sight earlier. This is Earthshaker, right? We don't see Earthshaker, so we're all just running in. We're forgetting about Earthshaker. And because of that...
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
I don't know why this guy is using his Ags instead of the Blink for the instant echo, but whatever. Because we forgot about Earthshaker, boom, we get echoed. But we can do the same thing as Sven. We stay out of sight, they will forget, and then we jump in and then get them all. Drow, I believe you should have canceled that TP. Okay, I'm gonna let this play out while I set up the wheel. I will drag in all the replays you guys just brought.
Killing spree. Own it.
With an apple in your mouth.
You know what? I'll allow it. When we weren't doing the wheel, I was no longer allowing the double submissions. And to some degree, I won't. But now that we're back to random chance, we used to let this happen. And if someone got selected multiple times, we just let it go. I'll say I limited it to 2 if 2 happened. But I'll let you try again. Why not? Chaos. We're back to the chaos. Spin! I keep forgetting to add the sound in. All right, while we're downloading this, skip to the next Frosh fight with the last high ground bit. Yeah, we can do that real quick. Hold on, before I lose this one. Next roast with the last high ground bit. Let me see. Is that here? Is it this one? All right, we do Roche once again in the dark against Echo. Very scary. Very, very scary. Aegis once more. Yeah, I would backpack this one instead of the Swift Blink. And then this is what I mentioned earlier of like get Aegis, immediately go high ground, right? We're like here instantly, but you can just chill for the first few minutes, see if you can get the pickoffs, and then you can easily go. We saw earlier, that's how mid happened, right? You got some easy kills, you came mid. I think that was this game. This time we're gonna bang our heads on it. See if it works. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we back out a little. Anyone got some observers? All right, it's a very tough high ground. That's why you guys are scared. Uh-oh. Everything being dropped. Ooh, we did swap this in though. Very nice. Do it for me, Drow. Yeah, that's the danger of the blink. But fortunately, Drow was actually able to do a ton of damage in that fight because it broke out here. So it was unintentional, but Drow was free firing the whole time. Now Sniper was kind of doing the same, but this goes back to the idea of like where you choose the fight. You want to make sure your teammates can mostly get involved, which fortunately for you, they were. This is a choice, Drow. No. Yeah, got barracks though, or got the tower. We'll take it. We'll accept it. Not pressing BKB is not GFP. Good manufacturing practices. Who wins? Fight outside the base, much easier. Then we win the game. Okay, whose replay is this? Who just won the raffle? The spin, the wheel spin, which I will now, while it's downloading, I'm going to add this sound in. Or will I? Maybe I won't. I don't actually have a way to do this easily without it being a pain. That's not fully true, but... Where is this audio going now? All right, maybe it is too much of a pain right now. It's not behaving the way I thought it would with the audio stuff. So I'll sort it out later if we actually need the wheel to do it. Okay. Okay, let me scroll back up to where... Okay, we are looking at... Oops. Queen of Pain. All right, and then this game we won hard early and then ended up losing the game after multiple failed high ground push attempts. Perfect example. I'm sorry that happened to you, but yeah. Can you explain how we could have pushed high ground a little better here? Yes. Yes, we can.
Everybody gets sick.
All right, so what values are we talking here? I would actually say this is not that. You're winning, but I wouldn't. This is not like a mega stomp or anything. So maybe you guys felt more ahead, and it led to some overconfidence. Because at this point, this is your biggest lead, 18k, which is pretty good. But at 45 minutes, 18k is not as meaningful. This is maybe also a decent lead, like a 6k lead around 24-ish minutes. But it's not... It's like, I feel good, but it's not, how do we possibly lose this kind of lead. I only bring that up to like fine tune maybe our sense of the game. Now I know I'm just looking at gold, which is more than, there's more to the game than that, but okay, TA relatively rich, but not quite that like full item ahead of Slark type of rich. Goes back to what I was saying, where it's possible to throw.
Did your best.
4-hour draft without even seeing what you guys are going to do. This is another draft where you just let TA hit the buildings. In this case, it's TA. You could also do Dragon Knight. It looks like offlane Dragon Knight, though, and I think he'll be our Blink Stunner. So rather than him, like, if he also has to hit the towers, that's a lot on his plate. You know, it's like, I have to hit the towers showing myself. I also have to initiate on people, but they're going to know I'm going to do it because I'm in vision hitting the tower. It becomes almost too much for him. You could still try, but it's tricky. I would say TA hitting the buildings allows everyone else to wait behind. And if they jump TA, you have the Dragon Knight. You have Static Storm. You have Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave to disrupt stuff. It works a little better. High ground pushing will be very hard this game, though. Keeper is one of the best heroes due to Illuminate to make high ground pushes really, really difficult. AA, Axe also make it very scary because, like, the Blink BKB piercing call into the blast is it's kind of a death sentence even if you're losing, especially if you get hit by some other stuff. So the high ground push is very hard. You have TA traps, though. You have Techie's Mines. You have Glimpse. So the game plan, once you guys get a lead, is to set up a lot of vision in this area, right? And you see someone leave, you go chase them, you kill them, especially Coddle. If you can get Coddle, the high ground push gets a lot easier. But any of the heroes, especially like the 3 we mentioned, any of those kills or more make the high ground push super quick. With that said, you don't need a lot of time. Due to this lineup, TA and Dragon Knight are very good at taking buildings. So if you just walk up, whack, 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 back out, repeat 3 times, the tower's probably dead if we're talking late game. So let's jump ahead. What's the game actually looking like? Happy to help.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Okay, we're pushing in. My eyes are on the mini-map right now.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Taking this tier 2. Tormentor and Roche are on my mind.
No breaking down the
Don't really expect you guys to the Tormentor all the time as pubs go, but I would love to see Roche before we even try high ground. Axe is top. You guys could have probably attempted that Slark kill.
Dyer's top tower's getting beat down.
Okay, if we're gonna try this, Dragon Knight or Disruptor have to go first, and you don't want to do it in the creep wave. You want to do it like on the sides. See how they sprinted out instantly? This is actually pretty good for them. They were scared. They should have been more scared than what they were. They see you guys TP top, they instantly came out bottom. Because, like, I'm not nearly as scared of what I just was. I know they were all here. So we need to go down and shove this out, clear out observers like this. This is why you don't all want to show. One of you could show, potentially. But if you also stay out of sight, it's like Schrodinger's Queen of Pain. Like, is she top? Is she bottom? I don't know. Like, how do we act on this? So these guys still sit here, and Axe still stays, like, in the tree line, unsure. Like, everyone is frozen because they don't know what your team is doing. But as soon as you reveal it, they know how to act. Axe is running away. These guys are running out. Roche would be great. Are we close to like some big item?
Double damage.
Not really. The itemization's a little funny this game. I'm not really gonna worry about it. We're gonna try to focus more on the concepts.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Heal us.
Ice Blast down. You can honestly just ignore and go straight to Roche. They need Ice Blast. End up overcommitting blind, so they're able to walk in and get us. Alright, so I'm gonna let's see how this play out, and then we're gonna back up a little.
Spree.
Ice Blast, and then you guys commit. And he drops an observer as part of this going on. Where are they? I know Slark's over here. I know Enchantress is here. But everyone else? I'm not so sure. I have an observer now. It only sees up here. So this is actually the area I want the fight to happen in so that the observer can help me. Back here also works because the observer would let me see the enemies in this area. As we chase this Enchantress, I am moving into an area where there's a lot of like blink calls that we end up seeing, right? And I don't know they're coming because it's ahead. I am ahead of my observer. So the observer is not scouting for me. I am scouting for the observer. And that doesn't really make much sense. So we got a little too excited on this fight. You backed out in time, but poor old TA got caught in it. Didn't have her BKB. This would have been much easier, right? Just do Roche, and then you guys frontline, some of you frontline to make sure Axe can't get close to call. Here's a good find from Slark. Intercepts the back while you guys are chasing all this. He kills the back line and then runs in.
Killing spree.
Could have been you dying, but he ended up going for the others. He's coming for you now, though. End up BKBing out. At least we live. Okay, we have to avoid Slark. He's really strong. And he has a bunch of stacks right now. They are starting to fade, though, at least. How strong is he? Okay. Whole bunch of heroes here. Now that Roche has moved bottom, this actually works out because we have the vision here from the wards. So bottom Roche is now very easy to attempt. I think TA got scarred from the top one, though. She does not seem interested in coming over here. Those three heroes that were here are suddenly missing, and no one is dealing with mid. So now I know they're doing something. At the same time, they have already started. But as your team sees these heroes missing, they should have been more careful. You need to save Sonic Wave if you're gonna have any shot at killing this guy. It's gotta be like the last thing you do to finish the job. This is textbook Slark. He is going to wait till he gets low, and then he is gonna pop Shadow Dance. So if you can't... So it's like, you can use Sonic Wave to get him low, but then you can't finish the job. If I don't use Sonic Wave, I won't get him low enough to kill, but I'll never kill him without Sonic Wave. So you have to get him low enough without this, and this has to be the finisher. And if you can't get him low enough without this, you're not killing Slark, and you just let him go. Or you get away. Like, either way you want to think about it. But if you use it too early to, like, put him into kill range, every other hero, you now run them down and kill them, right? But not Slark, and not a couple others who can, like, heal up a bunch. So you have to save it. You have to get him here, and then you have to Sonic Wave. Really, at any moment, Roche is still good. Otherwise, finish up your Ags now that you're working on that. Should I have just run out of there? Yeah, if you just ran, that'd be okay too. At that moment, we're just kind of like farming, waiting. Your job at that moment is like proving to your team that this area is okay. Like, I am here, I am farming, please come over to do Roche. And it's not a trap because like I am here showing that they are not smoked going into Roche. And so you just like keep staying in this area, keep the lane pushed in. And if they do eventually come, then you get out. Slark on his own should not have been able to kill you unless you like overcommit like that. And so then it's still like you're proving it's okay to do Roche until it's not okay to do Roche, but you're not dying so that they can't do Roche right away. At least you traded there, so like they couldn't do Roche either. Actually, your team should have done it. Like TA should have gone in to do it, but what can you do? They're all missing. This is where we get careful and we go hide in tree lines. Jungling is okay, especially the outer edge. Jungling in here, where are they smoked to, guys? Roche would make the most sense, but pubs don't always make the most sense. If people are smoking, looking for plays, through the inner jungles are the most common. In the lanes can also happen. The outer edges are the least common paths for smokes until you get to like high level play. For most pubs, if people go missing, you can assume they're smoking and you can assume it's coming through the jungle. So then even though Queen of Pain is out of sight technically, she still just runs into enemy heroes by accident, or like they run into her. So if you are gonna jungle, you should go into the outer edge or wait in a tree line where you're not gonna be out in the open being spotted by a smoke. Okay, you guys are looking for this top fight, but I think they're all here. No one has pushed out bottom yet, and now Dragonite's not here. So this is really dangerous. Okay, Slark's bottom, so I feel better. We can all move in now. And then Coddle's here. Twin Gate. Slark. Go into Roche. Either one. They're both really good plays. Oh, Tormentor if it's up too. That's another option. All showing in the creep wave is not a good option. Randomly standing next to TA in case there is vision here so that Axe can call both of us. In fact, all three of us. Also not a great option. Passively play as if they see you at all times, and then you will just not get randomly called for the moments that you do end up walking in vision. I know in this case Axe is actually right here. We have just found him. But it's moments like these that will cost you games. You're like, oh damn, I didn't know they saw us, and then they got us with the echo. They got us with the AoE call, Ice Blast, whatever. But if you just assume you're always under vision and you position appropriately, then you can't get caught, even when you are in vision.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
Queen of Pain, one of your greatest strengths is Blink being a lot of mobility. So you should have the most freedom to take favorable fights, like to reposition yourself into favorable fights. Enchantress is kind of fast and has a Hurricane Pike, but still not as good as your Blink. So rather than take two one-on-one fights, you want to take a two-on-one fight. And if they don't come to you, then you go to them. So like Dragonite is finding Keeper. It would be better for you to jump over to the Keeper and help turn this into a 2v1. Even if it takes a while and it becomes a 2-on-2, you had a moment of like 2-on-1 for 2 seconds, and then Enchantress joined in for the 2-on-2, but Coddle's already almost dead, so then he dies, and it becomes a 2-on-1 again against Enchantress. And you, Anti-Mage, Storm Spirit, Ember, Puck, these types of heroes, you can easily take those because of how fast you are with your abilities. If you can win the one-on-one, like, that's okay, then you can take that. And maybe you thought you could do this one here. But even then, it might take Dragonite longer. Like, it might still be better for you to do the 2-on-1 into the other 1-on-1. But I'll leave that to be a little bit more situational. Is it? Okay, you're doing it, actually, I will say.
Spree.
You're kind of doing it. Looks like she got away. I don't know where she went. Sneaky Enchantress. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? We've won the fight. Now, I know they're actually kind of close to respawning, so this one's not as bad as others, and I know you're kind of low, but if it wasn't for this global ice blast, I'd roast you. Because of that global ice blast, I am a little scared. I am a little scared, I admit it. Otherwise, you don't want to TP home for this kind of stuff. Let this tower die, for all I care, if it means we can take high ground. Come here, Jupiter. Yeah, you are low, so I understand it because of that global ability. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you have 1 health and the enemies are dead. Like, they will not kill you because they're dead. And that's why, like, you can push without any health because other people will tank for you and you can contribute your right-click damage. So if it wasn't for this Ice Blast, I would say you shouldn't back, even though it's really scary. Like, it'll feel really scary, but, like, they won't be able to do it.
Radiant's mid towers get
But because he exists, I will accept this one. However, I will show you, despite winning this fight with 4 of your heroes alive and currently 1 hero alive, but I know the others are starting to respawn. So the question is, like, what do we get out of winning that team fight? And as we look at the map, right, you say, like, I'm scared, I want to go home. Disruptor saying the same thing. I'm low, I'm scared, I want to go home. Suddenly these two are like, I don't feel that scared, but now I kind of am scared because it's only us up here. So in the end, what do we get out of winning that fight super heavily? Do we get Roche? Do we get building damage? Do we get vision set up? I guess a couple mines here. That's it. For all we care, what did that team fight get us? Like, really not that much. And that's why, even though it's scary, like, you have to really say, I have to get out of here or I'll die. Like, before you back after a winning fight. Like, the last hero can kill me. The respawning hero can kill me. Because you cannot trust your teammates to do it. Otherwise, what happens will just happen. You will get no building damage. You'll get no wards down. Sometimes you have to be there to provide fake support. Hey guys, I'm here. I'm totally not going to abandon you the second a fight breaks out because I have no health. I'm totally here to pitch in. Don't be scared, guys. I've got you. And they go, oh, thank goodness. 200 health, Queen of Pain's feeling brave. Damn, if she's feeling brave, I should feel brave too. I should go in, right? Freaking lie to him. As soon as the fight happens, get out of there.
Worthy treatment.
At any moment, we got to do Roche. You're getting close to the Scythe. So you're kind of in this, like, farm mode pattern. I don't mind too much. They're all missing, though. We got to be careful. Okay, Axe is bottom. Starting to scatter. TA going mid as you guys go into Roche Pit. This smoke happens in one of the most commonly areas to ward. Like, near a Roche Pit and near the middle. If you guys are going to smoke, it should be on your own half of the map. Might still work out, but kind of all over the page on this one. Okay, got the AA. Just go to do Roche. Yeah, I'll just go Roche. You could maybe push high ground. You have the catapult here, but if they buy back, you no longer get Roche. So I'd say it's safer to do Roche. That ain't Roche. Okay, now we got it. This is dangerous. You guys are like acting as if they're all dead, but actually there's 3 heroes alive that can still work together. And so the 3 heroes can kill Dragonite, the 3 heroes can kill Disruptor, the 3 heroes can kill Techies, 3 heroes can fight you 2 and steal Roche. So you guys should not scatter this far. I know you are focused on Roche with your TA, so that's good. And then you don't. You leave. You know, like, oh, let's go get that Slark. I don't care about Slark. I care about Roche. Losing Dragonite for Roche, I would consider worth it. Even though, by any means, there's no reason this guy should die. We should all be doing Roche. The 3 heroes, as they respawn, like Slark slips out of here. If Enchantress, if we didn't happen to have an Observer to know Enchantress was here, things could be really scary. Because they could already be smoked moving this way with the other 3 heroes. Like, AA can TP out. Slark joins them, they're smoked moving in here. So we now have to like immediately reposition. As TA finishes Roche, like she's so low because she had to tank this whole thing by herself. They almost get killed by the Ice Blast, right? So if the other heroes were here, then boom, like they just snipe your Roche instantly. So you can't do too many things at once. Even if you see, I don't know, I won't say you can never do that. Like, oh, I see them over there. Like, I want to go over. But it's safer to just, like, get Roche and get out. Like, good rule of thumb. IDK when to help a bad player, not. For sure. I'm making it sound obvious. Like, oh, obviously you should do this. But actually, it's, like, the hardest part of Dota, right? It's like, is this the right play or not? So, don't sweat it. In the middle of the game, take your best bet. And then in hindsight, you have to think on it and decide, like, that was a good play, that was not a good play. And you might not actually know, you're lying to yourself. You're just like, that was a good play, I think. Like, yeah, right? And the next time you repeat it, and then you have to ask yourself again, I believed that was a good play. I did it. It backfired. Do I have to change my evaluation? Like, oh, that's not a good play. That's a bad play. Okay, I'll say it's a bad play. And then in the next time you do it, and you're like, oh, that's a bad play. I won't do it. And you revisit and you're like, is that a bad play? Now that I'm looking at it again, maybe it's a good play. You know, like that's Dota. You have to keep doing that. And eventually it becomes easier to see like good plays or bad plays. And hopefully stuff like this helps out explain why stuff is good, why stuff is bad to jumpstart it. But even me, like getting to this point or from this point going forward, there are times where it's like, think it's good, think it's bad. I don't know. Hey, there we go, right? Once he's in the Shadow Dance, that's the Sonic Wave time. Easy kill. Okay, didn't expect us to get Slark like that, but now that he's dead, force the buyback, run straight in. He buys back, he doesn't actually have Shadow Dance. So we go straight in and we all run under tower and hit it. No, we still let TA do most of the work. Let TA hit this building on her own. And because Slark is dead, I might be willing, like we can say either Queen of Pain or Dragonite can also hit it. And in this case, because Dragonite is ulted and he's the offlaner, let's let him do it and we will stay out of sight. Because actually, the reason I wanted Dragonite out of sight was that he is the blink stun. And now, Queen of Pain has a blink stun. So now Queen of Pain can also be in the back, waiting to react, to surprise them with the instant hex. So let's stay out of sight. Let TA clear the creep wave. We don't all need to show here. Start getting in the tree line. Start moving. Oh, yeah, let me show. Okay, why not? Yeah, okay. Get in here. Why not? In case they want to call us because they happen to see the supports out. Yeah, why not? Hold hands. Walk together. Get Ice Blast called together. I'll show this one more time. Full health tower. At 54, he's launching the attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They fortify. In 6 seconds, this guy took out half the tower. So in 6 more seconds, he will finish the push once this fortify ends. So I have about 10 seconds to take this tower. And that's all we gotta do. I just gotta watch Dragonite for 10 seconds. Watch him. Don't go. If he needs help, then help. Do not jump this axe. Do not jump this enchantress. If you are going for kills, it's because you believe you need kills. I am trying to end the game. I'm trying to break high ground. Do I need any more kills? No, I need 10 seconds. I don't have to do anything. They need to do something. Actually, they need to give this up is what they need to do, because they cannot. They don't have Slark. They cannot fight this. I'm running in. I'm screaming. Why? I need 10 seconds. I need 10 seconds. This guy's not hitting the tower anymore. He thinks he needs to deal with the team fight. He's using abilities. He's running away. Damn, what a snipe. Straight down. How'd he do it? That tower, guys. Look at this tower. It's 3 seconds from dying. 3 seconds from dying. We're getting involved in a wacky team fight. That did kind of work out, actually. It did work out. Do we need to kill anyone? No. Just have TA hit this. Have TA hit this. And then we're actually going to have to retreat. What should be a full barracks, you may have to retreat now. Slark did not want to buy back. He might have had it, but just not wanted to buy back. He is up. These guys are more willing to buy back than Slark is, just by nature of the roles and the nature of the type of people who play carry versus the off lanes and how willing they are to buy back. So now that this is down, there's a buyback and Slark's up. I don't think we can do this. I have to get out. Should have been a full barracks if we just watched Dragonite and TA hit the buildings. But now they've actually extended the fight long enough. And the key death, the Slark, he's back. All right, they absolutely whiffed. Not Ice Blast, though. Damn. This guy doesn't miss. Holy shit. Someone investigate this guy's computer. How does he keep landing these? Should DK have stayed on the tower? When they threw out all the stuff, DK could step back for a little bit. Because Slark was dead for like a minute, you know? So like, if we go back to this, first of all, TA could also hit the building. So like, Dragonite does it from here, TA does it from here. They can't both be axe called because they're far enough apart. So they actually would have just finished the tower right here. But TA is like waiting, letting Dragonite do it, which I don't hate. It's okay. Here, right? Like, let's say Queen of Pain pokes and then she just gets out after this, right? Dragonite can just move top and ignore this and keep hitting the tower. But he's like standing here tanking Ice Vortex and all this stuff. He's walking in instead of backing out, right? He can hit the tower from here, but he still moved in like this. He should just be here hitting the tower, and this tower is dead right now. And he would still be at like half health. By the way, guys, you can see... okay, it's messy as all hell. I actually don't know if I can see it. I was going to tell you, you can actually see the tracer on Ice Vortex on the mini-map, but it's too clustered. Maybe you can't see it anymore, actually. You used to be able to see it. Can you not see it anymore? This is a replay thing? Maybe you can't. I don't know if it's bugged or you can't see it anymore, but sometimes you can look for it. Like if you're really low and you're worried about getting sniped by Ice Blast. I thought you could. Maybe I'm wrong. What should I have done different in this fight? You just don't take this fight. You just watch Dragon Knight hit. Once the fight breaks out, I mean, we can look at it a little more, but we're talking about how to navigate a fight we shouldn't take and we shouldn't start, as opposed to like, the most important thing is like, don't take the fight. For you here, so like where you're standing is fine. It's outside of this gate. You would just stand here. You'd stand back here even. This is your blink. This is your hex. So from back here, you can reach people here, and that's enough. Your sonic wave, you will be able, it's up in 10 seconds, right? You'll be able to push people away from Dragon Knight when he gets jumped. Where you are is pretty good. I'd be like a little further back, and that's all you have to do.
Radiant structures must have been fortified.
You don't want to come in here. You're in vision, by the way. Like, all of this starts because we came in here. So any moment we get out, sure. Now, at this point, we could say it's okay, and that this guy also could have backed out, and that's kind of true. I also think TA could have hit this building at any moment from this top side. Once you lose the Dragon Knight, we're kind of in retreat at this point, except Caudle is also walking out for no reason. So I think this is okay. And then at this point, we now pivot to like stand behind TA hitting the tower. Like, this is now 2 seconds from dying if TA just walks up and hits this. She wants to go for Axe, which is like, okay, sure. I think you hex him to like finish the job there. You are like, you just need to enable TA, you know? Hex for her, Sonic Wave, slow for her. She does a lot of damage. I know you also do a lot of damage, so potentially if there are things you got to solo kill, it's fine, but at the same time, like, why would you risk your life when she has Aegis? So function around her, let her risk her life. Whack, whack, whack. All right, it's like 3 seconds from death. And now you have to get out at this point, because now Slark's up. This is like, this combo is because we all clumped up trying to like, we got caught up in it. We clumped up on Slark, and so they got a bunch of AoE stuff. This goes back to like keeping in mind, you can't, you know, we don't want to do that because of what they have. We got to stay scattered.
Gotcha.
AA for auto aim, pretty much.
Guess what's happening?
See what the enemy does. You guys just need to reset.
Structures right now.
I still feel pretty good about you guys. This is not resetting. He might live, but he just used 2 massive cooldowns. We should be ready to fight in 15 seconds with TA being up, but now we're actually not ready to fight for like 70. So we should be able to go right now. You kind of still can because of the Enchantress being dead, but it just feels a little worse. We are scattered. He is now showing top, but you showed first, so we didn't really know. Be careful of that. You should stay with your team more. Techie's wants to show mid too. All right, you guys are like showing everywhere all at once. All right, round 2. We could brute force this, but I wouldn't recommend it. So here you set up vision, traps, mines, observers. I want to see them leave the base. I pushed up to here, and now I leave. I set up my vision somewhere I think it won't get caught, not this cliff, and I leave. And what are they going to do? Oh shit, guys, we have to defend. They all come home. You know what's the farm in the base? There's nothing to farm in the base. So then we have retreated back through all this stuff. We're farming. We're going through this twin gate. We're coming top. We're dealing with this. We're trying to find people showing top. They came bottom. We left. You know what they're going to do? They're going to walk out into the wards. And we're going to be over here. And they're going to go look for farm. And there's going to be no farm because we farmed it all. But we are going to see the hero. And we can decide if we try to kill them. We come back, do the twin gate, whatever. We kill that hero. Now we can go high ground. I don't need to brute force this high ground. I leave and I wait. Just real quick. What are they up to? This is the map. This is all the farm that could be had. And we're all right here. We're all clustered right here. Let's go back before we did this. Because if you guys are wondering, like, well, Zach, we pushed up and we're just going to leave. It feels weird, right? Here. Let's go back further. This is what the enemy is currently farming, right? They have access to all this stuff right now because you guys are just respawning. You're coming back out. As you guys move in, they get scared. So what do? They all start falling back like this, right? He TP'd home. This is what this push is doing. It's not doing building damage. It's preparing the map and moving heroes around. This is like a really difficult concept to grasp. It's like easy to grasp when I explain it. It's really difficult to think about it in practice, in games, until you are very comfortable and you can be like back to the hero spam. I'm not thinking about heroes. I'm not thinking about like itemization. These are the things I'm thinking about of like, I am moving heroes on the map with the way I am moving. So we are moving bottom and that's forcing them to come home because they go, oh shit, this barracks is open, right? Like they're clearly pushing bottom. We have to come defend. So they are coming back to defend and there is no farm down here. And so we leave. Fucking psych. I ain't pushing. Gotcha, nerds. So they're all sitting here like idiots with no farm and we're going to go farm over here. Got them. And that's what this move is. It's to come in here, to bait them home, and set up wards that are better than this one. Set up wards, trap mines, so I know when they leave, so I can kill them. And I just walk away from here. I just walk away. But when I actually engage like this, like I do force it, they're right now. They did have to come home to defend. And all the wards I set up, this ward does not help me when we fight over here. So we are playing ourselves almost. Like I come down here, I set up vision to help me fight out here. And then I actually fight in here to make their TP homes worth it. And that doesn't make much sense. So you actually back out here and you farm and you let them step into your vision and then you go in. Or let's say you want to go top, right? Let's say you don't want to retreat this way, you want to go top. Previously, if we went top, pretty scary. What if I came through top? I'm going through observers. I'm near Axe Call, Slark, heroes that are here to jump me, right? They're prepared, and I don't know, because this is actually, this is our vision, right? Like, I don't see any of this, so it's kind of scary. But I had maybe some wards down here. I had traps, whatever. So I push, I bait them home. Without even knowing that they're home, I can see stuff like this. Like, I can see Axe turn around after clearing the creep wave. I get the feeling they're in the base. Enchantress is here, right? So now, if I do go through here blindly, the heroes are here. How can the heroes who TP'd home be here? They have to walk at the same time I walk. And so this is now how you clear out another part of the map. I pretended that I was going to push bottom to make them react and come here. And now I can safely run through vision, which is usually a terrible idea, to like go through this in the dark. I can do it because I baited them to come home here. But now I actually engage them here, and then it's like, it is a little in reverse. I don't actually care about how this fight broke out. We could execute the fight better. But the most important thing to realize is that this fight, despite having the tier 3 down already, and we had like a 12k lead, we can still lose this fight. So the most important lesson to take is not how to like navigate this fight better. It's that this is not the fight I want to force until I absolutely have to for some reason. Like, I am about to lose the game and this is my one last chance to win. I must do this. Most games are not at that point. Most games are not there, but we're acting like it is, right? So this is where you just want to chill. You want to find an easier fight, because wherever you find the fight, you can make it to the enemy base, which is what we should see them do as they finish. I guess Techi's got out, right? So even though they won the fight right here, here are the death timers. And here he is, taking the base, forcing buybacks. Even though they lost, or you guys died here, they can make it to the base and take it. The number one thing is finding a good fight more than anywhere else. It doesn't matter where on the map, you just need to find the good fight, and then you can take high ground. Here he goes. Whack, 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 whack. Slork! No! Actually, it's kind of, he has so many stacks. It's like sort of okay, but also sort of almost fed. If TA had been willing to buy back, maybe you guys still get him. Brother could have finished this. Do you think you guys would have bought back if he hit this for 7 seconds? Would you guys have bought back and fought the same way? No. He played himself. He jumped in here. It made you guys react. Now you end up killing him. And now you, from having started this fight over here, Slark dead for 100, can make your way all the way over to do this and force him to buy back. Roche is probably the better play. But you could. You could. That would have been a good game in line. I don't know if they would have allowed that. Maybe. Okay, third time's the charm. We take Roche. If we wanted to force it, we have Aegis. And the banner, who's got it? Disruptor has the banner, you know? So the banner goes down here, and you've noticed how a lot of the fights have happened in here. They moved around, right? The banner dictates where the fight will happen. So now I can put it here and position around here, and they must come to the banner. Otherwise, the banner will allow the creeps to take the buildings for me. And I don't even have to risk my life. The creeps do it. I can even time it with a catapult to make it better. If I want to wait like 2.5 minutes, I can, because I still have 4 minutes on this Aegis. So I have 2.5 minutes to find a kill and then push, or otherwise I will force it with the catapult wave and the banner with the last minute of Aegis. Or I will force it with 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Once again, here we go. Stand next to each other in case they have any AoE abilities to get both of us. Here's the whole map. I've yet to clear out any of this. Disruptor's holding on to 4 observers. He has so many. He has so many. TA is hitting mid as you guys are attempting to play bottom. You guys have complete map control to pick the perfect fight.
Top tower's getting beat down.
One, two, three. 3 attacks. About a fourth. A little less than a fourth. So 9 more attacks, and then we'll bump it up to like 10 or 11 to round it out. 10 or 11 attacks to finish his barracks. This guy probably attacks 2 times a second at this point, so 5 seconds. Dragonite right here, 5 seconds to hit this. They must react in 5 seconds. That's so much time pressure. It's insane. But let's not put it on them, because that would be rude. So let's initiate on them. Let's back out. We don't need to do anything, guys. Just hit the buildings. Just hit the buildings, and you're good to go. Make them have to panic initiate.
Radiant's gone
That guy just ran in on his own, BKB'd, backed out, right? He played himself. He's feeling it. Right now, we're initiating over here. The amount of attacks this guy has thrown on other heroes would have already cleared out these barracks at this point. Same with TA, right? Like, this guy is shadow dancing, he is pouncing, he is dispelling. Are you guys aware that this tower, these buildings, have no abilities? They have backdoor, but the creeps take down backdoor. And after that, these buildings have no abilities. So you can just stand there and hit them. And in fact, they have no move speed either, so they can't get away. I'm not really trying to flame this team that much specifically, because it's actually extremely common, as you've seen from the rest of this stream. And if we continue this stream for 20 more days, you would see many, 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 many more instances of this happening.
Nature attend us.
Right? Like, look how much time Techies has set up mines back here. So, like, this is where we want to fight, but we keep fighting in here. We got to bait them out. And the way to bait them out is to push and then back out and pretend you're leaving, pretend you're going away, and actually go away, and then they'll walk out, and then you can smoke it and get them. And then you get them. Oh, Arctip, thank you. You were watching the stream this afternoon, played a game, coached your team to do that. Instant dividends, nice. Do you have it? Do you have the game? You want to share it? I've never had this. I've never had the start of a stream be a topic, and we can, in the same stream, have a working example of it in action. Someone took the lesson, did the homework, and we can now showcase it all within a single stream. Yeah, this one's done. If you've got it, I would love to take a quick look so we can show it in action. Ah, shit, guys, I forgot to do the timestamp on this. Wait, did I do it? Oh, I did. Okay, it just scrolled out. Phew. While that's coming in, I'm gonna like go back in time and just show you this. Where was the initial pushes? It's around here. Okay, I was just gonna show you guys the free cam. And let's just put our camera up here. Actually, it doesn't really matter. Just look how much the bottom of the map was played, but how little like top was used. There was like some stuff around now, and then as the team started to like brute force their head bottom, there's like so little of the map being played because everyone just like wants to keep going bottom. It's like sunk cost fallacy. So main takeaway is just never force high ground then. There are times to force high ground. You guys could. Your initial push could have forced high ground. That was your best lead when you guys were like 13k or something up. And you just forcing high ground is forcing them to react. And that is you guys watching Dragonite or TA hit this building. When you guys go for kills, that's not forcing high ground. That's like diving high ground, which is a nuanced difference. One leads you to win and force the enemy to react to you, and the other is diving and often throwing. So forcing high ground is watching a hero hit it from here and patiently waiting. That would be okay in the right situations. The easier play is to find a pick off first and then go high ground when they're dead. That's the easiest. That's in the late game flow chart. That's the best play. There are moments to force it, and it's usually the end of Aegis, which I jumped to a moment where we don't have it. But like in the last minute or two of Aegis, and then when you have the banners and things like that, that's when you do the forcing. And then when you don't, you do the map playing, looking for them to step out and get the kills. I'm excited. I'm excited to see this game. Oh, if you do have it, Arctip, you may need to like type something with it. If you put just the match ID, it might get deleted from like YouTube deletes just string of numbers. I don't know if you're like still fighting or not, but just letting you know ahead of time. You'll have to be like, here's the match ID of my awesome gameplay, and then it should go through. Is it around now? I think there was some play in the top side. Okay, here's the Aegis, and I think here's where we start like smashing our head on this bottom lane.
Killing spree.
Have fun trying to bust down.
Like over in here, look how empty, empty, empty.
Guess what's
These guys kind of going right, and then they all go bottom. Empty, empty. Slark does a little like they do this stuff. Empty. How many bounty runes are here? 2 bounty runes here right now. Empty. Okay, he got him now. 3. Here's a 3rd one spawning. I did just do the numbers. Okay, sorry, yeah. Can you put some text with it? Be like match ID, blop, whatever, whatever. And then it should go through.
Dyer's top tower. Dyer's top tower.
Yeah, perfect, perfect.
Double kill. Killing spree.
In action, the freshest of replays on this stream, guys. The freshest of replays. Are you Clockwerk here? I'm gonna guess so. You said you did it as position 5. Clockwerk, Archon. Hard support. Okay. Let's see it. This should be timestamp, people. Someone watched the beginning of the stream, went to go play the game, use it in action, and then won. So we're gonna see it live. This is gonna be the freshest example possible. Maybe I went too far. Let me see. Let's look at the graph. I think I want to start maybe around the first Aegis, like around here, a little after 30 minutes. Is that where we are? Okay, we can go back a couple minutes. Okay, so let's see. We are in the lives of Clockwerk. This is a carry Ricky. Maybe a mid Ricky, because it looks like we have a carry Luna. This okay, let's kind of work it out. This is getting messy. Clockwerk, or sorry, not Clockwerk. Luna is a very good, talking about how we should do this, and then we'll see what actually happens. Luna is a very good hero to siege the base, right? She's got the glaives. When people step up, it bounces around everywhere. She has a lot of survivability and stats. Her Eclipse literally wants people to come close and then ult, right? So it's a huge danger to approach Luna. And then the supports will sit behind her. You got Smokescreen from, I guess, this mid Ricky to protect her. You've got Razor, like if they overcommit, he's built some auras and then he'll link the targets. Clockwerk's got the BKB piercing hook shot. You can scout with a rocket flare to stop some blinkins potentially, like this Echo. Forestaff the Luna out. Egg response, right? They try to jump Luna, pop the egg. You got to choose between Phoenix and Luna Sunray to like help. They have a great lineup to just sit behind Luna. Unless you find a pick off somewhere else, then it's a lot easier to go. But that would be what I would do. Actually, I just realized you guys already took mid. Wait, I want to see you guys take mid. Is it here? Oh yeah, it's here. And how did we do it?
Dyer's top tower.
You TP'd out. I would be a little careful of this if your team is still here and the enemy is missing. We kind of talked about this previously, where sometimes it is okay to like lose towers. Because the cost is like, we're in a really good spot at this point. could throw. We've felt it before, right? We've thrown many a games in these situations. One of the ways your team throws is not by losing this tower, but losing a big team fight in this area and then losing Roche. So I would probably just like rocket flare spam top to protect it, or tell like a core to go and the rest of you guys run in. I'd be careful about, as the support, leaving yourself. Looks like it's okay though. It looks like Luna is leading the charge to get some kills here. This guy tried to blink into the smoke screen. That's a feels bad. And then this fight out of the base was easy. Even with Clockwerk not in the picture, the gold lead is enough that like there's still a gold lead for them. And then they had a good fight. And the enemy, despite knowing Clockwerk was not with them. Do you guys hear this? No, it stopped. You know, like when you plug and unplug things, it makes the noise. I just had like 15 in a row. Something is loose on this computer, but it stopped, so we'll go from here. Now it started again. I'm just going to ignore it, and we'll keep talking through it if you guys can't hear it, which I don't think you should, because I don't have like systems audio to go through. Okay. So you guys find these kills out of the base, so it's super easy. We see it. And so because of that, we can now just like walk in and take the initial base. Drow has no hope of defending this, right? So Drow should actually be walking out to like farm other things and push stuff out, whichever side she thinks it's safer, top or bottom. Depends what vision she has. Looks like she has quite a few wards bottom, so I would say Drow should go bottom and then TP back home. That kind of dive in is totally unnecessary from Phoenix. Just needs to stay in the back to egg, glimmer, all this stuff. Don't want to risk jumping in and getting caught. Ricky didn't need to be up here as they respawn, right? Luna can hit it from back here. Razor can hit it from back there. Let them do it. Either way, we still get the high ground. And gonna lose Razor, but that's still overall okay. We just now reset. Okay, and then let's jump back forward again. Ricky! Alright, guys. Let Luna take it, because she is the one who will hit the buildings. Ricky will just, like, be there. Luna should have it. She's like, I'm too rich. Swap the BKB, swap the power treads. Eat the Aghanims, I don't care. But she's the one who's actually going to hit the building, so she should do it. Luna! Okay, now you might be confused. You might be like, Zach, didn't you say you can push this and then back out? I did say that. So here's the initial push in. Like, maybe we don't actually want to do this. We want to bait them to be coming home. You can't be in the bottom creep wave and then immediately be in the top creep wave, because the enemy will know, like, Luna TP'd out here. The theory of pushing bottom is like, oh, we baited them to come home. If your team is not ready to immediately retreat with you, you're actually just delivering your team to their death. So the team that is, we think, possibly sitting in here, right, because we baited them to come home, they see this and they go, oh shit, just smoke and go, guys, like, find anything. And oh my god, there's 3 heroes right in front of the base. They're gonna find something. So this is Omega grief from Luna to, like, be this close to the base with the team and then TP straight into vision. The other situation is the team did not think they could fight this bottom barracks, so they're on the map and they see Luna show up like this. They're gonna jump the Luna instantly because everyone else would take time to TP back. This is like 2 game losing situations considering we're 17k up. Why are we giving them the possibility to do this? I would rather just lose this tier 2. It doesn't matter. It's not important. I'm about to get a second barracks down here if that's what I want to do. I'm okay with leaving, but the whole team has to back up. And you don't smoke into bottom to then TP out to another lane. So, like, do this without the smoke, or if your team is smoked, it's clear they're looking for a kill. So it's kind of bad. And actually, if we do look at the enemy vision, we saw earlier they did have observers down here. And, like, I'm seeing this. I don't know. These guys have to go. right? Like, I know Luna's not here. Like, she's here. She's showing another creep wave. These guys need to smoke and go immediately. These guys will later type a post like, trapped in my base, there's nothing I can possibly do, Dota sucks. Brother, this guy's here, this guy's here, this guy's here. They're all across the map. You can go anywhere. You can do anything you want right now. If you're the Raiden, you aren't trapped at all. You have the world of opportunity in front of you if you recognize it by the fact that the enemies are showing like everywhere. But they don't capitalize on that, so it pays off. Woo! Very dangerous though. Like, see, we're like in 5 different locations now coming together again. Ooh, I see the lines drawn saying like, oh, play the map.
In bad shape.
Get the farm till we see them step out.
What's with all the scribbling?
Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm up for it. Although you actually want to move as a team when you do it to fine tune what you're doing. You 4 are good. Luna, not so good. You guys just showed in this wave. Oh, it might be about to happen actually. Well, let's see. I thought it was about to happen because they are smoked. But Luna showed top as you guys showed bottom. So that part's really dangerous. And I thought they were about to kill you. They did kill Ricky and brought him in. Brother, just jump to me. I see you trying. I see these lines being drawn. Oh, man. The reason that worked is because Luna's not there. We don't have a 19k lead. We're actually down 6k when Luna is top and we're all over here. And we see that, right? They like easily killed Ricky. And now that Luna is here, down to the last few minutes of Aegis is what it should be, except it's gone now, right? This is where you're down to the last 2 minutes of Aegis. So now Luna can just sit and hit, and you all sit behind. Like, we tried to find pickoffs, it didn't work, so now we will force it. This would be where you do it, after you got, like, the various farming efficiency out of the Aegis. This is better. Earlier when you were drawing the lines, I was up for it, but the team wasn't quite moving together. Razor could join the team, but he's at least further from the base. I hope he does back out further and reconnects in. And if you have something like Dawnbreaker, Underlord, it's totally fine to like be way away with a little care. This, be very careful of this, support players. Or core players are actually more guilty of this, but I said support because Phoenix did it. You don't need to kill this creep wave right here. Let it walk out further. But a lot of people will come in here, like right here, to do this, and then get hooked, blinked in, stunned, all that stuff, right? This is all within the blink range, like this area. So you want to let it push out further, which might bait them to leave the base so you can kill them, but otherwise it'll just be safer for you to clear it. If you want to throw fire spirits from super far away, you can, but they might also just blink to where those spirits are. Phoenix, like, uses the defensive tool to get close. And if one of them were ready with the stun, or just lucked out, randomly, fissure hits right now, boom, free Phoenix kill in front of your base. There's no need to take that risk. Razor showing bottom. Luna showing top. See, it's so funny to me. This is what I love about Dota. I see... like, Clockwerk submitted this game. It's like, I think we did this pretty well. I'm trying to, like, draw it. And I see you. You're trying. And it does work out. They win. But actually, we're also seeing so many opportunities of where, like, we slipped up, right? Like, this team is not doing it correctly. But this team is not seeing it not done correctly. So they also don't know to punish it. And that's why, like, Dota is frustrating, but also really cool. Is, like, how complicated it is and how many, like, little things there are to give you these potential windows. And why, if you feel you're stuck... and you're like, nothing's working, I promise there is something. You just need to like learn to see it. And when you don't know to see it, yes, it is very frustrating. If they still had Aegis, this is a great time to go with the banner, by the way. Let's see if we can actually see this. They might clear it out. Damn, we never get to see it. How about top? Too bad. I was hoping to show you guys the catapult hitting from really far away so we can put the banner in the back. I do like this, though. What we are getting out of this, although the execution is not perfect, notice the gold lead is going up. in those other games we saw, right, where the teams keep bashing their head on here, the gold lead stayed the same or dropped as they threw fights. These guys have slipped up, but they're not being punished that hard by the enemy team. Like, for all the options they've given, they are trying to farm up. So if we go back to when Clockwerk started drawing these lines, right, it's like a 15k gold lead, it's 19 to 29. And we jump forward, no kills have been found, but this gold lead is climbing. And so it becomes easier and easier to force this. Like, at some point, it's not a 15k gold lead with, I'll go back one more time, right? Rather than try to force it, 16k gold lead, and Luna is 19, 20k, right? We play the map, we farm, Luna is almost 30k, and the gold lead is now 22k. Now, I do know Drow and all of them went up as well, but the theory is that because we have map control and we have these wards looking for them, we are farming more efficiently. So our numbers should be going up faster than their numbers. And so now when we try to do it, we have a bigger gold lead as a team, and the Luna has almost 10,000 more gold. So when she hits this same building, because the building is the static power level we talked about, the building melts to this Luna, who now has 10,000 extra gold, which is like what? A butterfly? No, she went refresher. But whatever, you get the idea. All right, let's see when you guys actually... We have grown the gold lead. Here, 25k now because we got the Tormentor, because we have the map control. We have map control so we can wait for another Aegis. Getting a little close, a little poking. I don't mind too much. I'm a little scared. For you, Clockwerk, pick your favorite hero. In this case, it should be the Luna for how well she's been farming. Stay near her. So, like, you're moving a little bit up, away. You're relatively close, but we still want to be a bit closer. So be, like, behind a tree near the Luna, and then rocket flare top like you're doing. That's great. And then as Luna moves around, either be behind her to help her or be in front of her to tank the smoke. It depends on your hero, depends on the situation. I'll leave it up to you. But, like, one of those two things is a very good thing to do in the late game. You know, like, she's down here, I'm up here. So now I'm like, oh, shit, run over, hook shot, you know, like, let me get close. I want to be, like, behind this tree, sending the rocket flares in here. So we are being patient. We are choking them out. 28k. Second Roche. Ricky! Roche! Ah! Scary, scary. If they're not all out of their base right now, we're gonna see it and then we're gonna go back in time. Okay, they kill Ricky. 26k down, that's tough. Take out Ricky, 10k down. Still a bit bad, but at 40 minutes, 10k is like, whatever. So, as soon as they find one kill, they should all move out. Not randomly, not like one here, one here, one here, one here. That's bad, unless you've wiped the enemy team. Like, you need to be together, because any 5v4 you get into should favor you. Gold a little behind, but you have the numbers, the 5v4. So this team right now, this is your opportunity to get out of the base. Shove things out as a group. Send the Drow forward, and you got people behind her. The support's behind her. The core's like farming along the river as you go. And then you cut towards like Roche, right? This is how they finally leave the base. Look at how dark their map is, right? I haven't been able to leave the base. These are the kind of observers I feel like it can place. But they have more. They should. So finally, we get that free kill. We shove out, we de-ward this stuff wherever you think you can. You place your own wacky ward like in this river to see what we've been seeing, right? From our perspective, I've been highlighting how many times like, your Luna's here, this guy's here, this guy's here. It's easier to see when you have a deep ward alive. And so if they have that, they can also see like, oh, Razor's bottom while the whole team's doing Roche, right? He shouldn't be doing that, but he is, and if you have a deep ward out, you might see that and know you can go make the play. All right, we take that banner. Thank you very much. This time we have the second Roche, 25k gold lead. Should be a little bit more, but Riki kind of died, so they got some space, got some gold. This kind of TP, be super careful. I don't disagree in the thought of like, hey, let's, push out this top lane, but if these, I don't trust them. You seen Riki, right? I don't trust them. Stay near them, even if it costs you your like tier 2 tower. Rocket Flare to try to push it out, but like stick near this Luna. Now, if there is team communication, I'm saying all this as a spiteful, untrustful man, but if the team is talking and they're like, Clockwerk, you're awesome. You're making so many good calls. We'll listen to you. You'd be like, I'm going to go look top and try to get him. You guys be careful. And they're like, aye. Like, that's fine. I'll trust you on what the comms are in the game. But if no one's talking, that's what you want to be really careful of, that kind of stuff.
Someone took out the Radiant's courier.
This kind of thing. It's like on paper, it's cool what we're doing, but then the reality is like these guys are on their own again over here. There's 3 people here, so they can be jumped right now if the enemy team is paying attention to what we're doing. And they should, but they're not. They're scared. They're big babies. I don't know, guys. They had an observer here. What the hell are they doing? Hold on. This is their perspective. Phoenix Luna over here. If you're a support in this situation on the Radiant, you just sit on a smoke. Lion's got one, right? You're just sitting on it, waiting, and you're just looking at the mini-map. Riki top, right? Phoenix, Riki, smoke, go. Under ward. It's perfect. It's the dream. The Luna, the Clockwerk. It's the dream. Smoke. Go. Do it. They have some of the best blink initiators in the game with the blink hex and stuff. These are key tools in taking out, like, all this money means nothing if she can't press buttons and she can't attack because she is chain stunned because you have the instant hex, right? These are some of the best tools to have, and they are so scared, so they're sitting in the base. Which is why, even when not perfectly executed, what Clockwerk got their team to do, to like hold and farm, this is why it works. Because the enemy is now the one who has to act correctly and punish us for it. And we're seeing, like, this is a decent ranked game, and we are seeing that they don't know to see this stuff. Our team is being a little goofy here, right? Diving super hard. But if we compare it to previous games, this kind of goofy dive, 30k gold lead. Previous goofy dives were like a 10k gold lead. So just by sheer money wins again. You'd think this is a fantasy setting in Dota, but actually it's capitalist all the way through and through. Money wins the game once again as we really dive here a bit. And we just simply have the money to win. And then we do it all in one go. All right, rather than have to bash our heads bottom. What did we see in that last game? Like 15 minutes of trying to get 1 barracks, 14 minutes of farming, 1 minute, pew, done. The Luna, since we saw this team start to like AFK farm, why sit in base? Since we saw this team start to just like farm up, we went from a Luna that was about a 20k gold lead, a game that was about a 15k. Okay, I admit we've just taken everything, so we had all the money now. Let's go back to like here, okay? From that 20k Luna, she gained 15,000 gold. The team net worth shot up like 15k, right? So then we just did it all in one go. I'm really glad we got to see this example. I think this is a great one. Well, we tried. Did we like it? What did we try? What did you guys do? Teasing. But hopefully after we see it from like kind of both these perspectives, I hope you guys will look for this stuff. When you guys are the Radiant, have the smoke, eyes glued on the map, Look for them to split up and then go. And just try. If you don't, this will happen to you. Like, you'll just get out farmed and then you'll eventually lose the game. So you've got to, like, you've got to attempt to play, even if it doesn't end up working out. It's your best bet. And then if the play does work out, set up sneaky wards to see it again, you know? They're gonna do stuff like this. They're gonna be scattered. They're not gonna execute perfectly. Even the pro teams don't execute perfectly, right? And then this is just going to be some random pub game. They're definitely not going to execute perfectly. So get your deep wards down, find those extra kills. I feel like last time I checked in, we were at like 4 hours of streaming. And then suddenly we're at our usual 6 and it's getting late. I don't know how that happened. I hope my extra fan is here. As soon as the noise stopped, I immediately heard my computer fan click, 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 clicking. It was driving me crazy. I will replace it as soon as I can if it's here. Called, it's me, your extra fan. Thank you. Pretty funny, Jackbert. Crazy to see from their perspective how scattered we were. Thanks for the tips. Keep up the great content. Thank you so much, Arctip. And thank you for bringing that. Arctic. I've been saying Arctip. I don't know why. Well, there's a P at the end, but I just can't read. Thank you. I thought that was a great example. I'm really glad you had that one. Now the question is, do I want to cut that into a video? Not just that. We would have to cut so many different moments from the stream, but it would probably be good. Is there a best way to ward the gates at high ground? Let me pull up the demo load. I don't think we're gonna do another one. Sorry. We can answer random questions, but I'm getting tired.
The tide is rolling out.
Okay, so if you are defending,
Places, everyone.
Will put a blink in my step.
okay, so let's say you're defending. It's very common. These are like the most common type of enemy sentries you're gonna run into. Something there, and then an observer like somewhere in here, and maybe a sentry also in here, although realistically the sentry should actually go outside the base. These are some of the most common stuff you will see. So defensive observers, if there are no invis heroes that would suggest for them to put this type of sentry, you can just like put something like this, especially for nighttime. In the daytime, it has less value because the tower can see further. But at nighttime, if you want to put something like this, it can be okay. But what's even better, in my opinion, is like, what are we looking for? I'm looking for the back line, like in this area, behind the trees, over here, right? Like that's the stuff I want to see. So if this is one of the more common sentries, and then maybe if you want to be like next level, something further back could also be something they use. That means I could put my own defensive observer somewhere in this area. I could put it somewhere more in here to see a little bit of both sides. And this is some great vision, right? Something like in here as well can work. There's like a little sliver spot in here. This one would kill it, but if they're doing this front one, then in here is okay. Just back here, like where the tier 2 was, like if you do this and you imagine the enemy team trying to play the way I'm talking about, Drow's here, you got like the blink initiate Ravage waiting in the back, he's waiting to like jump in. This is the area he will stand in, like if not here, then like behind this tree line, which is why I tell you guys to stand on tree lines, is to avoid like observers like this, to be like in the tree like this. Then you're just waiting to like blink in, Ravage, help your Drow over here. Maybe, okay, Tide would probably be a little closer because he's like so tanky. He's probably like here, breaking smokes coming in from this way. The squishier supports might be like further back. So that concept applies. I know I'm not talking about specific ward spots, but really the idea is like just further back behind sentries and see this stuff. You never know where exactly they're going to stand, so you just take your best bet. Same deal here, so like sentry in the mid, sentry over here. So we just don't want our observers to be too close, and just somewhere like where the tier 2 a little further used to be is actually perfectly fine. Something over here can work, but a lot of times people will put like, if they're not doing cliff observers, then they might have sentries like in this area. So you might want to avoid this area. I'd say top is fairly safe because a lot of people will also default to this cliff. And so you can slip through things like here, here, right? Just like straight in the middle. And then anything out here ends up pretty good defensively. For pushing, you can do things from like behind this tree line, like here, and put it here. I think people are slowly catching on to this. This is bugged. It doesn't see through the trees. It might show it right now, but it's not supposed to in the actual game. But there's a spot here that will like see the tower, see this sliver, so that's okay. Same thing over here from behind this tree line, like around here. Here, we'll see the tree, see a little into there, depending how far you're like. If you're smoked, you can get closer. But if you're not smoked, this is the vision. This is the vision. This. So you can't get too close to some of them. Over here, it looks like you can't ward here, but if you put it just like, where is it? Right here, it's like at the edge. If you could do it further, this one would also work, but this one's blocked more by trees. So I would do over here and then just like slowly move up, and it looks like it's under the tower. But if we swap teams, gone. There it is.
On the hunt.
If you're ranged like DKTA, do you walk up the stairs for the tower or no? I would say it's the level of risk you need to feel versus time pressure. If they're dead and you're trying to kill the tower as fast as you can, yeah, you should walk up the tower, walk up the high ground, right? But if you can attack from here safely and you miss some shots, whatever, right? Like, I will get through it. We were kind of showing, like, let me change it. Let me put it another way. We saw some of those, like, late game situations, early late game. It's like 15 auto attacks to kill a tower. So 15 versus 30. Yeah, it's different. But if we also put that into the attack speed context and let's like, oh, it's probably like 2 attacks per second at this point. So would I rather the push take 7 seconds or 15 seconds? You know, it's like, well, I don't really mind it taking 7 extra seconds if, you know, I can be safer back here. Oh, I didn't even read it in time, but yeah. Looks like pizza has been decided. Should I order pizza or Taco Bell? I would go pizza. Pizza. I feel like there's more value in pizza. I feel like the price, still open to a Taco Bell sponsorship, but I feel like the price of an average pizza versus the price of an average Taco Bell order, I think you get more out of pizza personally. Especially because you can get like a full pizza for that. You know, that can be multiple meals. I'm a big fan of that. I guess it depends where you live, but at least in US around where I am. Didn't realize the gates had vision. Yeah, it's a little, not a lot of, it's not so obvious, I think. It looks like it's just like from your base. But yeah, the gates have vision. So sometimes if you step in, oops, they'll see you. Dang, I kind of want pizza, but I have leftovers from my lunch. I will be responsible. I will eat those. Okay. Friday, we're definitely gonna play some games. I might do something with Alex. I don't know if you guys remember him. Some of the longtime viewers here. Alex and I have been floating. We never get to play games together anymore because he does Marvel Snap, I do Dota, and then we're both busy. But we were thinking about doing some variety stuff on Fridays when we feel like it, just to play games together. I don't know what we're gonna do or if it's even gonna happen this Friday, but some of these Fridays we might try to organize that to happen. So maybe that'll happen this Friday. But otherwise, we will play some Dota games And even if we do stuff with Alice, we'll probably play some Dota first. That'll be the next stream. Might stream tomorrow, but actually I should finish this video. But I'm getting kind of burned out, so I'm like, maybe I'll take a break and play some games, and I'll work on the video when we're casting next week. But I don't work very well. After the cast, my brain is like dead. This video was worked on in the previous casting, and that's why it's still not done, because it'd be like partial work, and then I'm done. So I gotta finish it. I gotta keep going. What's the model of this cam? Sony EVZ10, something like that. Maybe change some of the letters around. But that's the one I went with. It's marketed as some like content creation camera, easy peasy to work with, which is what I wanted. I'm not that smart about these different tech things, so I wanted something like more straightforward. That's what I have. I'm pretty happy with it. Your Spanish caster. Oh, awesome. I wish you the best as well. I don't really know the style difference between the regions of casting, but I feel like I can't understand it. But I always like the energy of hearing like various Spanish casts. I think it's so fun. What team do you think will win Blast? Let me double check who's still in it. Historically, it's going to be whoever's already in the finals. With that said, Tundra got knocked out, and that's already a change from historic Blasts. Who's in the top bracket already? It's OG and Na'Vi. So yeah, I mean, they have a really high chance of winning. Which, I mean, I guess is not saying much, because this time the final bracket is literally like the two other, like Falcons Liquids play, Yandex Heroic plays, and then it's OG versus Na'Vi into like the final. So maybe it's not saying much without that. But that's how it seems to have worked a lot. I actually do think between OG and Na'Vi, I would probably favor OG a little bit more. They've seemed more consistent than Na'Vi. Not that I don't think Na'Vi can do it. But I feel like the times I see Na'Vi struggle are draft-wise. And I think when you have a break in the tournament like this, it's where these other teams, like, okay, what did Na'Vi do right? Okay, figure it out. Okay, punish them this way. You know? And I think other teams adapt to the draft faster than Na'Vi has, at least in the past. I think for Na'Vi to become a top tier team, they have to step that part of their game up, and who knows when they're going to do it. You know, like maybe this is it. In which case, I think they've got a good shot. Otherwise, what? Heroic has been looking better. They like threw some games, but it feels like they're improving as they go. Falcons Liquid. I mean, can you ever really count them out? Falcons especially. And then Yonda. I don't know. They're all pretty solid. Let's go OG. I would love to see let's get an SEA team to win. Sony something, change the numbers around. Sir, that gets you every Sony product. You're right. What if you limit it to cameras though? Maybe it's not every product that way. Any way to find good replays of certain heroes doing things good in a not too high elo? You could try Dota Buff. They often still pick from the higher MMR players, but I think it's a little less than Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Last I tried, but I haven't really tried that since Dota 2 Pro Tracker came out, so I actually don't know if that's still true. But for example, I could find myself on Dota Buff in the past, and I'm not like that high relative to like the pros and stuff. I think it's fine to use Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I understand wanting something like the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, like they play higher games, it's a little different from mine. I get that. I think it can still be a good place to learn nifty tricks and maybe tone some stuff down for like, I'm going to keep it practical for my own MMR. But that's probably the easiest thing you have access to outside of having friends that play those heroes and you just like steal from their replays. Okay. Okay, guys. I will see you later. I am going to go eat some food. I'll be back Friday, like we said. We'll play some games, maybe more Largo games. Can we ever have enough Largo games? Who knows? And I'll try to get marbles ready for the next 3-play stream. We could try that out. Even if we don't like it long term, I'll try to have it ready on Monday to at least try it out. Okay, bye everyone. Have a good rest of your nights or days or mornings.